Chapter 2031 Divine Melody Tai Hua. The crowd had high praises for Ning Hua. Over where the members of Desolate God Palace were, Desolation lowered his head and picked up a cup of wine. He drained it in one gulp. He raised his head and glanced over at where Ning Hua was among the members of Donghua Academy. A faint battle intent emanated from his gaze. Seemingly sensing something, Ning Hua also turned his head around and looked towards Desolation. They locked gazes. A formless current actually formed in between them. The surrounding people seemed to all sense something. Their gazes shifted toward them. When the cultivators of Desolate God Palace entered Donghua Academy, Desolation had wanted to challenge Ning Hua. However, Ning Hua was not around. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, Desolation would certainly not let it slip past him. However, Desolation was not anxious. He would wait until everyone had battled before challenging Ning Hua. He wanted to see how powerful this monstrous figure, who was renowned as the top figure in the Donghua domain, was. Within Donghua Palace, the giant figures had also detected something. They looked down below, and they revealed faint smiles. It appeared as though there would be very exciting battles at the peak. Aside from Desolation and Ning Hua, there were also many other incredible figures. The others would certainly use this opportunity to test each other out. At that moment, another silhouette stepped forward and appeared on the law battle platform. This Ren Huang had an otherworldly aura and appeared suave. He is a cultivator from String Palace from the Donghua Heavens, someone commented when they recognized this Ren Huang in his 30s. String Palace was a top force of the Donghua Heavens. Almost all of the Renhuangs of leading forces in the Donghua Heavens attended the Donghua banquet. Also, among the 9 heavens, the Donghua Heavens had the most Renhuangs. Hence, up until now, all those who had walked up to the law battle platform were all cultivators from the Donghua Heavens. The Ren Huang from String Palace raised his head and looked up into the sky. His gaze landed on a person. Many people immediately turned to see who he was looking at. It was the absolute beauty with a mesmerizing appearance, Goddess Tai Hua. When they saw a cultivator from String Palace walk out, many people speculated that Goddess Tai Hua would be chosen for this law battle. The Ren Huang said, "I am from String Palace and am somewhat proficient in rhythmic sorcery. I heard that Tai Hua Skylord, as well as Goddess Tai Hua, would be coming. I have long admired the two of you. I wonder whether I will have the good fortune of hearing the divine melody Tai Hua today." Many people were anticipating this. Among the top 10 most famous songs in the world, one of them was called Tai Hua. Tai Hua Mountain, as well as Tai Hua Skylord, were named after this song. Their surnames were not Tai Hua, but they were called this because they cultivated the divine melody Tai Hua. Countless gazes landed on Goddess Tai Hua. She slowly got up and then stepped forward. As they gazed at her absolutely stunning appearance, many people felt their hearts stir. Some people have been blessed since their birth. Not only had she been blessed with extraordinary cultivation talent, but she was also bestowed with astonishing beauty. Some people were destined to be favored by the heavens. An example of such a person was Ning Hua. He was also born above the others and was a proud son of heaven. As Goddess Tai Hua walked forward, a halo of light circled around her. It was mesmerizing and calming. Her steps were like the music of deities. The sounds that they made caused the hearts of many to beat in tune. This sensation was miraculous. It was not a hallucination. Goddess Tai Hua truly gave everyone such a feeling. It was just like how a swordsman would give off a sharp vibe, while a person who cultivated the great path of frost would cause people to feel chilly. Goddess Tai Hua made people feel as though they were listening to beautiful music. It was very relaxing. Looking at her was like enjoying a symphony. Incredible. The rhythm of the great path has already merged with her body completely. She can utilize it naturally. It is as though her body is a musical score of the great path, Li Changxing praised. The people around him also felt the same. They agreed with his praise. Her cultivation was astonishing. Yi Futian also sensed this. He also cultivated a divine melody, but he had yet to reach such a level. It was apparent that the other party had greater attainment in rhythmic sorcery than him. After all, he had cultivated music as a means to support his cultivation. However, it was different for Goddess Tai Hua. She nourished her great path with music and had reached the stage where her body and will were one with her rhythmic sorcery. Futian could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. How powerful was Goddess Taihua's music? Goddess Taihua stepped onto the law battle platform and stood before the cultivator from String Palace. The other party said, "Goddess, please go easy on me." "Let's begin," Goddess Taihua replied as she nodded her head. The other cultivator sat down, cross-legged. An ancient guqin appeared before his body. Instantly, his rhythmic sorcery became divine light of the great path that radiated outwards. Very quickly, musical notes enveloped this part of the sky. The rhythm of the great path filled the air. Goddess Taihua stood there quietly. On her body, formless rhythmic sorcery expanded outwards like ripples. A guqin of the great path appeared before her. The great path around her served as her strings. Each string was formed from the great path of rhythmic sorcery. That was not all. There seemed to be a miraculous resonance around them. It was as though this part of the sky was covered by the will of her great path, forming a domain. The entire space was within her domain of rhythmic sorcery. Countless guqin strings appeared around them. Goddess Taihua extended her delicate hands. Her palms were fair. Her fingers were slender and elegant. Her fingers curved and plucked at the strings of the guqin. A string of musical notes leaped out. In an instant, a sound wave actually swept out, causing the guqin strings in the domain of the great path to resonate. She played loudly and powerfully. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate and beautiful figure could play such powerful notes with simple plucks of the guqin strings. The other party's recital was nearly cut off. The Runhuang felt his body become extremely heavy. Every pluck of his strings seemed so difficult. Under the effects of the powerful musical notes, his own playing was directly suppressed. Goddess Taihua did not stop. Her fingers danced on top of the guqin. Immediately, countless musical notes of the great path leaped out. Each note contained unparalleled power. This was a beautiful melody that was filled with power. It was weighty and powerful. The surrounding space felt unbearably heavy. It pressed down on the figure of the other cultivator. The Runhuang even felt a frightening pressure acting on his spiritual soul. At that moment, he seemed to see an illusion. It was as though he was standing alone on the ground, and divine mountains were descending from the heavens. Standing alone in the vast world, he appeared exceptionally minuscule. His great path was being suppressed. His flesh and spiritual soul were also suppressed. It did not take long for him to be unable to continue playing. His strings had snapped. He raised his head and looked up at her guqin strings of the great path. Although they appeared formless, he felt as though he could see them clearly. The strings were everywhere, like mountains before him. Right then, the sensation suddenly disappeared. The domain of the great path dissipated. Everything appeared to be a dream. Before him, a peerless beauty was floating in the sky. She stood there silently, stunning to behold. "Many thanks, goddess," said the Renhuang as he bowed slightly. She had enabled him to experience the divine melody Taihua. He was naturally grateful. Otherwise, with Goddess Taihua's ability, any tune she played could similarly crush him. Yet, just now, he could truly feel the majestic power contained within the divine melody Taihua. When faced with such might and incredible power, even upper-level Renhuangs would feel small. Goddess Taihua nodded her head slightly. She then walked down from the law battle platform and returned to her seat. Futian glanced at her. Although he had not experienced the divine melody Taihua up close, he could still sense its majestic power from outside of the law battle platform. It was powerful and rich. It could suppress the great path. He didn't know which was more powerful, this or Song of the Lost Divine. "Marvelous," praised Chief Ning from Donghua Palace. "Today, the Donghua banquet is full of surprises. Even us old fellows will still be astonished at such a divine melody. It seems that she has completely inherited the way of Taihua Skylord. Taihua Skylord's daughter is a peerless, proud daughter of heaven. Even among the men, few can compare to her. She will certainly become a prominent figure at the peak. She reminds me of the vice chief," Lingxiao Palace Lord said with a smile. His words caused an idea to surface in the minds of many people. What was he implying? However, Ning Hua and Goddess Taihua were indeed a match. They were both top figures of their generation. You are all too generous with your praises. The juniors of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow are not inferior to her, said Taihua Skylord casually with a smile. Down below, over where the members of Donghua Academy were, Ning Hua raised his cup and said to Goddess Taihua, I never imagined that I would have the good fortune of hearing the divine melody Taihua today. It is deserving of being one of the top 10 most famous songs in the world. Goddess, let me offer a toast to you. Many people revealed strange expressions. Ning Hua was incredibly proud. This was the first time he had greeted another person first. Vice Chief, you praise me too highly, Goddess Taihua replied as she raised her cup. The two of them drank together from where they stood. Upon seeing this scene, many members of the Donghua Palace revealed knowing smiles. They seemed somewhat intrigued. If Ning Hua and Goddess Taihua could become an item, they would definitely become the most perfect couple among this generation in the Donghua domain. Chapter 2032, Prominent Figures. After Goddess Taihua stepped down, other people continued to ascend onto the law battle platform, battling against the Renwangs from the top forces. Very soon, the cultivators from various forces had received challenges from Renwangs in the Nine Heavens. Even Zhang Yueli, who had an 8th-tier flawless Great Path, also accepted a challenge. A powerful Renhuang at the peak of his cultivation had challenged her. He wanted to see how powerful a Renhuang with a flawless Great Path was. There was little suspense in this battle. The Renhuang with peak cultivation lost to Zhang Yueli. This battle made people realize that Zhang Yueli was unbeatable unless she was going against giant-level figures. With her 8th-tier Renhuang plain cultivation, she was just a step away from being considered a giant-level figure herself. The goddesses of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow also received challenges. However, they too defeated their opponents in a spectacular fashion. There was no suspense to their battles. Even though the challengers were all very powerful, those invited were all prominent figures of the top forces. They were all monstrous figures with extraordinary abilities at the Renhuang plane. Wanting to defeat them would naturally not be easy. Time passed. The law battles continued without end. Many people had already accepted multiple challenges. After all, there were too many challenges, but the number of Renhuangs from the top forces was limited. Hence, there were bound to be repeated challenges. However, today, the chief had personally given the order for the cultivators to join in the battles. The cultivators obliged to his orders very enthusiastically, cooperating and participating in the law battles. At that moment, on the law battle platform, another fierce battle was taking place. A middle-level Renhuang had walked out and challenged a Renhuang from Desolate God Palace. The abilities of the challenger were actually on par with his opponent. His combat ability was astonishingly powerful. Down below, countless people raised their heads and watched the ferocious battle on the law battle platform. Destructive black currents of the Great Path became frightening bolts of lightning. It was as though the space was experiencing doomsday. Destructive currents rampaged, attempting to destroy the opponent. Who is this person? He is so powerful, someone asked in astonishment as they watched the challenger. Even against such a great path of destruction, he does not seem to be at a disadvantage. Be it in terms of defense or attack power, he is terrifyingly powerful in both aspects. He is Renhuang Chun, said someone else. Renhuang Chun has cultivated for many years in the Donghua Heavens. He has always kept a low profile. However, every battle that he was involved in was legendary. As expected, he will suppress the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace this time as well. With his fingers, he draws out rivers of swords, and his punches are like mountains. It is indeed frightening for him to have such cultivation. Someone to the side commented in awe as their gazes were fixed on the battle above. Every attack of Renhuang Chun appeared simple but exploded with astonishing might. As expected, there are multitudes of cultivators from the Donghua Heavens. If Renhuang Chun wins this law battle, he will be the fourth to achieve victory, another person stated. As time passed, several battles had erupted. Although the chances of victory for the challengers were slim, 3 Renhuangs had managed to emerge victoriously. Bang! At that moment, a loud collision was heard. Several people felt their hearts leap. Then, they saw that the Run Huang from desolate God Palace was sent flying outward. Fresh blood had dyed his robes red. On the other hand, Ren Huang Chun remained standing there, bearing the air of a grandmaster. He had won. Many people below clenched their fists. Because the chances of victory were slim, many people hoped that some extraordinary figures would appear to take down these cultivators from the superpowers. It was precisely because it was difficult that they looked forward to it. Hence, each battle that ended with such a victory stirred the hearts of the people. Not bad. From Donghua Palace, laughter could be heard. Chief Ning looked at the Renhuang on the law battle platform and said, "From the discussion below, this Renhuang Chun appears to be an extraordinary Renhuang from the Donghua heavens. It's incredible for him to be able to defeat such a powerful opponent." It is indeed incredible. The abilities of the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace are impressive. His combat ability is already considered very powerful. There was no element of luck in Renhuang Chin's victory, someone replied with a smile. He is the fourth. It is indeed not easy for them to have claimed 4 victories. What about all of you? Have any one of them caught your eye? Chief Ning asked with a smile. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace said, "The Renhuang from the Donghua heavens. If he is willing to join my Ling Shao Palace to cultivate, I will personally instruct him." Chief Ning answered as he nodded his head. He looked to the law battle platform and said, "Did you hear that? The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace is willing to personally pass on his teachings to you. Are you interested in joining Ling Shao Palace to cultivate?" Renhuang Chun raised his head and looked at Chief Ning from where he was. He replied, "I have come to participate in these law battles to join the domain chief's manor." "Oh," Chief Ning uttered as he glanced at the Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace who was beside him. The other party smiled indifferently and said, "It seems that he is not fated to cross paths with Ling Shao Palace. Since this Renhuang wants to enter domain chief's manor to cultivate, then only the chief could grant him his wish." Chief Ning nodded in agreement. Since the other party was willing, he had no objections. He said, "All right, after this, you will join domain chief's manor to cultivate." "Many thanks, Chief," Renhuang Chen answered with a slight bow. With his abilities, he could have joined a top force before this. However, he had always been comprehending the Great Path. Now, he felt as though his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Hence, he wanted to join Domain Chief's manor. There, he could come in contact with the top figures of the Renhuang Plain. "No need to thank me. It is just that you have missed an opportunity to join Ling Shao Palace. You'd better not regret it in the future," Chief said with a smile. "All right. All of you can stand down first." "Yes, sir," Renhuang Chen responded as he stepped down with a nod. The law battles continued. The major figures of Donghua Palace continued chatting casually. Chief Ning said, "Members of our top forces have already lost 4 law battles. It seems that there are many incredible figures this time around, yet they still seem to be lacking something. The people below are the backbones of the various forces. The Renhuangs of Donghua Academy, Desolate God Palace, and the other forces are prominent figures outside. Does the chief feel that it is not enough even if the challengers manage to defeat them?" The Sword Goddess asked. As Chief Ning sat in his high seat, he smiled and answered, "It is naturally not bad if the challengers can defeat them. However, there are countless cultivators in the Donghua domain. The Renhuangs here have come from all corners of the world. I hope that even more monstrous Renhuangs with extraordinary combat ability will appear and defeat our top force's prominent figures. If the challengers can put up a fight against Sword Goddess' 3 personal disciples, Kong Xiao from Donghua Academy, Ling He from Ling Shao Palace, or Yi Lianyan from the Wangshan Watchtower, only then can the prosperity of martial arts in the Donghua domain be displayed." When they heard this, everyone smiled. Sword Goddess pondered this for a moment. She then replied, "It is easier said than done." Chief Ning gave no further comment as he looked down at the 9 heavens below. In a loud voice, he declared, "Everyone, you have also heard what I said. This Donghua banquet is held so that everyone can witness the prominent figures of the Donghua domain. If there are any extraordinary people out there, do not hide or shy away. If the situation that I mentioned occurs, Domain Chief's manor will reward the person handsomely." Down below, countless people who had come to spectate the proceedings were excited. Would such a figure emerge? The difficulty was too high. Defeating a prominent figure of these top forces was easier said than done. These people were all peak existences of their planes. At that moment, in the fifth heaven of the 9 heavens, a Runhuang walked out. He was clearly a fifth-tier Runhuang. The battle on the law battle platform had not ended. Yet he had already walked out beforehand and was floating toward the law battle platform. It was him. Many people narrowed their eyes. Clearly, some people recognized the Runhuang that had emerged. Very soon, voices came from below as many people started talking about the figure who had appeared. "Who is he?" someone asked curiously. "He is a legendary figure that once turned down joining Donghua Academy," someone explained as they stared at the silhouette. This person had taken the Donghua heavens by storm back in the day. He would later disappear, with rumors claiming that he had gone on a training journey. They never imagined that he would appear during the Donghua banquet. So that person was him. Several members of the Donghua heavens responded when they heard the voice explain this. Decades ago, they had also heard similar stories. Even among Donghua Academy's cultivators, many people glanced over at the Runhuang who had appeared below. "He was actually among the crowd," someone said. The speaker clearly recognized this person too. At that moment, the battle ended on the fifth heaven's law battle platform. After both parties stepped down, this Runhuang immediately walked onto the law battle platform. Down below, there was a commotion among domain chiefs' manor. The sound of discussion grew louder. At the same time, the Runhuang who appeared on the law battle platform raised his head and looked up. His gaze landed where the members of the Wangshan watchtower were. He proclaimed, "I challenge Yi Lianyan." Ever since Yi Futian completely suppressed Yin Dongyang, no one else had challenged him. No one wanted to embarrass themselves. They all knew their own strength. It was almost impossible for them to defeat Yi Futian. Yet, right then, a person had emerged and directly challenged Sword Emperor Lianyan, the person who had become famous after a single battle in Donghua Academy. For a moment, there were bursts of cries from down below. Many people seemed very excited. This made Yi Futian feel somewhat strange. With his current battle record, did the people below believe that this Runhuang could pose a threat to him? If not, they would not be so excited. Clearly, the crowd believed that this would be an intense battle. Chapter 2033, Chan Yi. Who was this person? There were still many uninformed people who were asking around. In the 9 heavens, many Renhuangs were whispering to each other. They were discussing the person who had appeared. Among those from the Donghua heavens, a Runhuang who could cause such a commotion was definitely an outstanding figure. Only figures such as Ning Hua and Goddess Tai Hua had such influence. If so, who was this Runhuang? He was actually not part of any of the top forces. "His name is Chan Yi," somebody stated. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. This name was too common. He only had a single character for one after his surname. It was extremely simple. "What's so special about him?" asked someone else. 20 years ago, this person was already renowned in the Donghua heavens. Back in the day, he defeated many prominent figures and suffered no losses in the law battles he fought in. Rumor has it that Donghua Academy had personally extended him an invitation to join them. Such treatment from them is exceedingly rare. It has only occurred several times in the history of Donghua Academy. However, Chun Yi turned down their invitation. Someone said as they watched the silhouette on the law battle platform above. Hence, back then, many disciples from Donghua Academy were unsatisfied with his arrogant behavior. Several Renhuangs sought him out to teach him a lesson. In the end, he delivered them a crushing defeat single-handedly. Later on, Donghua Academy mobilized extremely powerful Renhuangs, and they still lost to him. There were even rumors that Domain Chief's Manor also wanted to recruit him. However, Chun-Yi had disappeared by then. He slowly faded from the consciousness of the members of the Donghua heavens. That is why many people gradually forgot that such a figure once existed. Yet, now, he has appeared again in this Donghua banquet. It was Chun-Yi. Over where the members of Donghua Academy were, they were all staring at the figure below. Many of them recognized this person. This person had caused Donghua Academy to suffer a humiliating defeat. Ning Hua lowered his head and glanced at the silhouette on the law battle platform. His gaze was cold and indifferent. He had also heard of this name. Back in the day, Due to his station, he had not fought Chun-Yi. Back then, Chun-Yi was only a third-tier Renhuang, whereas he was already a middle-level Renhuang at the peak. His cultivation is already at the 5th tier, a disciple from the academy commented. High above, in Donghua Palace, Emperor Shi was curious as he asked, "Is this person famous? I recall having heard of him 20 years ago." Back then, he was indeed well known in the Donghua heavens, Chief Ning said as he looked at the person below. As expected, the Donghua banquet is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons that need a little motivation for them to show themselves. It seems that an even more intense battle is about to begin. Chief has such a high opinion about this person? Emperor Shi asked. Ling He, Yin Dongyang, as well as the prominent figures of Donghua Academy, are all of the same plane as this person. However, without any exception, they have all suffered defeat at the hands of Yi Liuyan. Could it be that this person is even more outstanding than all the previous ones? The various giant figures were also curious. After all, they were not from the Donghua heavens and would not be too concerned about a junior from there. If this person had been from their own continents, they might have known more about him. Ling He is inferior to him, Ling Shao Palace Lord stated. According to my sources, a disciple of the academy who was even more outstanding than Ling He had lost to this person back then. This person has disappeared for many years. For him to return and participate in the Donghua banquet this time, it might be that he has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation journey and wants to challenge himself again. It might also be that he wants to join Domain Chief's manor. Let us see. Many people are cheering for this person. I am looking forward to this fight, said Chief Ning with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Yi is such a famous prominent figure of the Donghua heavens. However, that being said, for him, a 5th-tier Renhuang, to challenge a 4th-tier Yi Liuyan, it is giving the crowd such anticipation, thunder-punishing Skylord said with a smile. From a different perspective, this also proves where Yi Liuyan currently stands in the hearts of the cultivators here today. Many people who heard him say this nodded their heads slightly. Sword Goddess also said, "It is indeed so." After such a prominent figure like Chun-Yi emerged, everyone hoped that he would battle against Yi Futian. From this, it could be seen that the crowd unknowingly viewed Yi Futian as an unbeatable figure, at least in a situation where Yi Futian's cultivation was similar to that of his opponent. The crowd believed that no one could stand against him. Therefore, when Chun-Yi walked out, this caught the attention of everyone. Countless people were waiting for their battle. It has only been a few days since he entered the Donghua heavens, yet he has gained such fame because of a battle against the academy. It is a rare sight. The crowd was busy discussing. At that moment, Yi Futian had already entered the law battle platform and now stood before Chun-Yi. Yi Futian also heard some of the discussion below. This Renhuang, who had emerged from the 5th heaven, appeared to be famous. The crowd was eagerly waiting for him to battle against Yi Futian. It was apparent that this person was particular. Yi Futian could not help but size up his opponent. Chen Yi's appearance was not outstanding. However, he gave off a very comfortable vibe. He had a faint smile on his face and seemed casual and unrestrained. Yi Futian heard the people down below discussing that this person had turned down the invitation of Donghua Academy and had not joined them to cultivate. I am Chun-Yi. Recently, I have heard of Renhuang Yi constantly in the Donghua heavens. Hence, I have intentionally come to receive a few pointers. Chun-Yi greeted Yi Futian with a smile as he saluted with his fists. I am Yi Liuyan, Yi Futian replied as he did the same. They chatted casually. They both appeared very calm. Yi Futian felt that Chun-Yi was looking at him with a strange gaze. It seemed as though Chun-Yi was very interested in him. Yi Futian could not decipher the meaning behind the gaze. Let us begin, said Chun-Yi. Let's, Yi Futian replied. However, he saw Chun-Yi standing there quietly. It was as though he had no intention of attacking. Yi Futian also stood there, seemingly waiting for his opponent to attack first. Chun-Yi suddenly smiled at Yi Futian. It was a meaningful smile. Just as Yi Futian was puzzled for a split second, a blinding light suddenly radiated outwards. The powerful light instantly turned the space into a world of absolute light. Yi Futian found it difficult to keep his eyes open. There was extremely bright light before his eyes. For a moment, he was in a daze. Sensing an extremely intense threat, Yi Futian's figure immediately retreated backward. The will of the great path of space emanated outwards, warping space. Buzz, a high-pitched hum of a sword could be heard. Yi Futian instantly appeared far away. However, the sword seemed to penetrate the space directly and descend upon him. Its speed was actually even faster than his teleportation. A soft swooshing sound could be heard. Yi Futian appeared high in the sky. He lowered his head and glanced down below. A section of his white robe had been sliced off. A sword light swept across before him. Chun-Yi did not continue his attack. He stood unmoving on his spot quietly. Yet, at that moment, dazzling divine light appeared around his body, shining out in all directions. The divine sword in his hand also radiated brilliant white light. It was blinding. "A sword of light," said Yi Futian as he looked down at Chun-Yi. Just now, Chun-Yi could have taken advantage of Yi Futian being caught off guard and continued to press his attack. The speed of light was unbelievably fast. Yet, Chun-Yi had not done so, and instead merely stood there waiting. It seemed that the sword just now was merely a reminder to Yi Futian. Light Shadow Sword Emperor, Chun-Yi. Down below, voices cried out. Countless people gazed up at the dazzling sword. This was the prominent figure who shook the Donghua heavens 20 years ago, the person who was known as Light Shadow Sword Emperor, Chun-Yi. Incredible. In Donghua Palace, thunder-punishing Skylord praised Chun-Yi and said, "No wonder this person was so well regarded. He has actually comprehended the way of light. He must have had a fateful encounter." The other cultivators responded as they nodded their heads in agreement. The way of light was an extremely rare ability of the Great Path. It isn't easy to comprehend. Chun-Yi must be a cultivator with a flawless Great Path. It was almost impossible for him to have managed to do so without a fateful encounter. I am not too clear about this. He should have had one. Each incredible cultivator will have had their own fateful encounter, aside from their talent, Chief Ning said. Many people nodded in agreement. No wonder he previously turned down Donghua Academy, the crowd thought to themselves. However, no one said this out loud. After all, the college chief of Donghua Academy was also present. Outside of the law battle platform, Ninghua and Desolation were also excited as they looked down at the platform. Chun-Yi raised his head and said to Yi Futian, "Are you ready?" This time, the power of the Great Path emanated around Yi Futian. A formless aura of the Great Path expanded out around him. Yi Futian was clearly taking it somewhat seriously. In their exchange just now, his opponent had not been serious. Yet, that attack made Yi Futian feel as though Chun-Yi's ability was above Kong Zhao's. Chun-Yi was mighty. Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. He had a serious gaze. In front of Chun-Yi's figure, a sword of light appeared. It then split into 2, then 3, and so on. A wheel of divine swords appeared before him. They were all pointed at Yi Futian. Seemingly in an instant, billions of swords of light appeared, forming a gigantic sword pattern. Each sword radiated with blinding light, making it hard for the spectators to keep their eyes open. Chun-Yi extended his palm forward and then sent out a palm strike. Instantly, the billions of divine swords shone at the same time and shot out. Blinding divine light covered this part of the sky. The swords seemed to merge into the light. Each beam of light was a murderous sword. They flooded this part of the sky. It seemed as though Yi Futian was about to be buried by the light. The crowd saw Yi Futian being consumed by the sword light in an instant. They could not see his silhouette. The blinding light consumed his figure completely almost immediately. Buzz. The will of the Great Path emanated from Yi Futian's body. A domain of the Great Path appeared around him. Stars circled him, and countless stone tablets appeared before him. Each stone tablet released divine light. Runes appeared to be carved on them. A string of runes lined up and appeared in front of Yi Futian, sealing off the space. This scene caused Yi Futian's silhouette to once again appear in the crowd's view. The stone tablets seemed to gather together to form a gigantic divine tablet that spread across the sky. Divine light of the Great Path shot out from it and collided with the sword light charging towards him. This caused a majestic scene to be displayed before the crowd. Chapter 2034, The Strongest Opponent. The law battle platform became an independent space. Two silhouettes floated in the sky, facing each other. The gigantic divine tablet released the brilliant divine light of the Great Path. With Yi Futian's figure as its center, a galaxy of the Great Path appeared. The divine tablet seemed to be from the ancient past, suppressing everything in this space. The light that shot out from the blinding sword of light and the divine tablet collided. Each beam of light was like a sword. Billions of pillars of light were like billions of divine swords. In the sky above, they formed an astonishing river of swords. Seeing that the divine tablet was blocking them, Chun-Yi pointed a finger ahead. A beam of light immediately slashed across the space and landed on the divine tablet. The beam of light lit up on the divine tablet from top to bottom. A mark of light appeared on the gigantic stone tablet. Split, Chun-Yi uttered. As he said this, the extremely dazzling stone tablet actually split in two along the mark of light. The next moment, Chun-Yi's figure disappeared, becoming a beam of light. Buzz! The beam of light disappeared. The crowd saw Yi Futian's figure leave behind an afterimage. As the light descended from above, the afterimage disappeared, and the two of them appeared high above in the sky elsewhere. So fast, exclaimed the crowd. The crowd tried to follow their movements, but soon discovered that they could not catch sight of their figures at all. Both of them were too fast. If they weren't on the law battle platform, they might have traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. However, the difference between the two of them was that Yi Futian was teleporting while Chun-Yi was moving at the speed of light. Both of them possessed extreme speed. This was what caused the other cultivators to be unable to follow their movements. At that moment, both of their silhouettes suddenly came to a stop. They stood across the space, staring at each other. Such a fast sword, Chief Ning said in Donghua Palace. In this short interval, the two of them had exchanged blows countless times. The other cultivators could not see it clearly, but the giant figures above in Donghua Palace naturally saw what had happened. It is not just his sword, but also his speed. This is the way of light, Emperor, she said. Although there is no absolute strength or weakness for ways of the Great Path and it still depends on the user, in reality, some powers of the Great Path will definitely be more powerful than others once mastered. Those who cultivated up to their plane understood. There was no such thing as a strong or weak Great Path. This fact was not always true under all circumstances. In reality, if the same person cultivated different ways, there would be a difference in terms of strength between the ways he mastered. If not, every Runhuang would have no qualm choosing between the way of light and the other of the 5 great paths. Everyone would choose the former. This time, this fellow has truly met his match, Thunder Punishing Skylord said with a laugh. Chun-Yi was truly a threat to Yi Futian. His ability was super powerful, and he had been undefeated in law battles before this. Yi Futian, who had defeated countless prominent figures and had yet to suffer a loss, finally encountered an extremely powerful opponent. The people down below were very excited. Although many of them could not understand what they were seeing, they still felt that this battle seemed interesting. The two of them stood facing each other in the space on the law battle platform. Chun-Yi was like a child of light as he was bathed in light. Each beam of light that shot out contained frightening power. He looked at Yi Futian and said, I never imagined that Renhuang Yi would be so proficient in the great path of space. If we continue fighting like this, who knows when we will be able to determine a victor? Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at Chun-Yi. He answered, It won't take long. Yi Futian had barely uttered this when Chun-Yi suddenly frowned. Then, he sensed a strange change in the surroundings. With his figure as the center, there seemed to be a bizarre change to this part of the space. A domain of the great path formed, and countless currents flowed within the space. A cold moon appeared above where Yi Futian stood, and stars circled him. An extremely cold aura flowed over the land, seemingly freezing it solid. Chun-Yi sensed the cold aura around him. He looked at Yi Futian and muttered, The power of Yin. Just as he said this, he saw Yi Futian shoot an eye sorcery over. The eye sorcery pierced straight towards Chun-Yi's eyes, attempting to invade his mind and will. However, at that moment, intense light radiated from Chun-Yi's pupils. Yi Futian was blocked out from invading. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. This was the first time his eye sorcery had failed. His opponent's eyes could become eyes of light and defend against Yi Futian's eye sorcery invasion. Moonlight shone down. It contained the power of Yin. The light of the cold moon caused the space to become extremely cold. It also contained a terrifying destructive power as it froze over the domain of the Great Path. However, Qianyi still stood there quietly, seemingly unperturbed by the cold. Behind him, in the sky above, a sword floated in the air. It was his sword of light. Even more blinding light shot out and formed an absolute domain of the Great Path around Qianyi. When the moonlight shone down and came in contact with the domain of light, it could not pierce through. It was unable to break through the defense of Qianyi's Great Path. Buzz. Qianyi's figure disappeared once again and became a beam of light that shot towards Yi Futian. As his figure moved, with his figure as the center, countless beams of divine light that contained terrifying murderous power shot out. For other Renhuangs, it would be difficult for them to survive being near him. I am being affected, Qianyi thought to himself, as he felt his speed of light being affected by the power of Yi Futian's domain of the Great Path. However, even so, he was still extremely fast. The distance between the two of them was insignificant to him. He could ignore it entirely. Buzz. A sword of light swept across the space and stabbed towards Yi Futian's body. There was no technique involved. Extreme speed was absolute power. If it were any other person, when the light landed, Qianyi's opponent would already be dead. They would not have the ability to block his attack at all. When the sword of light charged over towards him, an astonishing current of the Great Path suddenly surged around Yi Futian's body. Two layers were formed around him, one hot and one cold. It made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Yi Futian's figure turned ethereal. Countless afterimages appeared. He used the Great Path of space to teleport. However, the speed of his opponent's sword of light seemed to surpass space. Qianyi followed every traversal Yi Futian made through space, chasing behind him closely. In the battlefield, the crowd saw endless afterimages that were dragged out, as well as an ever-advancing light. What is he doing? Some people in Donghua Palace discovered that something was strange. Many people below also noticed it. Two completely different types of currents had appeared around Yi Futian's body. As he moved, the two currents crisscrossed and circled one another. Qianyi also noticed this. It was not just that. Countless destructive lightning gradually descended around his body. The two terrifying powers hanging over Yi Futian's body slowly coalesced into a pattern of the Great Path. Soon, an astonishing destructive power spread out above Yi Futian. In the sky above, the Great Path's endless power coalesced, and an awe-inspiring pattern of the Great Path appeared. This gigantic pattern was hot and cold, both yin and yang. It became yin-yang fish. Fire and ice, some people thought to themselves. Yin and yang, others mumbled. The scene was too terrifying. A gigantic yin-yang diagram appeared and consumed the Great Path's power around them, turning the area into a true vacuum. The flames seemed to be the divine fire of Wudong. On the other hand, the cold aura seems to be the power of Yin, Chief Ning muttered in Donghua Palace. He could sense the two powers. These two powers intertwined and formed a destructive yin-yang diagram. Two powers descended from the yin-yang diagram at the same time. It was like an endless catastrophe of the Great Path. They blocked out the sun and the sky. It was as though everything within this domain of the Great Path was about to be destroyed by the yin-yang diagram. Screech and ear-piercing sound could be heard. The light of catastrophe descended from the yin-yang diagram collided with the light that radiated from Qianyi's body. This time, it actually suppressed the way of light on Qianyi's body and constantly compressed his domain of the Great Path. The crowd was awestruck. Yi Futian was too powerful. He had not displayed such ability during his previous battle with Kong Xiao. He was only forced to demonstrate it once Qianyi appeared. How powerful exactly was he? He seemed to be limitless, becoming even more powerful when encountering powerful adversaries. This should be his strongest trump card, many people thought to themselves. With the combination of his sword and light, Qianyi had forced Yi Futian to reveal his full strength. Yi Futian looked down below. His will shifted, and countless destructive divine light plummeted from the yin-yang diagram, slaughtering toward Qianyi. Facing such power, Chani was finally suppressed. He lifted his head and looked at Futian. His eyes did not reveal disappointment. He seemed to be even more excited. He didn't even seem surprised. His divine wheel of the great path resonated with his body. Endless divine light gathered on his figure. Chani moved once again. With his power of light, he directly penetrated the yin-yang light of catastrophe descending upon him. He charged straight towards Futian. A high-pitched swoosh sound could be heard. Light of catastrophe kept descending, landing on the beam of light. However, Futian's opponent continued advancing, showing no signs of retreating. Buzz. Futian's figure also moved. The extremely frightening yin-yang diagram also moved with his figure. Countless yin-yang light of catastrophe protected him as they descended towards Chani. The crowd lifted their heads and saw their two lights collide with each other. An extremely intense blinding light shot out, becoming a light shroud that swept over the surrounding region. The area in the law battle platform shook violently. The blinding divine light dissipated, and the law battle platform returned to normal. Chani stood there quietly. His clothes were in tatters, yet he still stood there straight and tall as he looked up at Futian. Futian also stood there quietly, just looking at his opponent. This Chani was the most powerful figure that Futian had met among the same generation. Incredible. Even my power of light cannot touch you, Chani praised. He continued, it seems that among those of the same generation, no one in the Donghua domain can do so. His words contained immense self-confidence. It was as though others could not do what he could not. However, this self-confidence that was borderline arrogance was acknowledged by many people. Even a figure as powerful as Chun-Yi could not pose a threat to Futian. Chapter 2035, Pinnacle Showdown. Futian looked at Chun-Yi and said, it is the same for you. Not many among our generation can defeat you. Do you still wish to fight? That won't be necessary, Chun-Yi replied. The light of the catastrophe that descended from the yin-yang diagram was also merged with the power of swordsmanship. Each light of catastrophe contained frightening murderous power. With such power protecting Futian, it would be difficult for Chani even to touch him. Futian nodded his head. The battle came to an end. Spectacular. In Donghua Palace, Chief Ning clapped and asked, what do all of you think about this battle? The college chief of Donghua Academy had an otherworldly temperament. He looked down below and asked Chani, back then, Donghua Academy invited you to join the academy to cultivate, but you turned us down. Now, would you be willing to join us? Although Chani did not win against Futian, the crowd acknowledged his ability. The top figures especially knew how powerful Chun-Yi was. Hence, Donghua Academy once again extended him an invitation. This time, the college chief personally made the request. Many thanks, senior. However, I have grown used to being left to my own devices. I hope senior will understand, Chun-Yi said as he raised his head and smiled. Once again, he turned down Donghua Academy. The cultivators of Donghua Academy looked over at him. Chun-Yi truly had character. Even though the college chief favored him, he remained unmoved and turned them down once again. With your cultivation and ability, I believe that no one here will turn you down if you choose to join them. Could it be that you have already made a choice? Chief Ning also spoke up. The members of the various forces did not say anything. They clearly agreed with what Chief Ning said. With Chun-Yi's ability, if he were willing to join any one of their forces, no one would reject such an outstanding Renhuang. Could it be that you wish to join Domain Chief's manor? Lingshao Palace Lord smiled and said, Chief will naturally not reject you. Chun-Yi could choose any force that he wanted to join. This time, I came to participate in the Donghua banquet to witness the prominent figures of the Donghua domain. Seeing that Ren Huangyi was here, I had the sudden urge to seek pointers from him. I have no interest in joining any force. I hope Chief will understand. Chun-Yi continued to reject their offers. Although the members in the Donghua Palace were somewhat surprised, they were all giant-level figures. They had experienced many things and would not take such a small thing to heart. They just felt that was such a shame. Chief Ning nodded and said, Since you have made up your mind, we will naturally not force you. Although you lost this time, you still displayed extremely outstanding ability. Do you have any wish that I might be able to grant? Before this, Chief Ning had said that anyone who could defeat these prominent figures would be rewarded handsomely. Although Chen Yi had lost, Chief Ning still wanted to reward him. It was clear that he held Chen Yi in high esteem. "There is nothing that I wish for," Chen Yi replied. "All right. If that is the case, both of you may step down," Chief Ning said as he nodded his head gently. Futian and Chen Yi glanced at each other, and then stepped off the law battle platform and returned to their own seats. Down below, countless people were busy discussing the battle. They felt that it was somewhat of a pity, and some of them lamented at the outcome. This was the personality of geniuses. Countless cultivators wanted to join the top force to cultivate, but could only dream of doing so. Chen Yi could choose any force that he wanted to join, and yet, he had actually turned them all down. Once Chen Yi returned to his seat, the Renhuangs of the same plane beside him also looked at him and asked, "You could choose from all the superpowers of the Donghua domain, and yet you rejected them all. Isn't that such a waste?" "I do have a choice, but others will not agree to it. So, I'll leave it at that," Chen Yi replied. "Why would they not agree?" Chief Ning himself promised this, and the various forces also did not say anything against it, said the Renhuangs beside him. "I want to join Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow to cultivate," Chen Yi said in a low voice as he looked at the other party. The surrounding Renhuangs looked at him. Oh dear. They had no response to his declaration. "Brother Chen, you sure have guts," someone commented to the side with a smile. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and gave him a knowing look. His gaze turned towards the goddesses in the sky above. The Renhuangs beside him smiled, but did not say anything. It was not that Renhuangs were lustful. It was just that the goddesses were too sultry. However, ordinary Renhuangs only dared to keep this thought to themselves. The goddesses of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow were beyond their reach, especially Jiang Yueli, Qin Qin, and the others. Those goddesses would not even look them in the eye. Futian also returned to his seat. Many people in this area looked towards him. They were also getting more and more curious about him. The ability he displayed was getting more and more astonishing each time he fought. It was as though he was truly undefeatable. On top of that, when he was in Donghua Academy, he proved the tier of his divine wheel of the Great Path. Could it be that if he were the same plane as Ning Hua, they would be equals? "Renhuang Ye's ability surprises everyone each time," Jiang Yueli said. Qin Qing also nodded her head in acknowledgement beside her. Ever since she first encountered Futian when he solved the mystery of the cliff faceback in the Divine Ocean continent, each time she met him again, he appeared even more outstanding. It was as though he had no limits. "Goddesses, you praise me too highly," Futian still replied humbly. Li Changsheng smiled at the side as he looked at Futian. Over transmitted thoughts, he said to Futian, "Younger brother Yi, this goddess of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow seems to be particularly concerned about you." Futian looked at Li Changsheng and replied, "Elder brother, you are already so old, and yet you are so fond of gossip." Li Changsheng smiled as he glanced at Xia Qingyuan. This fellow drew the favor of women. They were also such extraordinary women. However, this was also normal. Since time immemorial, great beauties had favored prominent figures. Futian was undoubtedly such a person. Not only did he have exceptional talent, but he also had the looks to match. "It is precisely because I am old that young, beautiful women do not fancy me. Hence, I have yet to find a path companion up until now. I can only admire and envy you," Li Changsheng lamented playfully. Futian ignored him completely. The more time he spent with Li Changsheng, the more he realized that this person, who put on the airs of an expert beyond this world before others, was actually an old urchin. He loved joking around, and he was easy to get along with. He did not have the airs of someone superior at all. Down below, another person stepped onto the law battle platform and challenged the cultivators above. The law battles continued. Gradually, a group of very incredible figures appeared. Unfortunately, the battles mostly failed. It wasn't easy to achieve victory, especially when challenging such prominent figures. No one managed to defeat them. These figures at the top were all too powerful. The challengers' attempts were futile. However, some exciting law battles stirred up the crowd, causing the spectators to be very excited. In the blink of an eye, the Donghua banquet had been going on for 7 consecutive days. Within these 7 days, dozens of Renhuangs had been chosen to join the various top forces to cultivate. Some of them joined Domain Chief's Manor, while others joined Donghua Academy and the rest. However, on this day, the number of people who came out gradually whittled down. There would sometimes be gaps in between law battles. The rounds of law battles had also worn out the Renhuangs of the top forces. Many of them had been challenged multiple times. They also developed and showed growth during their battles. Right then, the law battle platform was empty. After a long while, no one had gone up. In Donghua Palace, Chief Ning declared, "Since no one has the desire to battle, this round of law battles will end here." The crowd nodded their heads. Not only did the people below have no objections to this, conversely, but they also became even more excited. Many people revealed looks of intense anticipation in their eyes. If this round of law battles ended, that meant a new round was about to begin. This time, there would be law battles between the cultivators of the top forces above them. The disciples of Donghua Academy, Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, the Wangshan Watchtower, Desolate God Palace. The Renhuangs of these forces would compete with one another. This was a grand occasion. Each battle would be thrilling. Rumor has it that Desolate God Palace had gone to Donghua Academy to challenge Ninghua before this. However, Ninghua was not in the academy at that time. Hence, they had missed each other. Today, both of them were here. The showdown between these two figures would be inevitable. The crowd could not wait to see how it played out. There was also Jiang Yueli and Zhong Chan. Would peak-level battles explode between the 4 prominent figures? There were far more middle-level Renhuangs with flawless great paths than these 4 upper-level Renhuangs. The contest between them would be even more intense. Could anyone at the same plane pose a threat to Yi Futian? It would most likely take a 6th-tier cultivator to do so. Before this, in many law battles, almost no one could pose a threat to those prominent figures with flawless great paths. However, what would happen if these figures were to clash with one another? They would soon witness the battles between the strongest figures. These would be the highest-level battles in the Donghua domain. This was also a test to see which cultivator among the top forces' current generation was the most outstanding. Renhuangs were already the foundations of the various forces, the core of their power. Their strength also determined the overall strength of the various forces. All of you seated here have cultivated many powerful cultivators. They are the present and future of the Donghua domain. Now, why don't we let the cultivators of the Donghua domain witness their glory? Chief Ning asked the giant-level figures. A thunderous response immediately came from below. The sound reached the 9 heavens and shook the Donghua heavens. Everyone was waiting with great anticipation. The giant-level figures of various forces also nodded their heads. They had no objections. If that is the case, let us begin. The stage is yours, Chief Ning said as he looked at the cultivators below. The atmosphere below suddenly turned solemn. From Desolate God Palace, a silhouette stood out. Desolation looked towards a figure sitting alone nearby. The figure raised his head and looked back at Desolation. For a moment, the world seemed to have descended into an instance of silence, followed by astonishing cries erupting. The first battle would already be a pinnacle showdown. The most monstrous figure in the Donghua domain, Ninghua, versus Desolate God Palace's next leader, Desolation. Chapter 2036, Invincible. Desolation did not speak, but turned around and walked toward the battle platform. Everyone knew who he was going to challenge. In all of the Donghua domain, besides the truly powerful, there were only 4 people with a perfect great path. With Desolation being one of them, who else besides the other 3 was worthy for him to challenge? But Jiang Yueli was in the 8th realm and a woman, and Zhong Chan had achieved his name much later than him. Desolation's nature was not prone to frivolous challenges, so only Ninghua, known as the #1 genius talent in Donghua domain, was qualified to be challenged. Desolation would only challenge Ninghua, the head of the 4 most influential figures. Previously, when he went to Donghua Academy, he had sent out an invitation for a challenge. I never thought that we would be able to experience a duel between 2 excellent figures in the first battle, the clan leader of the Nanhua clan said with a smile. Even these leading figures seemed to be quite interested. Both Desolation and Ninghua would be future leading figures. destined to be on the same level as their elders in a matter of time. Therefore, such a fight was not something they could afford to ignore. In the future, these two people may be stronger than all those sitting here. This was not surprising at all. The older generations were there waiting to be surpassed. I thought it would take some time and didn't expect that the next heir of the desolate palace would be so direct. It seems that he is eager to prove himself as the most dazzling existence in the Donghua domain. The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace smiled and said, It's no easy task to defeat Ninghua. In my opinion, desolation is about to lose. Chief Ning did not speak. The person who was being challenged this time was his son, Ninghua, the most enchanting figure in Donghua domain. But no matter how outstanding his son was, it would be inappropriate for him to praise his own son under the circumstances. It's fascinating. Who do you think will win? The thunder-punishing Skylord asked with a smile. Ninghua, the sword goddess of Fluttering Snow Palace, said. Ninghua, the college chief of Donghua Academy, said as well. At Donghua Academy, Desolation engaged in fights before, but he didn't have the power to take everyone down. Although he is mighty, he is not invincible. No one had a better understanding of Ninghua's strength than him. After all, Ninghua was cultivating in Donghua Academy. Desolation once had a battle with the Xuanwu Sword Emperor, a Runhuang of the 9th realm in Donghua Academy. He had been defeated by the Xuanhuan Sword Emperor, proving that he was not invincible. But if Ninghua were to engage Xuanwu Sword Emperor, not even Xuanwu himself would be certain that he could defeat Ninghua. That was a peerless genius talent who could really make others feel that he was invincible. When Ninghua fought, he gave everyone the same feeling each time, and that was no matter who his opponent was or how strong they were. They were all the same in front of him. Precisely because of this, he was named the #1 genius talent in the Donghua domain. His Grand Seal Great Path overpowered every opponent he had ever encountered. Ninghua, Emperor Yin also said. In Donghua Palace, it seemed that everyone's opinions were the same. They all thought that even though Desolation was outstanding and one of the 4 great figures, he would still be unable to shake that #1 genius talent. After all, though many people called them the Great Four, Ninghua was on his own level while the other 3 were on the same level. We will only know until after the battle. At this moment, a voice sounded in the ears of everyone present with cold indifference. All the cultivators turned their eyes and saw that the speaker was the master of Desolate God Palace, a terrible existence known as Desolate God. Everyone thought without that his heir, Desolation, would be defeated. Everyone looked at Desolation God and smiled, and no one refuted him. They just kept looking at the battle platform. In the area below, Futian and the others were very concerned about this battle. For example, Zhang Yueli and Zhong Chan gave great importance to this battle. These two were listed along with them, and in a sense, they were already at the top of the Donghua domain. Who do you think will win? Li Changsheng looked at Futian and asked in a low voice. I don't know Ninghua's strength very well. Futian responded, Desolation's actions at Donghua Academy were very domineering. The Desolation wheel was frightening. Those in the same realm as him had difficulty defeating him. However, his opponent is praised as the #1 genius talent in the Donghua domain, so I can't really say who will win. Ninghua will win, Li Changsheng said. Although he was laughing casually, he was very certain, and his tone was definite. It was as if he already knew the outcome of the battle. You are so sure of it? Asked Futian. Watch. There shouldn't be any doubts about it. Li Changsheng smiled as he looked at the battle platform. At the same time, Ninghua stepped onto the battle platform. The terrible aura of the Great Path burst out above Desolation's body, and the terrifying Great Path currents swept out and flooded the sky. In the space within the battle platform, a desolate palace appeared above the sky, spinning in the air. As the endless power gathered and poured into the palace of the desolate wheel, an incomparable light of destruction burst out from the palace and fell. The vast space of the Great Path turned into a world of doomsday. No matter how strong and proud Desolation was, this time, he was facing Ninghua, who was ranked above him. He dared not underestimate him and had immediately turned into his strongest form, ready to fight. His eyes were pitch black, and black lightning of Desolation seemed to flash out from them, capable of destroying everything. At this time, Ning Hua came above him and stepped forward with assurance. A dazzling divine light was released from his body as if it was a dominant divine body. He looked down at Desolation. His eyes were terrifying to behold. Their eyes met in midair, and an incomparable power of Grand Seal Great Path was released. In an instant, infinite divine light shot out and turned into characters of the Great Path. Each character contained terrifying power of the seal, sweeping toward Desolation's body, even invading Desolation's eyes. Bang! The Great Path's power on Desolation's body was extremely violent, and the eyes of destruction shot out to destroy the invading will of the Grand Seal Great Path. But the characters seemed inexhaustible. They continued to invade madly. Beyond that, the surrounding space was also covered by it. It's the divine method of Grand Seal Great Path, the God Seal spell. Destroy! Desolation spat out a command, and from the sky above, countless rays of divine light descended from the Desolation wheel. These lights, like black lightning, blasted on the characters, madly destroying them. Some even rushed toward Ning Hua's body like an invasion of thousands of destructive divine tribulations. But just at that moment, an extremely horrifying light screen appeared behind Ning Hua as an immense pattern appeared. The pattern was cast from the characters, a spinning sign of yin and yang, which bore some similarities to Futian's abilities. But inside this pattern, there was a giant character that said, Seal. Not only that, but the immense pattern itself was completely composed of this one character, and each character released an extremely brilliant divine light. With a turn of Ning Hua's mind, the pattern began to expand, and the circular pattern enlarged with a rhythm as it continued to grow. With every expansion, the divine wheel's light became ever more brilliant and bright, and more characters of the seal were being released from it. Ning Hua's divine wheel. Many trembled in their hearts. This was the divine wheel of Great Path that had revealed 6 wheels of divine lights in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. In just a few short moments, the divine wheel of the Great Path had expanded to cover the sky and the sun, sheltering this corner of the sky. The divine light released by the Great Path covered this part of the world, which was full of the power that sealed the Great Path, as endless characters were floating. Although these characters continued to be destroyed under the Desolation wheel, they did not appear to be exhausted as they still covered this corner of the sky. Everyone could clearly feel that the power released by the Desolation wheel was beginning to wane as if it was affected by the Grand Seal Great Path. Desolation stood there and suddenly felt powerless. At this time, whether it was the sky or his divine consciousness, they were filled with endless characters of the seal and were transformed by the indestructible divine light of the Great Path. He felt that the Grand Seal Great Path was eroding the space he was in. It was eroding his divine wheel of Great Path. Your divine wheel is lesser than mine. How do you propose to fight me? Ning Hua lowered his head to look at Desolation. His tone was extremely domineering. He projected a power as if no one could compare to him in this entire world. Desolation had no words to refute him. His divine wheel of the Great Path was not as good as Ning Hua's, which meant that he would lose the claim regarding the realm of the Great Path. His defeat would mean that the other party would have absolute control over the realm of the Great Path, and it was the power to seal the Great Path. Thus, all his methods would be unquestionably sealed and weakened. The divine wheel aside, how could he not be defeated in this situation? You are the heir to the desolate god. You have extraordinary combat power. You are already someone at the peak level. In the Donghua domain, apart from the truly powerful, not many people can defeat you. Nonetheless, it doesn't mean you can challenge me. One day, when you are confident enough that you can counter my divine wheel of the Great Path, come challenge me. Ning Hua put away his power of the Great Path. When everyone heard his words, they fell silent, but their hearts were greatly disturbed. The cultivators of the Donghua domain had separated Ning Hua into his own level. Even though the other 3 were equally famous, they could not truly go toe-to-toe with him. Today, Ning Hua's words seemed to reinforce this point. Although not many people in Donghua domain could defeat Desolation, it did not mean that he was able to challenge Ning Hua. Ning Hua was invincible. Countless eyes followed Ning Hua as he walked back. No one had thought that this battle would end this way. There were no fanciful collisions, nor any great battle. Ninghua sent out his divine wheel of the great path, and no one could compete with it, not even desolation. Ninghua was invincible. Chapter 2037, The Storm Demon. Although everyone had anticipated the outcome of this battle, the process was still shocking. Under the suppression of the divine wheel of the great path, desolation was overpowered. Such was the crushing of the divine wheel of the great path, and Ninghua's divine wheel of the great path was different from that of the others because it also contained the power of the Grand Seal Great Path. Once the opponent's way was suppressed, it would seal it shut and restrict the opponent's ability so that they would lose the power to strike back. Therefore, even if the fighting did not continue, both sides already knew the inevitable outcome. Desolation's divine wheel of the great path was weaker, after all. In this generation, who else can best the vice chief? Countless people below thought secretly. Ninghua, with God-given talent, was the epitome of this generation in the Donghua domain. No one could compare. He had an extraordinary origin and would continue moving forward as the one and only until he reached the top and inherited the position as the chief of the Donghua domain. Senior brother's estimation was spot on. There was really no doubt, Futian said to Li Chongqing, who was next to him. The divine mirror of heavenly wheels does not lie. What's more, what Desolation had inherited is quite a bit less than that of the vice chief. Even if he could contend with the great divine wheel of the Grand Seal, the outcome would still be the same. Therefore, under the circumstances that the rank of his divine wheel is not on the same level, he has no hope of winning, even though he is an outstanding figure himself. But there are some people who would always stand out no matter where they are. Ninghua undoubtedly belongs in this category. Li Chongqing spoke to Futian via voice transmission and continued, "Of course, you also belong in this category. Those who are in this category are destined to sit up there in the future." He then looked up at the Donghua Palace above. "Senior brother has praised me too generously," Futian chuckled. He understood what Li Chongqing meant. There were countless cultivators in the world, and there was no shortage of geniuses. Genius talents who could cast the perfect divine wheel of the great path, as well as unparalleled characters who were able to break through the realm of Upper Renhuang while remaining flawless. However, above this, there was another type of people who were above these geniuses. They were not of this world, such as Ninghua, such as himself. Obviously, Li Chongqing's had high praises for him, and that itself was the highest of all praises. Ninghua and Desolation returned to their respective positions. They didn't speak. It was as if they had already forgotten about the battle. But Desolation's expression was not so good. He looked sullen and said nothing while Ninghua acted as if nothing had happened. In the Donghua Palace, Desolation God said nothing. However, the Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace said with a laugh, "Desolation inherited the power of Desolation God and possesses extraordinary strength." The release of the Desolation Wheel was apocalyptical. It was indeed astounding. It is a pity that it was unleashed on Ninghua, and that he was unable to exert his own strength fully. However, Desolation God needn't worry too much because Ninghua is already the first man under us at the Donghua Heavens. In the future, he might even be more excellent than all of us, so it is completely understandable that Desolation lost. Ninghua has been cultivated carefully by the chief. His excellence is expected. Desolation's defeat would only encourage him to endeavor in the pursuit of the great path, said Desolation God. I heard that the young palace lord of Lingxiao Palace has considerable strength and once underestimated Yi Lionian. Although he was later defeated, I'm sure he has learned from it so that he could have a second chance when his realm is stronger. The people in Donghua Palace revealed a strange look. It seemed that even these major figures were beginning to annoy each other. The palace lord of Lingxiao Palace had been on the side of the chief, and Desolation God seemed unhappy about that. So he spoke rather sarcastically regarding Ling He. Yi Lionian is also extraordinary. He was no less than anyone else in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, including Desolation and the others. It is not surprising that Ling He lost to him, the palace lord of Lingxiao Palace said with a smile. Although he was deeply displeased, he did not reveal it. The conversation between the two was getting a bit sharp. Of course. Desolation God nodded slightly while looking down. He said, Who among you dares to taste the strength of the young palace lord of Lingxiao Palace? Everyone's attention was on Desolation God, while the cultivators in the Donghua Palace were smiling without saying anything. They were acting as if they were waiting to watch the show. Desolation God was still as domineering as always, aggressive and cold. Desolation was defeated, but he was defeated by Ning Hua, not by anyone from Lingxiao Palace. The commentary from the Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace was not taken kindly by Desolation God. Therefore, this was the first time a leading figure in the Donghua Palace had offered one of his own as a challenger. The performance of the cultivators above had always been seen in the eyes of the people below. There were many cultivators in the Desolation God Palace, and all of those who came this time were powerful characters, not just Desolation. But because Desolation was the heir of Desolation God, he was the one who got most of the attention. Apart from Desolation, there were other powerful cultivators in Desolation God Palace, from the Badlands continent and in the western region of the Donghua domain. Desolation God himself had spoken. This battle must be won. Therefore, all eyes from Desolate God Palace fell on the same person. Obviously, the cultivators themselves already had a consensus on who should be the challenger. Storm Demon of Desolate God Palace. Li Changsheng looked at him and whispered, "He is very strong, and his status in the Desolate God Palace is second only to Desolation." Storm Demon. Many people recognized him. The cultivators from the top forces had some understanding of these powerful players. Many people from Lingxiao Palace changed their expression when they saw the man. They hadn't seen Storm Demon in action before, but they had heard how strong he was. Ling He really might not be able to beat this opponent. Storm Demon was a massive, domineering figure. In the black robe he wore, he appeared even more majestic up close. He looked to be about 40 years in age, and his eyes were sharp and aggressive with a strong sense of oppression. Standing up, his size was even taller than Desolation. He glanced at Ling He, then walked toward the battle platform and said, "Come over here." His tone was full of domineering contempt. It was as if he didn't care to speak to him. Clearly, this was aimed toward Ling He. This slight did not go unnoticed by Ling He. Even though this storm demon was a well-known existence in Desolate God Palace, but Ling He himself was a man of the Donghua heavens and was the young palace lord of Lingxiao Palace. How could he allow others to act so insolent toward him? Ling He stood up and followed Storm Demon. The two stepped into the arena of the battle platform, one after the other. As they entered the battle platform, Storm Demon was in front with his back facing Ling He, then he stopped. The moment when he turned around, a storm of destruction appeared around him, and this storm rushed into the sky as a terrible dark thundercloud appeared. Countless black lightning struck down like a catastrophe of the great path. The light of darkness enveloped the firmament, and the storm of destruction was becoming more terrifying. Every gust of the wind was like a knife that cut through everything as they rolled toward Ling He. This storm that gathered together was capable of tearing the space apart. In the dark thunderstorm of destruction, a massive black thunder battle axe appeared. Storm Demon hovered in the air and rushed into that devastating storm, holding the battle axe in his hand. Like a demon god of destruction, he looked down at Ling He below. Above Ling He's head, Lingxiao Pagoda appeared, suspended in the sky. Endless shadows of the pagoda filled and suppressed the space, with strands of golden light permeating from them. At the same time, a golden spear appeared in his hand with a radiant divine light flowing forth. Infinite shadows of the pagoda appeared, trying to suppress this corner of the sky. However, the sky on that side was full of destructive thunderstorms. The great path withered, and all signs of vitality were wiped out. The golden streamer rushed into the storm and was shattered by the devastating storm. Terrifying dark streamer blasted on Lingxiao Pagoda, causing the divine wheel of the great path to make a violent, harsh sound like there was a sword slashing on the pagoda. Lingxiao Pagoda was getting larger, covering the sky and the sun, directly suppressing Storm Demon. But Storm Demon stood proudly in the air, with extremely violent power sweeping toward the surrounding area. His massive and dominant form was akin to an invincible war god of storm, holding a battle axe. That terrifying storm of destruction directly swept into Lingxiao Pagoda and was affecting its repressive force. Though the pagoda was fighting the storm, it was still suppressing downward nonetheless. At the same time, Ling He also made his move. Ling Xi's spear bloomed as the golden streamer directly penetrated the void. The radiant golden divine spear slashed through the air in a direct attack on Storm Demon. But just then, Storm Demon's battle axe had already come down, carrying with it billions of destructive streamers, slashing at the opponent's spear as if it was the end of days. The two attacked and collided, but Ling He disappeared. With such a violent attack, he was able to separate himself with the slightest contact, as if the spear was able to move according to his will, appearing directly in another location, and continued its attack. It was like a golden afterimage, but its power was extremely frightening as it continued to pierce through the space. Buzz. Gusty wind swept past, but the storm demon's reaction was even faster. The battle axe in his hand turned into wind and merged with the storm. As it drew an incomparably radiant arc, it slashed toward Ling Xi's spear once more. The attack speed of these two is so fast, the spectators only saw a blur in front of them. In the dark storm of destruction, countless afterimages of Ling He appeared, spreading in different directions. Every appearance was accompanied by the shadow of a golden spear, as if several spears were launched all within a very short moment. But every strike was countered. Ling Xi's spear emphasizes the perfect blending between man, spear, and the way, thus making possible the movement at will. Even when it was blocked, it could still break away and attack from another location instantaneously. However, Storm Demon's axe is the same, as if he is a gust of wind, dancing and moving with its momentum. The scary thing was that, in line with the way of this wind, the attack power of his battle axe will become ever stronger, as if he was continuously gaining momentum. Zhang Yueli of Fluttering Snow Palace spoke, partially meant to explain to her junior sisters around her, so that they could better understand the battle. In a brief moment, the two of them had already exchanged numerous times. Just then, a figure swooped down from the void, and the Ling Xi spear was still as fast as ever, like golden lightning. At the same time, the storm seemed to pause for an instant, not quite as free-flowing as it was before. Just when the Ling Xi spear was about to hit, a monstrous storm blew up against it, tearing the space apart. Everyone saw the storm demon moved so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. But, in the next moment, black axe light appeared from the firmament and slamming downward, splitting this part of the sky. The next moment, the golden streamers were knocked out, with speed so fast that it was almost inconceivable. This time, Ling He finally stopped the attack, staring at the storm demon across the sky. There was a cough accompanied by a spit of blood, and his face was a little pale. Chapter 2038. Invincible Fighter. The dark, destructive storm of the thunder of catastrophe was still roaring in the sky, and the Lingxiao Pagoda was still engulfed in the terrifying tornado. Storm Demon stood in the storm of doomsday in midair and looked down upon Ling He. Bolts of black lightning struck around Ling He's body as though they were mocking him. Ling He raised his head to look at Storm Demon, extremely distressed and embarrassed. Ling He was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace and a prominent cultivator in the Donghua heavens with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. But he had been losing over and over again ever since he met Yi Futian at the Divine Ocean Cliff. A Runhuang from the Desolate God Palace also defeated him in a fight that was issued from discordance and feud between his father, the Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace, and the Desolate God. Unfortunately, he lost. Not only did his loss embarrass himself, but it also brought humiliation to his father, who was sitting in the Donghua Palace. "Get off the platform. You are not a match for me," Storm Demon said in a cold and domineering tone, which put Ling He to shame. Beams of frightening golden divine light shone from Ling He's body. He wanted to keep going. Storm Demon moved swiftly in the destructive storm. The thunder of catastrophe fell from the sky and merged with the wave of wind. Storm Demon bathed in the destructive storm and transported again. He held the battle axe with both hands and hacked from above, as if he didn't want to leave Ling He any chance to turn the table. A ray of light of darkness became visible and almost split the sky in half. The battle axe struck at Ling He with tremendous strength as soon as he brandished his golden spear. The destructive energy was extremely horrifying and made the earth tremble. Fizz. Cracks appeared on the spear. Ling He was flung away even further, spraying blood from his mouth. How tragic! The cultivators watching from below felt sorry for Ling He. Ling He was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace, a well-known cultivator in the Donghua Heavens, a disciple of the Donghua Academy, and a Runhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. At this moment, however, he was brought to his knees by Storm Demon. The palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace, sitting in the Donghua Palace, was staring at Storm Demon with a grim expression. Everyone could tell the anger on his face and sensed the dark energy emanated from his body, but the desolate god couldn't care less. He also watched the battlefield below and commented casually, "Not bad. He can withstand Storm Demon's battle axe." Speechless, the top cultivators all shot a strange look at the desolate god who did not attempt to save face for the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace at all. The palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace didn't respond. He was at a loss for words. It was a fair fight, and he couldn't complain about the result. Ling He was humiliated like this only because he was less capable. What else could he say? Awkward silence reigned at this moment. Other than the first two fights, this was the fiercest and the most hostile match so far. It was tied up with two of the magnates sitting in the Donghua Palace. Instead of fighting each other themselves, they sent their protégés. Even so, both the Renhuangs in the Nine Heavens and the ordinary audience below were secretly excited by the fights. These were real law battles in which top cultivators were matched against each other and exerted their strength to the utmost. Ninghua and Desolation, Storm Demon and Ling He. Both the Renhuangs and the ordinary audience wondered who else would step up. The storm dissipated on the law battle platform, and the destructive energy of the Great Path also disappeared. Ling He walked off the platform, despondent and low-spirited. While walking back, he could feel that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. It was not easy to endure even for a Renhuang like him with exceptional mental strength. What he experienced just now was not an ordinary sparring session, but a battle of humiliation. Nevertheless, Storm Demon didn't leave the law battle platform. People were surprised to see him still hovering above the platform. Did he want to have another fight? Sure enough, Storm Demon raised his head and looked in the direction of the seats of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. He said, "I would like to see what the Sword Emperor Lionian is capable of. Please grant me the honor." Yi Futian. All the eyes were fixed on Yi Futian in an instant. It was him again. And it was Storm Demon who just vanquished Ling He, challenging him this time. However, as powerful as Storm Demon was, he was probably a lesser cultivator than Chan Yi. Chan Yi was already a legend 20 years ago and excelled at the Sword of Light. His speed and power left a lasting impression on people's minds. Therefore, Storm Demon would certainly lose to Yi Futian. But the fabled Sword Emperor Lionian had become a mountain that everyone was eager to conquer. That was why Storm Demon still wanted to challenge Yi Futian to further prove himself after defeating Ling He. He challenged Yi Futian, knowing that he would lose. It was a battle of path-seeking, while the result was secondary. Storm Demon knew himself that a victory was not very likely. A cultivator at his level surely could tell how powerful Yi Futian was. Yi Futian stood up with a calm expression. At such an event, it was beyond question that someone would challenge him sooner or later. He was well prepared from the beginning. Although it was hard for him to meet his match, he could use the opportunity to test the abilities of the talented cultivators from various top forces. He stepped forward and walked into the law battle area again. Looking at Storm Demon in front of him, he said, "Please, please." Storm Demon's face was stern. He was not as arrogant and contemptuous as he was when facing Ling He. It was obvious that he also knew how strong his current opponent was. Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path surpassed geniuses like Desolation and Jiang Yueli. No one in the Donghua domain other than Ninghua was in the same league as Yi Futian in terms of the divine wheel of the Great Path. Moreover, Yi Futian cultivated several types of power of the Great Path and possessed multiple divine wheels, each of which reached perfection. Storm Demon was also at the Donghua Academy when Yi Futian showed off 2 fifth-order divine wheels. Yi Futian still had other divine wheels that were not revealed to the public. Those might be even stronger, possibly at the 6th order. Thus, Storm Demon was well aware of Yi Futian's ability. "Please," said Yi Futian. The destructive storm gathered in the sky above him. The entire Great Path domain turned dark and desolate as rays of light of destruction fell from above. The cold moon hanging in the sky kept expanding. Yi Futian moved along with the moon. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon occurred. The moonbeams froze the area and released frightening power of destruction, which destroyed everything that attempted to attack Yi Futian. The power of Een. Storm Demon looked at Yi Futian with a solemn face. The endless light of catastrophe fell on Storm Demon as the world was being transformed into a vast desert. Storm Demon's already burly body kept growing and transfigured him into the desolate god of war. Glowing with the light of destruction, a black battle axe slowly descended from the destructive storm in the sky. Storm Demon reached out his hand and grabbed the axe. The ravaging light of catastrophe rolled out at the moment. Storm Demon bathed in it as if he was gathering the energy, poised to attack. Yi Futian certainly understood Storm Demon's intention of making a decisive blow. It would be Storm Demon's most powerful strike. Yi Futian could clearly feel the devastating energy of the attacks coming from above. The cultivators of the desolate god palace came from the Badlands continent. Their specialties were somewhat similar. The moonbeams swept across the area and transformed into streaks of icy sword chi. They circled Yi Futian's body and turned into frightening shadow sword. Endless sword will float around and made shrill whistles that reverberated throughout the area. Finally, the destructive storm fell from the sky in a frenzy. Storm Demon held the battle axe and chopped downward. The gleam of the axe almost split the sky open. Even the audience could feel the frightening power contained in the axe. The axe moved at lightning speed at first, yet it seemed to slow down when it approached Yi Futian. Then, the crowd saw a frosty sword coming into collision with the axe in midair. It didn't look so terrifying when the sword and the axe met head-on. It almost seemed like two lines converged before one of them was annihilated by the other one. Under everyone's watch, the black line drew by the axe retreated and eventually wiped out by the other line. With a ray of extremely dazzling light, the sky split open, and the dark world was destroyed. Storm Demon's body was flung upward, and the dark, destructive storm was neutralized. As expected, the audience was more amazed than surprised by the scene. No one, including Storm Demon, could beat Yi Futian. Yi Futian was a legendary fighter who came out of nowhere. The Sword Emperor Lionian remained undefeatable and invincible. High up in the air, Storm Demon recollected himself and looked at Yi Futian, said, "Thank you for the lesson." Then, he walked off the law battle platform without much disappointment. The result was not beyond his expectation. Ling He watched the match with a cold face. Storm Demon, who vanquished and humiliated him just now, lost to Yi Futian. This kind of comparison made him feel bitterer. He was a celebrity from the Lingxiao Palace yet was not on an equal footing with Yi Futian. A voice rang out just when Yi Futian was about to leave the law battle platform as well. "Please wait for a moment, Renhuang Yi." The voice attracted everyone's attention. They all looked in the direction of the voice and saw a ravishing woman walking out. It was Goddess Taihua. Goddess Taihua gazed at Yi Futian in the law battle platform and said, "I wonder if you can give me a chance to play a song for you." Chapter 2039, Divine Melody Taihua. Goddess Taihua came out and personally invited Yi Futian to listen to the divine Taihua melody. Countless people focused their eyes on them in surprise. No one had thought that Goddess Taihua would come out, but it was not totally beyond reason. Although Yi Futian made a name for himself not too long ago, he was in the full flush of his success and had never lost a fight. He could always gain the upper hand no matter how talented his opponent was. Aside from not having a celebrated background, he was better than anyone other than Ning Hua, including Goddess Taihua. Therefore, it made sense that Goddess Taihua wanted him to listen to the divine melody Taihua. The Sword Emperor Lionian was so powerful that all the genius cultivators from various top forces were eager to challenge him. This was a distinctive way to show their approval. Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan darted Yi Futian a glance, both of them smiling. Li Changsheng said in a low voice, "Brother, ye can always attract beautiful women." Zhong Chan shook his head with a smile. Standing in the law battle area, Yi Futian replied, I certainly will listen if Goddess is willing to play. It's my honor to enjoy the divine Taihua melody. He was not acting humble out of courtesy. He mastered 2 divine melodies himself and was already interested in the divine melody Taihua. Of course, he was glad to know how unique and remarkable the divine melody Taihua was since Goddess Taihua offered to play for him. After getting Yi Futian's permission, Goddess Taihua stepped forward and walked over to Yi Futian. She soon entered the law battle area and stood face to face with Yi Futian. It seems like Yi Lionian is one of the most extraordinary cultivators at the Donghua banquet this year. Everyone wants to beat him, but no one has achieved it yet, Chief Ning, who was sitting in the Donghua palace, commented, chuckling. The master cultivators had been paying more attention to Yi Futian now. The palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace and Emperor Yin both glanced at Yi Futian. Then, Emperor Yin shot a look at Millet Emperor and said, Millet Emperor trained him well. He was born with remarkable talents. I let him cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower for several months and didn't have much influence on him. What he has shown in the previous battles are his own skills and abilities. If you believe he only won because of the gate to world suppression, why don't you send a cultivator of the great Yin ancient royal family to challenge him? I will ask him not to use the gate to world suppression, the Millet Emperor replied blankly. Humph! Emperor Zhan uttered a snort and looked away. Even though he was not pleased that the Millet Emperor imparted his unique skill to Yi Futian, he had to admit that the Millet Emperor was telling the truth. No one from the great Yin ancient royal family could beat Yi Futian even if he didn't use the gate to world suppression. No one was even close. Yi Futian didn't use the gate to world suppression when he fought against Storm Demon. The Millet Emperor is right. Yi Lionian is a top-level cultivator even without the gate to world suppression. I'm afraid he is unrivaled among his peers. Thunder Punishing Skylord spoke with a smile. These master cultivators all had a good eye for talents. There was no doubt that Yi Futian was much superior to everyone else. Let's see if he can withstand the divine melody Taihua, said the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace. He darted a glance at Taihua Skylord and added, It's a divine melody composed by you. Your niece is also nothing but extraordinary. I think she should be able to win against Yi Lionian this time. It's not easy. The Taihua Skylord gazed at the law battle platform and replied calmly, I would be more confident if she challenged someone else. This youngster is truly amazing. I'm not certain if the divine Taihua melody can overpower him. It's about to begin. Let's watch. Chief Ning smiled and said. Inside of the law battle area, Goddess Taihua was glowing with celestial light. Her beauty was out of this world. She bowed slightly at Yi Futian and said, I beg your pardon. Renhuang Yi. Please, Goddess, Yi Futian replied. Goddess Taihua sat down in midair with her legs crossed. Countless strings of the great path took shape as soon as she reached out her slender hands. The strings covered every inch of the sky and turned the law battle area into her own great path domain. A guqin appeared in front of Goddess Taihua. She plucked the strings with her fingers. The forceful and stirring tone made everyone's hearts tremble, both the Renhuangs and the 9 heavens and cultivators sitting in the lower areas. Clang, clang. Clang. Goddess Taihua bowed her head and immersed herself in playing the guqin as if no one else was nearby. She radiated the celestial light, her long black hair blowing in the wind. Her elegance dazed many people. The tone was rich and vigorous, and the vibrant notes formed a symphony of the great path. Standing in the great path domain of the strings, Yi Futian could hear the music clearly. His heart trembled at every beat, and the notes stifled his spiritual soul. He felt like a range of mountains was pressing on his soul. At this moment, Yi Futian had a feeling that he was no longer standing in the law battle platform. Instead, he was put in a world of music where divine mountains came down from the sky one after another. Each one of them contained unparalleled force, which made him exceptionally small beneath the mountains. His heart was palpitating, and his blood was rushing in the veins. The divine melody Taihua. Yi Futian had been exposed to music before, including 2 divine melodies. But he had never heard something so powerful before. Nothing he experienced in the past was as energetic as the divine melody Taihua. He could feel the splendor and glory of the great path and the triviality of himself. Right now, the divine melody symbolized the heavenly path that was overwhelming and irresistible. Futian also felt a tremendous amount of pressure. He emitted the divine light of the great path from his body, but the pressure from the music was intangible. Another note fell upon him at this moment. He felt like his body was being slammed by an invisible force. The divine mountains were collapsing on him, and the world he was in was being destroyed. The great path around him was also sagging and crumbling. Any energy he released was neutralized immediately. The stars circling him were shattered and annihilated. His spiritual soul was being pounded again and again. The great path inside Futian's body was also under attack. Everything was about to be destroyed by the divine Taihua melody. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to the law battle platform. It was the first time Futian was being subdued. Many people were staggered to see the great path gathering around Futian's body and immediately falling to pieces. No one expected Goddess Taihua to be so frightening. It appeared that they underestimated the top cultivators in the Donghua domain. After all, although Goddess Taihua had fought against other people before, she didn't reveal the true power of the divine melody since her opponents were less worthy. That's what the divine melody Taihua can do. It looks like Lionian is about to lose, Chief Ning commented while watching the law battle platform. Other master cultivators were shocked as well. Taihua Skylord was a hermit who rarely communicated with the outside world. He immersed himself in cultivation and studied the divine melodies assiduously. The 10 divine melodies of the divine prefecture all had a long history. Cultivators could gain great power and significant benefits if they comprehended them thoroughly. No one knew to what extent Taihua Skylord mastered the divine melodies, but they could all venture a rough guess by listening to Goddess Taihua's performance today. Indeed, I didn't realize your niece is so phenomenal. I guess only Ninghua is a match for her in all of the Donghua domain, the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace said. Maybe Lionian can come up with more surprises? Emperor, she laughed. It's not over yet. Let's keep watching for now. That youngster hasn't lost a single match so far. Right. Everyone else nodded. Apart from the big shots in the Donghua Palace, cultivators from top forces sitting below were also surprised to see the invincible Futian being held in check. They didn't expect Goddess Taihua to be so powerful. Chapter 2040, Clash of Divine Melodies. Standing on the law battle platform, Futian sensed that the power of the great path around his body was still being crushed and suppressed. The notes were interwoven into an illusory world where Futian was placed in. It was a world of rhythmic sorcery and a great path domain that belonged to the divine Taihua melody. Futian's mind was dashed by the music violently and repeatedly. If not for his strong spiritual will and stable spiritual soul, he would have been severely injured by now. His spiritual will would have been collapsed, and his spiritual soul wrecked. At this point, Futian emitted extremely dazzling green divine light from his body. The divine light didn't seem to contain the power of the great path, but it still possessed extraordinary life force. At this moment, everyone felt like Futian was full of vigor and vitality. It was as if he was an immortal being that couldn't be exterminated. The life force from the divine light built up Futian's physical body and strengthened his spiritual will. Many people sitting in the Donghua Palace were surprised by its effect. Did the way of life give strength to Futian? The way of life was the foundation of everything. It might not seem particularly practical, but it was the ultimate source of everything. People who excelled at the way of life would have an easier experience cultivating other types of power of the great path. They had more life energy and a stronger spiritual will, which would help them gain an advantage over their peers. Futian felt much better when the life force filled his body. His blood flow rate gradually returned to normal, and his spiritual will was not as shaken up as before. He collected himself and regained his footing. As expected, defeating him doesn't appear to be an easy task, the thunder-punishing Skylord laughed. For some unknown reason, he had remained very confident about Futian. Maybe it was because of their encounter at the Divine Ocean Cliff. The Divine Tree. The Millet Emperor gazed at Futian. Futian ate the Divine Tree at the Eastern Deity Island, which filled his body with extra energy. It was much harder to kill them than other cultivators at the same level as him. Moreover, The life force he gained at that time was helping him hold out against the divine Taihua melody right now. Nevertheless, how would Yi Futian fight back? At this point, Yi Futian also sat down with his legs crossed at the center of the law battle platform. The great path transformed into strings as soon as he reached out his hand. To everyone's surprise, a guqin materialized in front of him as well. The audience was stunned. What did he want to do? This guy, has he lost his mind? The audience below all had the same thought in their minds. Their eyes were glued to him, who intended to play the guqin in front of Goddess Taihua. On top of that, Goddess Taihua was playing the divine melody Taihua. Did Yi Futian want to use music to fight against the divine melody Taihua? Although no one could deny Yi Futian's incredible talents, they were still astounded by his arrogance. Even if Yi Futian was good at music, he should think twice about who he was facing right now. The common folks were not the only ones shocked by Yi Futian's move. Even the cultivators from various top forces were stunned. With an odd look on their faces, they wondered what Yi Futian was attempting to do. He is going beyond his depth. Some cultivator from the great Yin ancient royal family ridiculed him in a sneering voice. Yi Futian was asking to be embarrassed by showing off his musical talent in front of Goddess Taihua. I remember that he revealed his guqin divine wheel at the Donghua Academy, right? Zhang Yueli asked. Qin Qing nodded and replied, yes, he did. It matched his swordsmanship. Despite that, no one reckoned Yi Futian's chances of success. He should take his opponent into consideration even though he possessed the guqin divine wheel. The master cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace were confounded by him as well. Chief Ning asked with a smile, what was he going to do? Use music to combat the divine Taihua melody. How creative, the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace said in a mocking tone. Let's have a look. Perhaps this guy can also play the guqin well, the Taihua Skylord said. The rest of the people nodded and continued to watch the law battle platform in silence. Sitting with legs crossed, Yi Futian started to pluck the strings of the great path, and the music flowed from the guqin. The noted seemed to be a little jumbled and could hardly form a melody under the divine Taihua melody's influence. But Yi Futian was playing the guqin with absorbed attention. The musical notes of the divine Taihua melody kept attacking him, yet he acted as if he wasn't affected at all. He played his own music without speaking a word, completely engrossed in his own world. Endless sword will circled his body. The musical notes facilitated the emergence of more and more sword will, which was rushing wildly in the area. The audience even sensed a twinge of sorrow as the music continued. A strange look appeared on people's faces. They got in the mood and started to hear the melody played by Yi Futian. Moreover, Yi Futian's melody grew stronger and stronger and took shape in defiance of the divine Taihua melody. The tunes were doleful and melancholic to their ears as though each note was drenched with profound sadness, and each melody was filled with lasting regret. The great path was flowing around wildly, and the sword will rampage through the sky and turned into a frightening path of the sword. Goddess Taihua glanced at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Her face grew solemn. The divine Taihua melody became even more forceful and vigorous, charging at Yi Futian. But the music Yi Futian was playing was wild and arrogant. It was as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The great path was roaring, and the tones were shrill, fighting against the great path. Bang! Two radically different types of invisible sonic waves came into collision with each other in midair and generated disturbing currents of the great path. The illusory divine mountains that had been dominating the area were also crumbling. Buzz! The gust howled and blew up Yi Futian's silver hair. The disturbing currents of the great path stormed toward the divine mountains. The two types of music were contending as though two different concepts of the great path were dashing against each other. Bang! The law battle area shook violently. Goddess Taihua plucked the strings with full strength. A series of notes rushed out and trembled the world. Countless divine mountains were dropped from the sky and crushed everything, including the spiritual soul. Yi Futian's figures also plucked the strings. The great path flowed backward and turned the tide. A sword river of the great path appeared and surged upward, destroying everything it touched. Two types of destructive power met head-on. In an instant, a terrifying scene became visible around their bodies. It looked like they were situated in an unstable space that could collapse any second. The great path there was all going to be annihilated. All the master cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace watched the law battle area with a serious expression. Taihua Skylord gazed at Yi Futian's figure and muttered, "The lost sound of the great path, song of the lost divine." "Marvelous," said the thunder-punishing Skylord. "I didn't know it would be a clash of divine melodies. It's a nice surprise indeed." Emperor Yin and the Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace were taken aback. They obviously didn't realize that Yi Futian could also play the divine melody so well that he would fight the divine Taihua melody with the Song of the Lost Divine. A surprise for sure. The Song of the Lost Divine has been lost to the Divine Prefecture for many years, right? Chief Ning said. Staring at Yi Futian, he showed a look of incredulity. This was the first time for him to be truly astonished by Yi Futian's ability. The cultivators of the top forces sitting below were also amazed. This is the Song of the Lost Divine? They overheard the conversation in the Donghua Palace and couldn't help but look at Yi Futian on the law battle platform in silent wonder. Yi Futian was going beyond his depth. He used music to combat the divine Taihua melody played by goddess Taihua. What he played was another divine melody. The audience sitting in lower heavens was simmering with excitement. Countless people whispered to each other, while some exclaimed loudly, "Song of the Lost Divine." They said it's the Song of the Lost Divine, one of the 10 divine melodies. 2 divine melodies confronted each other today. Some people stared at the law battle platform with an animated look. Sword Emperor Liunyan, others gazed at Yi Futian, who shocked the crowd at the Donghua banquet. They heard about his extraordinary performance at the Donghua Academy in the past, but no one had seen him fighting for real. Yi Futian truly displayed his unparalleled talents at the Donghua banquet and blew people's minds again and again. Apart from his previous matches, he was battling against goddess Taihua with a divine melody right now. So powerful. People looked at Yi Futian with admiration. This man seemed to be perfect and invincible. There was nothing he couldn't do. 2 energetic melodies were still wrestling with each other. The clash of the music on the law battle platform made the disturbing currents of the great path stronger and stronger, shaking the entire law battle area. Nevertheless, the 2 melodies seemed to be played without being affected by each other. The divine Taihua melody suppressed the great path with full might, and the Song of the Lost Divine filled people with eternal regrets and deep sorrow. Their bodies were engulfed by the disturbing currents of the great path. The music sped up, and the clash became more violent. Bang! The music stopped abruptly after a deafening sound. Goddess Taihua was flung high up into the sky, and Yi Futian was pushed back. Both of them stopped playing. Chapter 2041, Direct Attack. The dashing, silver-haired Yi Futian and the stunning, heavenly goddess Taihua were facing each other in the law battle platform. The battle between the 2 divine melodies ended in a tie. Although Yi Futian and goddess Taihua were competing against each other, many people believed that they would make a perfect couple. In the past, they felt this way about Ning Hua and goddess Taihua. Now, however, they realized that Yi Futian seemed to be an even better match for goddess Taihua than Ning Hua. He also excelled at the divine melodies. It would be perfect if they could play the Guqin together. They played the divine melody Taihua and the Song of the Lost Divine just now. The audience was quite satisfied for hearing 2 divine melodies contend with each other at the Donghua banquet today. They couldn't help but exclaim how astonishing and eye-opening the matches between top cultivators were. Goddess Taihua and Yi Futian looked into each other's eyes on the law battle platform. Yi Futian spoke with a smile. "I learned a lot from listening to you performing the divine melody today. It's truly my blessing. You're much better at music than me." Many people were impressed by Yi Futian's modesty. As a legendary cultivator, Yi Futian was exceptionally humble. He tied with goddess Taihua despite being in a lower cultivation level, yet he still praised her for being better at music. The audience could clearly tell that neither of them could gain the upper hand. This battle of the divine melodies ended with a draw. "You're so modest, Renhuang Yi. It's my honor to have a chance to listen to the Song of the Lost Divine," goddess Taihua responded. A person who had an ear for music, naturally, wanted to learn about all the famous songs in the world. She was delighted to appreciate the Song of the Lost Divine today, even though she didn't beat her opponent. It was such a rare opportunity. Two people who excelled at the divine melodies met at the Donghua banquet. Sitting in the Donghua palace, Emperor Shi looked at Futian and Goddess Taihua, who were standing on the law battle platform, and said, "It's indeed a pleasure to listen to the divine Taihua melody and the Song of the Lost Divine at the same time. It's a unique experience even for us." The divine Taihua melody is vigorous and forceful and could suppress the great path in the world. The Song of the Lost Divine is melancholy and sorrowful, filled with lasting regrets, which could disturb and frustrate the great path. They truly deserve to be among the 10 divine melodies of the divine prefecture. Thunder Punishing Skylord chimed in. While speaking, Thunder Punishing Skylord gazed at Futian with an inscrutable look. It was more and more difficult for him to figure Futian out. He had never met a youngster who had unfathomable abilities. Futian seemed to be thoroughly accomplished in everything. There was nothing that he had not cultivated. It was said that Futian gained fame for his swordsmanship, but none of the skills he displayed later was less proficient than his swordsmanship. On top of that, he could blend the path of the sword with other types of law power and make the best of his advantages. For instance, the swordplay happened during the Song of the Lost Divine just now. Was he really just a disciple from the Eastern Deity Island? Even if the supreme deity Donglai was still alive, it was unlikely for him to raise such an extraordinary cultivator, let alone his daughter who was the current head of the Eastern Deity Island. After all, hardly anyone of the same generation in the entire Donghua domain was a match for Futian. That's right. This Donghua banquet is certainly a success for having so many remarkable cultivators. They will all be the mainstay of the Donghua domain in the future, Chief Ning said with a smile. People nodded in agreement. The divine prefecture had been united for more than 300 years, but few master cultivators were born and raised during this time. Many of them already reached the peak before the unification of the divine prefecture. As time went by, the younger generation sprang up and would be in the same league sooner or later. The best of them might even surpass the current master cultivators. It goes without saying that the vice chief will inherit the chief's legacy and lead the next generation to preside over the Donghua domain. The palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace said, simpering. Futian and Goddess Taihua returned to their seats in the area below the Donghua Palace. Many cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were staring at Futian and felt even more curious about him. Awesome! A high-level Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower expressed his admiration. Where did you learn the divine melody? Besides, you can master several types of power of the Great Path. How many years have you been cultivating? Someone asked out of curiosity. Futian looked extremely young. Although it was hard to estimate a cultivator's exact age, it was possible to venture a rough guess if looking closely enough. Judging by his appearance, Futian couldn't have cultivated for more than 100 years. How did he achieve that? It felt like there was nothing that he couldn't do. Nevertheless, Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were used to it. They had already known how versatile Futian was and wouldn't be staggered no matter what miracle Futian made happen. They understood that Futian shouldn't be considered and judged as a normal human being. He was a real genius. At this point, Yin Hanqing's voice rang out in the direction of the Great Yin ancient royal family. The Great Yin competed with Wangshan Watchtower back in the Turtle Deity Island. Why don't you take advantage of the opportunity provided by the Donghua banquet and learn from the disciples of the Millet Emperor? Quite some people were surprised to hear Yin Hanqing's words. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him in an instant. Chief Ning said in the past that they might have a chance to fight when they came to the Donghua heavens. They were all here now. Besides, the Great Yin ancient royal family already targeted Long Qinghan from the Long family during the first law battle. Futian vanquished Yin Dongyang after that and further deepened the enmity. The Great Yin ancient royal family didn't attempt to hide their hostility anymore. They were directly proclaiming war against Wangshan Watchtower. A person walked out of the crowd. Many cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower put on a solemn face when they recognized him. It was Yin Qi, another prince of the Great Yin ancient royal family. Yin Qi was a third-order Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. He had extraordinary strength and might be even stronger than Yin Dongyang when fighting against opponents at the same level. Wangshan Watchtower might not have any lower Renhuang who could win over him. A prince of the great Yin ancient royal family? People started gossiping right away. Yes. Someone nodded and said, the great Yin ancient royal family is going to attack Wangshan Watchtower at the Donghua banquet. I'm afraid that they have planned it for a long time and waited till now. Besides, the great Yin ancient royal family has issued an official challenge, yet the Wangshan Watchtower couldn't keep asking Yi Futian to deal with them. It's going to be a test for the Renhuangs from Wangshan Watchtower. I'm Yin Qi from the Great Yin, Third Order Renhuang. Please feel free to send out anyone you want. Yin Qi walked toward the law battle platform while speaking. Although he told Wangshan Watchtower to dispatch a cultivator at their will, they couldn't select anyone at a higher cultivation level since Yin Qi already announced his level. The vibe changed abruptly. People shifted their eyes to the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, who seemed more somber than usual. The cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower apparently understood that it was almost impossible for their lower Renhuangs to defeat Yin Qi. Yin Qi is a talented prince of the great Yin ancient royal family. He must have remarkable abilities. Wangshan Watchtower might be put in a disadvantaged position if we send someone at the same level. Qingfeng, go ahead, said Li Changsheng. Everyone immediately widened their eyes in surprise. But Li Changsheng smiled as though he wasn't aware of people's gaze. Lu Qingfeng was a fourth-order Renhuang, and the only middle-level Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower who had a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. He obviously had an edge over Yin Qi for being at a higher cultivation level. Li Changsheng, what do you mean? Yin Hanqing glared at Li Changsheng and asked. Li Changsheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Hanqing. With a smile on his face, he countered. What? The Prince of the Great Yin told us to feel free to pick anyone. I selected Qingfeng. What's wrong with that? A middle-level Renhuang is matched against a lower Renhuang. What do you think? Yin Hanqing retorted in a cold voice. He knew Li Changsheng was playing dumb. Then why did you ask us to pick anyone we want if you want to limit to the same level? Li Changsheng said sarcastically. People from the Great Yin ancient royal family were a little embarrassed. The Great Yin didn't care about cultivation level when you were fighting against Brother Yi before, did you? You have sent out 5th Order, 6th Order, and even high-level Renhuangs, right? Aside from everyone else, what level was Yin Dongyang in during the battle at Wangshan Watchtower? What level was Brother Yi on? Li Changsheng said in a sneering tone, if they insist on limiting to contenders at the same cultivation level, Brother Yi, may I trouble you to challenge the cultivators from the Great Yin one by one? Sure, Yi Futian answered and stood up. Everyone from the Great Yin ancient royal family looked quite awkward. Li Changsheng was determined to keep Wangshan Watchtower from being taken advantage of. Having said that, it was true that everyone who fought against Yi Futian on behalf of the Great Yin was at a higher cultivation level than him. Li Changsheng sounded reasonable from that point of view. Since people knew the Great Yin ancient royal family was deliberately attacking Wangshan Watchtower and might be brutal and merciless with their cultivators, Li Changsheng certainly wouldn't let the Great Yin have their way. Fine, he'll do, Yin Qi, who was standing on the law battle platform, spoke up. He agreed to spar with Lu Qingfeng. Yin Hanqing glared at Li Changsheng but didn't say anything else. Chapter 2042, Joining Forces. Yin Qi and Lu Qingfeng stepped onto the law battle platform. The atmosphere seemed somewhat different. Now, it was more than just a simple spar. This battle involved the vendetta between the two parties. It concerned the struggle between Wangshan Watchtower and Great Yin ancient royal family. Li Changsheng, Zongchan, Yi Futian, as well as the other cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, were looking at the law battle platform. Even though Li Changsheng casually dispelled the animosity directed at them by Great Yin ancient royal family, he also understood that the situation was not as optimistic as it appeared. Great Yin ancient royal family had come prepared. Their opponent's lineup was stronger than theirs. For example, the prince of Great Yin ancient royal family, Yin Qi, was a lower-level Renhuang with a flawless Great Path. He had no match among the lower-level Renhuangs of Wangshan Watchtower. Hence, Wangshan Watchtower could only send the 4th-tier Renhuang, Lu Qingfeng, to go against him. It was not very honorable. Before this, Wangshan Watchtower had treated Yi Futian in such a manner because he indeed was powerful to such an extent. "Elder brother, what are our chances in winning this battle?" Yi Futian asked Li Changsheng, who was beside him, as he looked in that direction. It was still all right if they won. If the fourth-tier Lu Qingfeng were to be defeated, it would be somewhat embarrassing. By losing with someone who had an advantage, Wangshan Watchtower's image would be somewhat tarnished. "I am not too sure about Yin Qi's ability," Li Changsheng replied. "However, rumor has it that he is considered incredible among great Yin ancient royal family. His talent is not inferior to that of Yin Dongyang. Although Yin Dongyang is far from being a match for you, he is still a prominent figure in the cultivation world. It will be difficult for members of the same plane to defeat him. Hence, it is unclear who will win this battle. Even if Lu Qingfeng wins, it won't be an easy victory." He appeared casual as he spoke, but in reality, he was somewhat worried. Of course, Yi Futian also understood that Yin Dongyang was not weak. It was just that he had encountered Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian had cultivated too many techniques along the way and had many fateful encounters. A prince of an ordinary ancient royal family could not possibly compare with Yi Futian. "We'll see. If Lu Qingfeng is defeated, younger brother Zong will immediately go out," Li Changsheng said. If Zong Chan were to take the field at the same plane, the great Yin ancient royal family would not be able to find anyone who could prove a match for him. Their goal of sending Zong Chan was to intimidate the opponent. Of course, if they won this battle, that would be even better. Zong Chan would not need to fight so soon. As they discussed this, the battle had already begun on the law battle platform. The prince of the great Yin ancient royal family, Yin Qi, attacked extremely aggressively. He was as overbearing and dominant as a divine golden dragon. A pure-blooded dragon circled him in the sky above, causing the spectators to sense a frightening pressure. Lu Qingfeng was proficient in swordsmanship. He was like a breeze blowing through the leaves of a willow. His seemingly gentle swordsmanship actually contained an extremely sharp aura. His grace contained great strength. His sword skills appeared ethereal. Both of their attacks contrasted each other. Even though this was not a pinnacle showdown between prominent figures, it was still a showdown between two top forces. Hence, the cultivators around were watching attentively. As they watched this ferocious battle, the people below said, "As expected, Yin Qi truly is a member of great Yin ancient royal family. The blood of the royal family of the Yin kingdom flows in his veins. His attacks are domineering. Even though his cultivation plane is lower than his opponent's, his momentum is actually more powerful. He seems to be seizing the initiative." The royal children of great Yin ancient royal family are the elites of the Yin kingdom. They are extraordinary. Although the Runhuang from the Wangshan Watchtower also has a flawless great path, it won't be easy for him to win, many people discussed below. The battle in the law battle platform was growing more intense. Yin Qi did not plan to give Lu Qingfeng any opportunity to counterattack as he attacked again and again, like a war machine. However, Lu Qingfeng had a higher cultivation plane than him and managed to nullify his attacks. At that moment, on the battlefield, both of them retreated backward. The crowd seemed to hear swooshing sounds. As they looked onto the battlefield, cracks appeared on the huge dragon armor covering Yin Qi's body. Blood seeped out from the cracks. Yin Qi appeared to have been injured. Lu Qingfeng wielded a sword in his hand. Blood dripped from the sword. Lu Qingfeng's attacks seemed soft and gentle, but in reality, they are indomitable. His grace contains great strength, and he is mighty. He still has an advantage being at a higher cultivation plane. It appears that even though Yin Qi is overbearing, he is still going to lose, the people below discussed. Yin Qi glanced down at his injury. Divine light of the great path flowed down his figure, and his wound was instantly healed. An astonishing dragon cry could be heard. It shook the heavens and the earth. The great path trembled as the song of the young dragon radiated outwards. Sound waves of the great path swept out, causing Lu Qingfeng to feel like his eardrums were about to burst. This song of the young dragon seemed endless. It reverberated all around them. The dragon cry caused the heavens to tremble. The crowds felt their heads vibrate violently. As they watched in astonishment, Yin Qi became a divine pure-blooded dragon and charged directly at Lu Qingfeng. This gigantic divine dragon descended with the might of the great path. It hovered above and covered the sky. It was domineering. Under the effects of the ear-piercing sound wave attack, the sword in Lu Qingfeng's hand shook uncontrollably. It was not because Lu Qingfeng's hands were shaking. Instead, the sword itself was vibrating. The crowd watched as the gigantic divine dragon consumed this part of the sky and dove down towards Lu Qingfeng. Raging waves of the great path swept out. The crowd heard the sound of intense vibrations. Then, everything seemed to clear up. When they saw the two figures again, Yin Qi had already returned to his original form. His robes were stained with blood. His dragon scale armor was mostly shattered and covered in bloodstains. However, Lu Qingfeng was even worse off. His chest was punctured. Frightening claw marks appeared on his chest. It was as though he had been slashed by a dragon claw that directly penetrated his body. He was covered in blood as well. He stared at Yin Qi and then spat out a mouthful of jet-black blood. His face was pale, and his aura was rapidly weakening. He appeared extremely wretched. So vicious, the crowd thought to themselves as they witnessed this scene. Both of them had attacked too viciously. Although Chief Ning had prefaced this, the crowd also understood that if two major forces were to clash, they would certainly attack viciously just like they had done now. They were no longer merely sparring. However, the crowd knew this was inevitable due to the grudges between the two major forces. Who could have imagined that the victor was actually Yin Qi? Many people exclaimed in surprise. Before this, Lu Qingfeng had been suppressing Yin Qi, however. At the last minute, Yin Qi seemed to become even more ferocious. He sent out his most vicious attack and severely injured Lu Qingfeng. Although he had also received heavy wounds, compared to Lu Qingfeng, he came out of that exchange far better off. The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower had very cold gazes. Yin Qi had actually attacked so cruelly. Great Yin ancient royal family was clearly aiming to kill them. "Younger brother Lu," shouted Li Changsheng. Lu Qingfeng limped out of the law battle platform with his injuries. Clearly, he had lost this battle. Yin Qi also walked out after him. Before Yin Qi could return to his seat, the crowd saw another person stand up. However, surprisingly, the person who had stood up was not a cultivator from the Great Yin ancient royal family. Instead, it was a cultivator from Lingxiao Palace. Many people revealed bizarre expressions. Had Lingxiao Palace and Great Yin ancient royal family agreed to join forces against Wangshan Watchtower? Chapter 2043, Group Battle? In Donghua Palace, when the Millet Emperor saw the scene below, he looked over at Emperor Yin of Great Yin ancient royal family, as well as Ling Yunzi, the Lingxiao Palace Lord. He asked, "Did the two of you plan this? We have been sitting here in Donghua Palace all this while. What could we have discussed?" Ling Yunzi replied. His tone carried an air of indifference. "Is that so?" the Millet Emperor said as he swept a gaze over the other party. Full of mistrust, he said, "Back on Turtle Deity Island, the members of the Yin Kingdom came into conflict with the disciples of the Wangshan Watchtower. It seems that the disciples of Lingxiao Palace threw coal onto the fire. Could it be due to Ling He holding a grudge for losing to Yi Futian when comprehending the teachings left by Thunder punishing Skylord on the cliff face? Or is it because Lingxiao Palace Lord is unsatisfied with me? Or might it be due to both of these reasons?" Before this, the Millet Emperor was suspicious of Supreme Deity Donglai's death. Hence, he had brought his members over to participate in the Donghua banquet and observe the attitude of Lingxiao Palace. As expected, Lingxiao Palace had secretly joined forces with the Great Yin ancient royal family. Right then, the Millet Emperor felt a bad premonition. "You can choose to interpret it as you wish," Ling Yunzi replied nonchalantly. "However, today is the Donghua banquet. Chief has already said that during the Donghua banquet, prominent figures will challenge each other here. Surely the Millet Emperor will not spoil the fun for everyone, right?" The other giant figures did not say anything. They merely sat there quietly and watched. It was inappropriate for the other forces to intervene in the grudge between Wangshan Watchtower and the Yin Kingdom, as well as Lingxiao Palace. If the Millet Emperor feels that it is inappropriate, there is nothing stopping you from walking away from the challenge, Chief Ning said to the Millet Emperor. "Master, we came to participate in the Donghua banquet to challenge each other and seek the way. We have no reason to reject their challenge," Li Changsheng said as he raised his head and looked at the Millet Emperor. Even if they lost on the law battle platform, it would be an experience. How could they let the Millet Emperor cower from his enemies? As cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, this was their burden to bear. Even if they lost, they still had to fight. That's right. Let's continue, said Zhongchan and the other Renhuangs as they looked up at the Millet Emperor in Donghua Palace. There was absolutely no reason for Millet Emperor to avoid this battle. If that happened, the Millet Emperor would be the first person to go against the rule of the Donghua banquet. Wouldn't that embarrass him before the various top forces? As cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, they did not need to withdraw. The Millet Emperor looked at the members below and then nodded his head and said, "Be careful." He did not say any more. Although both forces were targeting them, for the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, this was also a trial. The other party did not dare to kill under any circumstances. This was the Donghua banquet. No one dared to defy this rule. Their second match was against an extraordinary figure from Lingxiao Palace, who was a lower-level Renhuang. He challenged a cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower. The result was even more tragic than the first battle. It was a one-sided massacre. The Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower was suppressed from the beginning to end. It could even be considered a slaughter. The other party also intentionally did not rush to defeat their opponent, instead possessing a somewhat playful attitude. He tortured the Renhuang from the watchtower before dealing a vicious blow at the end. This caused the expressions of the other cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower to turn extremely ugly. Before their battle had ended, Yi Futian had already stood up. However, up above, Ling Yunzi said, "The law battles are carried out so that the various disciples can have the opportunity to experience each other's abilities. There is no need for one person to keep fighting. Even if this is a battle between two forces, each round, different cultivators from both sides should come out to clash against one another. Everyone has witnessed Yi Lionian's ability. If he battles repeatedly, doesn't that make it seem as though the other cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower are incompetent?" Emperor Shi said, "If Great Yin Ancient Royal Family and Lingxiao Palace are targeting Wangshan Watchtower, the number of cultivators from these two forces will far outnumber that of Wangshan Watchtower. The two forces can choose more incredible figures from their midst. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate?" He continued with a smile, "Of course, I am just casually saying this. How do Chief and the rest of you feel about this? What teacher says is reasonable. Today was to be the showdown between the various forces. However, on Turtle Deity Island, these three parties came into conflict with one another. There is no issue in them utilizing the Donghua banquet to battle it out. However, it is still impossible to make it absolutely fair," Thunder Punishing Skylord added with a smile. Before the other cultivators, a giant figure such as Thunder Punishing Skylord still referred to Emperor Shi as his teacher. It was clear that he still respected Emperor Shi. "Both of you are right. What do you all think?" Chief Ning asked as he looked at the rest of them. "This is a dilemma. Chief, you should make the decision," the overlord of Jian Clan Ancient Royal Family said with a smile. Right now, as spectators, they naturally did not want to get involved in this feud. For Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord to be willing to speak up on Yi Futian's behalf was probably because they had a good impression of Yi Futian. They thought highly of this junior figure. Hence, they would naturally lean more towards the Wangshan Watchtower's side. In reality, it was indeed unfair for the two forces to target Wangshan Watchtower. If that is the case, there is no need for both sides to choose people of the same level. "We can carry out a group law battle directly," Yi Futian said from below. "That way, we do not need to have individual law battles one after another." If he was in a group battle, he was confident in dealing with middle-level Renhuangs. After all, aside from him, he also had a few powerful members. Zifeng's ability was also sufficient for her to stand alone. At the very least, she would not have a problem holding off Yin Dongyang for some time. The crowd looked at Yi Futian. This fellow was actually planning to proceed to the group battle? Since we are having a group battle, why don't we move on to the next stage? Lest the other forces cannot participate and can only watch these three forces fight, a cultivator from the Nanhua clan said with a smile. The next stage naturally referred to the arrangement after the law battles. The crowd clearly understood this. Although the domain chief's manor chose some cultivators during this stage, the number of cultivators recruited was far from their target. The cultivators still needed to be tested on a large scale. The various forces could also participate in this. Chief Ning looked at the other party and then laughed and asked, aside from the Yin Kingdom and Wangshan Watchtower, does anyone else wish to challenge each other and seek the path individually? Since it has already been decided, just move on, a cultivator from the Desolate God Palace also said. Their interest in individual law battles had diminished. I have no objections, stated Sword Goddess of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. The others agreed one after another. When Chief Ning saw this scene, he nodded his head and said, if that is so, then we will end it here. As he said this, he glanced around at the crowd and continued. When the Donghua banquet began, I said that its purpose was to first have a drink with old friends. The second reason was to see the prominent figures of the Donghua domain. The third reason is that Domain Chief's manor is recruiting new blood. Now that the Donghua banquet has progressed to this stage, next, there will be a chance for everyone here to display their abilities. Those who perform outstandingly, if they are willing, may join Domain Chief's manor to cultivate. The Renhuangs in the Nine Heavens all lifted their heads and looked at Chief Ning. Next, there was an opportunity that everyone could have. As for whether or not they managed to seize it, it was up to the individual. Chapter 2044, Fuyao Secret Zone. In Donghua Palace, Chief Ning saw that everyone was looking at him. He glanced over the crowd. He smiled and said, since everyone has no objections, we will proceed into the third stage then. The Fuyao Secret Zone of Domain Chief's Manor will now be opened for all Renhuangs to venture into. Many people had speculated that this was the next stage, so they were not surprised. However, the Renhuangs in the Nine Heavens were still somewhat excited. The Fuyao Secret Zone was a cultivation secret zone that belonged solely to the Domain Chief's Manor. Normally, other cultivators would not be able to step foot in the zone. They would not even have the chance to catch a glimpse of it, let alone cultivate and train in the secret zone. Now, Domain Chief's Manor organized the Donghua banquet and opened up the Fuyao Secret Zone. For everyone, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Many Renhuangs had come here with the hopes of encountering this chance. Finally, the secret zone was going to be opened. The other giant figures in Donghua Palace did not say anything. They looked indifferently at the people down below. Ling Yunzi, the Lingshao Palace Lord, said, the Domain Chief has opened up the Fuyao Secret Zone and granted this opportunity to us cultivators of the Donghua domain. I hope that everyone can seize this opportunity and live up to the Chief's expectations. Chief Ning smiled as he nodded his head and said, I hope so as well. Are you all ready? Asked Chief Ning as he looked at the Renhuangs in the Nine Heavens. If anyone does not wish to enter the secret zone, you can still opt out now. No one said anything. Who would turn down the chance to enter the secret zone of the Domain Chief's Manor? Although there was a certain amount of risk involved, as long as one was careful and did not go after things beyond their reach, it was still very safe. Even if they merely went in to take a look around and experience the place, it would still be a good opportunity. Having cultivated up to the Renhuang Plain, no one would mind having another fateful encounter. After waiting for a short while, seeing that no one had objections, Chief Ning said, if that's the case, I will send you all to the entrance of the secret zone. We will wait for all of you at the exit. As long as you manage to find us, you will be qualified to cultivate in the Domain Chief's Manor if that is what you decide, of course. Yes, Chief, many people answered. Chief Ning remained sitting there as he said, let us begin then. As he said this, the Nine Heavens immediately began to tremble. The next moment, the people below felt the world spinning. The Nine Heavens above were actually moving. The stars shifted, and this part of the sky also moved. The people below witnessed them disappear. It seemed that they had entered the Domain Chief's Manor. The entire Nine Heavens seemed to have been teleported away. In the sky above, a misty aura enveloped Donghua Palace. The crowd saw that Donghua Palace also moving. Chief Ning looked down below at the cultivators and said, everyone, please enjoy your journey to the secret zone. As he said this, Donghua Palace also began to float in the sky. Yi Futian and the others were at the top of the Nine Heavens. They moved along with it and could see all the changes happening outside. There were many magnificent palaces. It was as though they were floating in an ancient and grand city. They were moving so fast that the stars appeared to shift in the sky. After a short while, they came to a region with a lake. Beyond the lake appeared to be a realm of deities. The aura of deities emanated from beyond the lake, reaching up into the sky above. There was an ethereal celestial gate. It was as if the gate had always been erected there, eternal and untouched. This is the gate that leads to the Fuyao secret zone. Once you pass through it, you will enter into the secret zone, an ethereal voice explained. The crowd could tell that this was Chief Ning's voice. Ninghua, you have entered the secret zone many times. This time, you will enter along with the others, but you will not participate. Ensure order within the secret zone. The voice continued saying, everyone here are Renhuangs from the Donghua domain. If a conflict arises, I hope that it will not go out of hand. In the Fuyao secret zone, I do not wish to see fights that result in deaths. Aside from that, there are dangers in the secret zone. Know your own strength. Even I cannot save you. I cannot see what happens in the secret zone. The crowd had solemn expressions. They knew what was in store. This time, the cultivators with weaker cultivation were being taken care of. No slaughter was to occur. That way, they would not be in too much danger. Otherwise, once conflicts arose in the secret zone, those with powerful cultivation would immediately initiate a massacre. All right, you may enter, the voice continued. The crowd then saw a person heading into the zone first. A group of cultivators followed behind him. They were all cultivators from Domain Chief's manor. Their leader was Ninghua. This time, Ninghua also entered the Fuyao secret zone. However, he was not there to venture throughout the secret zone. He was mostly there to maintain order within. After passing through the gate, Ninghua's figure disappeared without a trace. The various cultivators who came walked up to the gate after witnessing this scene, passing through to enter into the Fuyao secret zone. Elder brother, what sort of place is the secret zone? Yi Futian asked Li Changsheng, who was beside him. The zone was inherited by the domain chief's manor many years ago. It is considered a cultivation holy land for the domain chief's manor. There are many fateful encounters of the great path inside. The cultivators who join the domain chief's manor to cultivate have the opportunity to enter into the zone to train. For outsiders, it is hard to come across such a chance. As for what it is like inside the secret zone, I also am not sure. After all, I have never gone inside myself. However, the Fuyao secret zone is an independent space. It is its own world. It will certainly be very large inside. Just like Eastern Deity Island? Yi Futian asked Goddess Donglai. It is impossible for Eastern Deity Island to be compared to the secret zone of Domain Chief's Manor, Goddess Donglai replied. Yi Futian nodded his head. From the looks of it, this secret zone was even better than Eastern Deity Island. However, it might also be a completely different type of secret zone. You will know once you enter, Zhongchan stated. The rest nodded their heads. Renhuangyi, are you not going in? Someone nearby asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head and looked over in that direction. The person who had spoken was Qin Qing from Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. Yi Futian smiled and replied, I was just about to do so. We will head in first, Qin Qing answered as she nodded her head slightly. The group from Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow floated towards the entrance. Behind Yi Futian's group, the cultivators of Ling Shao Palace and Great Yin Ancient Royal Family had yet to enter. They seemed to be keeping an eye on Yi Futian's group. Clearly, they were prepared to continue the fight during the Donghua banquet left unfinished in the secret zone. Large groups of people entered the Fuyao secret zone. The aura emanating from the gate was extremely frightening. Yi Futian glanced at the gate. He was also curious about the Fuyao secret zone. What would this secret zone of Domain Chief's Manor be like? What would they find inside? Let's go, Li Changsheng said. The group from Wangshan Watchtower immediately headed towards the entrance to the secret zone together. The large army entered the zone. The cultivators from various forces also gradually made their way in. There were fewer and fewer people in this area. After Yi Futian's group passed through the gate, they felt an intense aura of the great path of space. The next moment, they immediately appeared in another world. Chapter 2045, Demon Mountain. Yi Futian looked ahead. There was a large lake. Beyond the lake, there was an endless mountain range. The end of the mountain range was nowhere in sight. As expected, it was a world of its own, Yi Futian thought to himself. This was the Fuyao secret zone of Domain Chief's Manor. The vast army entered the zone. They were all Renhuangs. Compared to the lineup that entered Eastern Deity Island last time, this group was far more powerful. The group that entered Eastern Deity Island last time did not have top-level Renhuangs. This time, many of them were 8th tier and 9th tier Renhuangs. They even had figures such as Zhang Yueli from Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow among them. Zhang Yueli was an 8th tier Renhuang with a flawless great path. Her combat ability was almost at the peak of the Renhuang plane. Aside from the giant-level figures, it was difficult for anyone else to stand against her. At that moment, silhouettes traversed across the sky and advanced on the surface of the lake. Even though there were fateful encounters in the secret zone, the Renhuangs would certainly not easily come across them. Hence, they did not need to be in such a hurry. "Let's go," said Li Chongqing as he also eyed the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower forward. The vast army of Renhuangs scattered beyond the lake. Some of them traveled through the air while others moved on the ground. Their speeds were different, so the cultivators, naturally, got separated. However, Futian felt that he was constantly being watched. He did not need to investigate to know who was watching him. The cultivators of the Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace had wanted to kill him. Now that they had entered into this zone, they would not easily let him escape them. These two major forces also showed signs of having joined forces to target Wangshan Watchtower. It was possible that they were not just targeting him, but the entire Wangshan Watchtower. The lake was calm and peaceful. Everyone had just passed over it. Nothing had happened. Futian's group passed over the lake and stood in the region of the desolate mountain range. Futian gazed far into the distance. Even when he released his will, he still could not make out the ends of the mountain range. His will could only cover a part of it. The mountain range gave off a desolate and ancient air. It was as though this secret zone had existed since the distant past. Many Renhuangs had serious expressions. They did not dare to lower their guard. Since they were in a secret zone, it would not be an ordinary place. As the Renhuangs entered the mountain range, they headed out in different directions like fish in the ocean. Futian's group kept heading forward. This ancient secret zone had an ominous aura that gave off a faint pressure. As they continued to advance, someone discovered an extremely frightening scene to the left of the mountain range. There was a desolate world over there. Endless purple lightning could faintly be seen. The terrifying might of the great path of destruction emanated from there. Those present did not know what sort of place that was. However, many Renhuangs headed in that direction. Many cultivators from the desolate God Palace stopped in their tracks and glanced over there. Desolation said, "Let's go take a look." As he said this, his group headed over to the region. When they saw that the cultivators of the desolate God Palace were heading over, many other cultivators backed down. The abilities of those from desolate God Palace were too powerful. If there were a fateful encounter there, the other cultivators would have no means of contending with desolate God Palace. They might as well give up and search other places. Futian's group also saw the region. However, they did not head over, instead continuing to press on. After a short while, they saw a horrifying scene to their right. The temperature there was surprisingly high. There was intense heat emanating from the area. As they glanced over from afar, they actually saw that the mountain peaks were scorched red. On the mountain sides, terrifying magma was flowing. The mountains in the region were all crimson. No one knew what sort of flame treasures were hidden there. However, after they passed through this region, they discovered a world of ice and snow that was extremely cold. The world of ice and snow and the world of flames were next to each other. They formed their own individual spaces. The world of ice and snow was very chilly. However, Futian and the others ignored both spaces and continued advancing. Ahead of them, there was a jet-black mountain in their way. The ancient, jet-black mountain was shrouded in darkness. It gave off a mysterious vibe. One could sense the oppressive aura emanating from the mountain from extremely far away. "What is that place?" someone asked in a low voice. Futian revealed a strange look and said, "Elder brother, why is it that I sense that this space is sealed off? I feel as though a continent was sealed off and became the secret zone of Domain Chief's Manor." Li Chongqing replied, "The secret zone of the Domain Chief's Manor is not limited to one area. The Fuyao secret zone is just one of the many secret zones. However, your guess may be correct. The domain chief is proficient in the great path of sealing. There is also an absolute treasure in the domain chief's manor. Indeed, it might be possible that this secret zone is a sealed-off space. They were heading to a place up ahead that was near to the Black Mountain Range. As they gradually approached the Black Mountain Range, they could sense an even more ominous aura coming from its direction. Bang! At that moment, they heard a terrifying explosion from far away. A scream followed it. The crowd saw Run Huang flying backward. He was sent flying out from the mountain range. Fresh blood splattered around in the sky as he fell to the ground. What happened? The figures headed over. Many people came up beside the injured Run Huang. They saw that his flesh had been torn off his body. It was a gruesome sight to behold. Demonic beasts, thought the crowd as they glanced over at the ancient Black Mountain. Yi Futian's group looked over there from a distance. Yi Futian commented, "Such powerful demonic qi." "There are many demonic beasts," said Zifeng, who was beside him. She was a phoenix demon and was naturally very sensitive to demonic qi. She could sense that there were many demonic beasts in the mountain up ahead. Yi Futian revealed a pondering look. This place seemed more and more like a sealed space. It was as though a continent had been sealed away. After all, to harm the cultivators in the secret zone, it would take a demon emperor. Even if such a demon were to assume human form and leave this place, their standing would not be low. The vast mountain range was formed from countless connected black mountains. It stretched across the land, seemingly sealing off the way ahead. If they wanted to continue forwards, they had to pass through the Black Mountain Range. At that moment, there was the sound of a violent collision. The crowd raised their heads and looked up at the sky above the mountain range. A huge, terrifying beast appeared there. Its wings blocked out the sky when fully spread. They could not make out what sort of demon it was. They only saw a gigantic pair of black wings sweep out, directly sweeping away the Renhuangs who were attempting to fly over the mountain range. A Renhuang, who was not strong enough, was immediately torn to shreds, and they perished on the spot. This caused the hearts of many to tremble uncontrollably. Frightening dangers were lurking in the Fuyao secret zone. This journey was not as easy as they imagined it to be. You cannot pass over the mountain range. It would help if you went through it, a silhouette said from the sky above. The person who had spoken was Ning Hua. As he said this, he traversed the sky and immediately entered the Black Mountain Range from above. Once he entered, a terrifying aura emerged and enveloped the endless space. A voice said in a cold tone, "You have come again." "Long time no see," Ning Hua replied. He then kept advancing, heading deep into the mountain range from the sky. Very soon, the terrifying sound of violent collisions of the great path could be heard. It caused the hearts of the crowd to beat even faster. As expected of Ning Hua, a cultivator said in a low voice. He told them that they could not pass over the mountain range from above, yet he had immediately done so, not fearing the demons within the mountain range. Ning Hua already treated this place as his training ground. "Let's go." The various cultivators gradually entered into the Black Mountains. No one directly made their way in from above like Ning Hua. After all, they were not Ning Hua. They did not have his abilities and were not as familiar as he was with the Fuyao secret zone. For Ning Hua, this secret zone was merely his training ground. "Let us also enter," Li Changsheng said. The group immediately nodded their heads and headed deep into the ancient mountains. Yi Futian's group entered the mountain range. The precipitous peaks pierced straight through the clouds. Far away, the valleys were so deep that they could not see the bottom. They could faintly hear a droning sound. There was also a powerful demonic qi around them. They expanded their wills, but soon discovered that their wills were blocked off in many places. It was as though there was a natural shroud that blocked off their wills. Up ahead, in all directions, there were people also moving forward along the mountainside. From time to time, the shadow of a demonic beast would pass by. Yet, so as not to disturb the more powerful demonic beasts within the mountain, the crowd left these demonic beasts alone. After all, this was unknown territory for them. No one knew what sort of dangers they would encounter. As time passed, the Renhuangs ventured deeper into the range. However, they still had not reached the end. They appeared to have reached the inner parts of the Black Mountain Range. The space above them was completely blocked off. It was filled with a mysterious aura. It seemed as though they would never be able to get out. Of course, they were not moving very fast. This area was too mysterious. In the secret zone, they also did not dare to be careless. At that moment, silhouettes flashed ahead. Many people looked over in that direction. A group of figures appeared in different positions. Each of these figures had a terrifying aura. Demonic chi circled around them. They were all demon emperors. They quietly stood there, not saying a word. They merely watched the various cultivators. At that moment, another silhouette descended from the sky. It was a youth dressed in a fur coat. His skin was smooth and fair, and he appeared very handsome. He had a deep gaze that seemed to contain a bizarre light as he swept a glance across the crowd. There are so many demon emperors in the secret zone? Futian wondered. This might only be a portion of their numbers. There might be even more demons hidden away in this endless Black Mountain Range. Had they been sealed away in this secret zone? Leave now, a demonic beast ordered. He was actually chasing the crowd away. This caused many cultivators to reveal strange looks. However, although the Renwangs were not happy about this, they still dashed forward on their own. They did not want to cause trouble. The secret zone was becoming more and more mysterious. It seemed to contain some secrets. Futian glanced over at these demonic beasts. He wanted to capture one of them to interrogate them about the situation in this place. However, it was not convenient to do so. If he angered the other party, it would bring him no benefit in this mountain range. They continued along the path carved out of the mountainside. Their steps were light, and they progressed at a rapid pace. Not long after they left, the demonic beasts left in another direction. Did they appear just to hasten us on our way? A Renhuang asked in a low voice, unable to make head or tail about the situation. As they advanced, they saw the figures of demonic beast flash past again, leaving behind afterimages. They kept passing by the cultivators. Aside from demon emperors, there were also many demon saints with less powerful cultivation. This caused many people to reveal bizarre expressions. This seemed to be a mountain range of demonic beasts. As more and more demonic beasts passed by the cultivators, many people realized that something was off. What is going on? Someone turned around and asked the person beside them. They seemed to be hurrying towards the same place, someone replied. Many Renhuangs glanced over at the demonic beasts passing by. Cold looks flashed past in their eyes. They intended to attack, wanting to capture a demonic beast for interrogation. For now, these demonic beasts seemed to be completely ignoring us and allowing us to pass unobstructed. It might be that they have no time to care about us. Something might have happened, Li Chongqing deduced softly. Many people nodded in agreement. Futian turned around and looked behind him. He saw that Little Condor had quietly left the area where the group was and had headed into the mountain range. Not long after, he saw Little Condor's silhouette appear in another area. He had mingled into a group of demonic beasts and was moving with them. His figure flashed forwards as he sought out his prey. Very soon, he saw a female demon with long horns on her head. He ordered, "Stop right there." The female demon was pretty good-looking. She was a Bai Zhe and was a demon saint. She turned around and asked Black Wind Condor, "Senior, how may I help you? I have just emerged from cultivating in seclusion. Where are all of you headed?" Black Wind Condor asked. Demonic chi circled around his body. "There is a disturbance in Demon God Temple," the female demon explained. "I need to make haste. Senior, do you want to head over together?" She was not afraid of Black Wind Condor's demonic might. In this zone, the Baize demon clan was also very powerful. She did not mind his presence. "You may go on ahead," Black Wind Condor said expressionlessly. However, his eyes revealed a strange light as he transmitted this information to Futian. Where Futian was, he looked at the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower after he received this information. He then said to Li Chongqing and Zhong Chan over transmitted thoughts, "Elder brothers, my demonic beast companion has just gotten information on the situation. There is actually a demon god temple in this mountain range of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts are on the move because there is a disturbance in demon god temple." This caused Li Chongqing and Zhong Chan to reveal strange looks. There was actually a demon god temple in the secret zone? Could it be that the demon god temple was the ruins of a demon god? If that was so, this secret zone was indeed frightening. Within this mountain range, there was more than one clan of demonic beasts. They were all sealed within this space. Buzz. At that moment, a silhouette flashed and appeared among the crowd. The figure said, "I have just caught a demonic beast. There is a demon god temple in the mountain range. Shall we go over and take a look?" As he said this, all the Renhuangs in the area looked over at the figure who had spoken. Futian also looked over in that direction. He recognized this person. This person had challenged him on the law battle platform. He was very powerful and was proficient in the Sword of Light. It was Chun-Yi. "Is this true?" someone asked. "Of course, why would I lie? My cultivation is not high enough to handle the situation. Otherwise, I would not have shared this information with everyone," Chun-Yi said with a smile. The crowd immediately believed what he had said. Although Chun-Yi was powerful, after seeing the demon emperors in the mountain range, he would have surely perished if he had gone off alone. There was no chance of him making it out alive. He could only tell the others of this news. "Are we going?" someone asked. This might be a matter of life or death. After all, the demonic beasts moved in groups, and there were many powerful demons. Once the battle began, there might be casualties. Dong. Suddenly, the crowd felt their hearts throb. Everyone's gazes turned sharp as they looked far off into the distance, in the direction where the demonic beasts were headed. Dong. Dong. The sensation grew more and more intense. The crowd felt their hearts beating even faster. They were about to face trouble. Chapter 2047. Marked. Should they go? In different locations, many cultivators glanced at each other. Many of them were conversing via transmitted thoughts. "You are all among the upper echelons of the Donghua domain. What is there to hesitate about?" asked Chun-Yi as he looked at the crowd. His tone seemed to carry a different kind of aura. Many top figures nodded their heads slightly. It was not that they did not have such boldness, but that they were concerned about the junior Renhuangs beside them who had weaker cultivation. "Let's go take a look," someone said. "All right, everyone, let's head over together. We can also look out for each other. If we encounter enemies that we cannot defeat, proceed with caution," someone responded. In different areas, the various cultivators came to a consensus. They then set off in the same direction the demonic beasts were headed. As they followed the demonic beasts deeper into the mountain range, the violent throbbing sound could still be heard. It caused their hearts to beat uncontrollably. Even if they did not follow the demonic beasts, they could still locate the demon god temple based on this beat. When they noticed the movements of the cultivators, the demonic beasts who passed by swept cold glances at them. They seemed to look at the cultivators with disdain. Were these human cultivators also heading to the demon god temple? As they advanced, the various cultivators gradually sensed a huge pressure acting on them. They could faintly sense that a terrifying demonic might was descending upon them. Their hearts throbbed nonstop. Even their blood vessels were pulsating. This caused them to slow down in their tracks. They were worried that accidents would happen. They could slowly see frightening currents flowing around their bodies, being drawn into the distance. It was like a dragon gulping down a river. The currents of the great path were being sucked up into the distance. Over there, as they looked in the direction where the currents flowed towards, the crowd saw an illusory black temple. This black temple was frenziedly consuming the currents of the great path. Demonic chi circled around it, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. The throbbing beat came from inside the temple. It caused the hearts of the people to beat uncontrollably. At the foot of the Black Temple, across different areas, there were many demon emperors gathered. They were all looking at the huge demon god temple with stern expressions. Behind Futian, some Renhuangs had come to a stop. It was difficult for them to continue. The terrifying throbbing could kill them silently. If the cultivators continued advancing even when they had reached their limits, they would most likely die from the shock. Among the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, Beigong Shuang's footsteps were heavy. She said, "I cannot go on much further." It was not just her. A few Renhuangs from the Wangshan Watchtower also felt the same. The demon emperors are in different locations. The demonic beasts have more vigor, so they can withstand this power better than we can, Futian said in a low voice. The group nodded in agreement. Demonic beasts indeed have extremely vigorous life force. Of course, many Rinhuangs with powerful cultivation could still push on. They were not as severely affected. Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan did not have any serious reactions to the power acting on them. Although their hearts throbbed and demonic qi also churned non-stop, their gazes were calm and unperturbed. Up ahead, a powerful demon swept a glance at the approaching crowd of humans. One of the demon emperors glanced over at other locations. In a cold tone, he said, "These humans have come to check on the commotion. What should we do about them?" The other powerful demons looked in different directions. These demonic beasts seemed to be divided into different camps. There was a clear distinction between the groups. They clearly belonged to different clans. "Let's settle them off first," a powerful demon said. His tone was cold and indifferent and contained murderous intent. "We are merely here to take a look around. Why do we need to?" A Run Huang tried to reason with the demons. As he said this, he felt demonic qi surging towards him. It did not allow him to finish speaking. A demon emperor directly descended upon him like a shadow. Bang! There was a loud collision when their two figures came in contact. Before this, the Run Huang who had spoken had extended his hand. Bloodstains could be seen. His palm had been ripped apart. These demonic beasts were actually attacking them straight up. Many people thought to themselves, although there were many demonic beasts in the Dark Mountain Range, there were also a large number of Rinhuangs who had entered here. Many of them were from top forces. It was not easy for the demonic beasts to deal with them. "I will deal with them. Settle those people first," said the handsome youth in the fur coat that Futian's group encountered before this. He said this as he pointed in the direction of the members of Wangshan Watchtower. A powerful demon floated towards Futian's group. The strangely handsome youth swept a glance towards them. He said, "Before this, I recall warning all of you. This place is so big. Surely we are not disturbing anyone by coming here to take a look around?" Li Changsheng replied as he smiled back at the other party. He could sense that this handsome youth was a threat. This demon emperor seemed to appear younger and more handsome the older he got. He was certainly a super powerful demon that had cultivated for eons. He changed his form to appear youthful, but in reality, he was an old monster. The demonic qi around them was frightening. Formless currents tore apart the space. The handsome youth swept towards the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower. He stepped out, and his figure disappeared without a trace the next moment. Buzz. His figure left behind afterimages. Li Changsheng sensed the danger and sent a palm strike flying out immediately. His palm strike seemed soft and gentle, yet even the space was twisted and vibrated under its force. Their two palms collided in an instant. The currents of the great path around them contorted frenziedly. What was even more terrifying was that an astonishing, consuming power suddenly burst forth in the vast space. It seemed to consume everything around them. A terrifying shadow appeared behind the handsome youth. Darkness descended, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Li Changsheng felt the aura of the great path in his body flow towards his opponent's palm uncontrollably. It was not just him. The auras of the great path of various cultivators behind him seemed to be sucked in by the consuming current. For a moment, there was an intense rumbling noise throughout the mountain range. The peaks trembled, and it seemed as though the heavens and earth were falling apart. "Stand down," said a silhouette as he walked forward. It was Zhong Chan. Divine tablets appeared around his body. They blocked in front of him, lessening the effects of the intense, consuming power on the cultivators behind him. Rumble. The handsome demon emperor stepped onto the ground. The vast space seemed to be immediately consumed by him. Futian and the others retreated backward. At the same time, demon emperors attacked from other directions. In an instant, a large-scale battle erupted in the space. Futian and the group retreated. They saw gales ravaging their surroundings. Terrifying, powerful demons blocked out the sun in the sky. They charged towards the cultivators, intending to consume them. Zhong Chan's figure shot up into the sky. Many powerful Rinhuangs began to attack. They never imagined that the demon emperors in the mountain range would attack so decisively. Futian's group retreated into the mountain range. Let's go after him. Far off in other directions, the cultivators of two forces began to move. They were the cultivators of the Great Yin ancient royal family and the Renhuangs of Lingxiao Palace. They had long marked Futian. Chapter 2048, Murderous Intent. The mountain range instantly descended into chaos. The cultivators from various forces were attacked by the demonic beasts one after another. Furthermore, the Renhuangs who came from the outside world were not united. For instance, as the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were retreating from the attacks of the demonic beasts, not only did Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace not help them out, but they instead targeted Yi Futian's group. Their figures also chased after Yi Futian's group in a flash, as though they might attack them at any time. "Let's go," suggested Goddess Donglai, as she led the cultivators in retreating when she saw that the situation was off. They retreated toward the mountains. From another direction, another group of people passed by. They were the cultivators of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. When they saw this situation, they revealed strange expressions. What were these demonic beasts doing? Zhang Yueli glanced at the battlefield and then looked ahead. She continued forward, advancing further ahead. The cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower kept retreating backward. They unknowingly ended up in a valley region. Behind them, they were blocked off by a huge black mountain. The demon emperors charging towards them swept a glance at the various cultivators. They then immediately turned and left, returning to where they were before. This caused the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower to reveal bizarre looks. Were they leaving just like that? However, right then, the cultivators of two forces walked out. They were the cultivators from the Great Yin ancient royal family, as well as Lingxiao Palace, who had been targeting Yi Futian's group. When she saw this scene, Goddess Donglai's gaze turned extremely cold. She seemed to have thought of something. Why were these two forces targeting the Wangshan Watchtower as well as Yi Futian? Even if Great Yin ancient royal family had its reason, why was Lingxiao Palace also doing so? Was it just because Yi Futian won against Ling He and disgraced him? This reason seemed insufficient. Unless there was another reason behind it. What are your intentions for doing this? Zongchan said as he looked at the crowd of cultivators. Li Changsheng was not here, so he was naturally in charge. He also had the strongest ability among the group. They were attacked by demon emperors, and these two forces were eyeing them as well. To protect the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, they had retreated again and again. Now, the demon emperors had left, but these two forces seemed to show murderous intent. Before this, I have always wanted to experience the ability of the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower myself. Unfortunately, I never got the opportunity to do so. Now that there is no one to disturb us here in the secret zone, I cannot think of a better opportunity, said Yin Hanqing, the prince of Great Yin ancient royal family. He stepped forward and walked over to Zongchan. His ninth-tier Renhuang aura was terrifying. The winds and clouds in the sky above shifted. Frighteningly huge divine dragons appeared. A shadow of a huge dragon also appeared behind him. Dragon cries filled the skies. The song of the young dragon radiated outwards, tearing apart the land with its roar. Sound waves of the great path swept out. Zongchan took a step forward. Divine tablets of the great path burst forth, suppressing everything. The power of the sound waves were mostly blocked off by the divine tablets. However, the terrifying sound vibrations still shook the people behind him. Many people groaned, and their faces turned pale. They felt as though their spiritual souls were about to be shattered. Some Renhuangs were immediately sent flying backward, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Beigong Shuang also felt very uncomfortable. Blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. Her face was as pale as a sheet. Xiaqing Yuan also let out a dull groan. Rumble. Zongchan stepped forward, and countless divine tablets appeared around them. They hung from the heavens and were everywhere. He swept a glance at his opponent and formed seals with both his hands. The divine tablets immediately descended from the heavens and suppressed this part of the sky. Yin Hanqing had a serious expression. The cultivators also raised their heads and looked up into the sky. This attack seemed to be everywhere, suppressing this part of the sky and attacking all the cultivators at once. The divine dragon protected Yin Hanqing's body. However, many cultivators behind him were not so lucky. Their figures were instantly sent flying. At that moment, a figure with extraordinary temperament emerged from among the cultivators of Lingxiao Palace. The figure had ninth-tier cultivation. A gigantic Lingxiao pagoda appeared and floated in the sky. Endless golden divine light descended upon them, sweeping towards the various cultivators. When she saw this scene, Goddess Donglai took a step forward. Her figure became that of a towering divine tree. Its endless branches spread outwards and covered the sky and the sun. It protected all of the cultivators beneath it. "All of you, step back," Goddess Donglai ordered. The lineup of the two major forces was far stronger than they were. If a group battle were to erupt here, the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower would surely be at a disadvantage. "Uncle Beigong, Zifeng, help me take care of Qingyuan," Yi Futian said to Beigong Ao and Zifeng via transmitted thoughts. With a flash of his silhouette, he then headed over in one direction alone. He sensed that many of their opponents were targeting him. His death was the greatest wish of Ling He, Yin Dongyang, and many other cultivators. Hence, he decided to draw their attention away from the others. As he said this, his silhouette flashed, and he headed to one side. There was a huge rumble, and a landslide occurred. He immediately tunneled through the ancient Black Mountain. As expected, when they saw Yi Futian leaving, many people gave pursuit. There were actually more than a dozen Renhuangs heading in Yi Futian's direction. This made it clear how high a priority Yi Futian was for the two major forces. The deep Black Mountain was frenziedly collapsing and being destroyed. Yi Futian kept advancing at an astonishing speed. Beigong Ao had 8th-tier cultivation and had the Cloudwood. Zifeng had a flawless great path and very powerful combat ability. They should be able to fend for themselves. Yi Futian drew many cultivators along with him when he went off on his own. This included powerful 8th-tier Renhuangs. This way, they could even out the pressure on the battlefield. After a short while, Yi Futian traversed some distance through the mountain range. He came to a place surrounded by ancient black peaks. With a loud rumble, Yi Futian's figure collided with a terrifying, gigantic black mountain. He actually did not manage to bore through it. This gigantic black mountain was like a divine mountain. A mysterious aura radiated from it. It forcefully knocked Yi Futian back. Dozens of Renhuangs chased after Yi Futian, rushing up to pressure him. They stood at different positions, gradually surrounding Yi Futian in this huge space. Yin Dongyang and Ling He were both here. Their eyes flared up with murderous intent. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian's talent was, he needed to die. He was the inheritor of Supreme Deity Donglai's teachings, and also joined the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. He actually still dared to display such talents. There was no reason for him to live. Ling He extended his palm, and a divine tower flew out from his hand. It flew up into the sky, and then grew larger and larger. It floated high in the sky and became a gigantic divine tower. The direct descendants of Lingxiao Palace possessed the Lingxiao Pagoda life spirit. This treasure was concocted from it. As the tower floated in the sky, frightening golden currents descended from it. The might of the great path also pressed down and completely sealed off the space. Golden currents covered the vast space, seemingly blocking out the sky and the sun. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced around. When he sensed the might of the great path, his gaze turned cold and indifferent. Were they separating the space off so that it was more convenient for them to kill him? "Are all of you going to ignore the words of Chief Ning?" Yi Futian asked in a cold tone. Were these two major forces ignoring the rules established by the overseer of the Donghua domain? The crowd looked at him with mocking looks. It was as though they were looking at a dead person. Ling He laughed and said, "If you die to the demonic beasts in the mountain range, what does that have to do with us?" Chapter 2049. Not enough. Yi Futian looked at Ling He. The other party did not shy away from admitting that they wanted him to die here. It was not just that. These people would certainly not hold back against the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. They truly came with murderous intent. Were Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace really going to act so presumptuous after joining forces? In the heavens above, the tower floated in the sky. The dazzling shadow of the tower loomed over this part of the sky and suppressed it. It caused this part of the space to feel exceptionally heavy. Flowing lights of the great path immediately charged towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's will shifted, and a brilliant divine sword instantly appeared before him. This divine sword contained terrifying sword will as it went against the flow of light. It hovered above Yi Futian's head. The currents of swordsmanship and the light of the tower collided, letting out an ear-piercing sound. "Attack!" ordered Ling He. His gaze was filled with intense murderous intent. He immediately gave the order for his subordinates to kill Yi Futian. As he gave the order, an 8th-tier Runhuang from Lingxiao Palace attacked. The 8th-tier cultivator took a step forward. A long golden spear in his hand released brilliant divine light that directly pierced the sky. Buzz! The frightening Lingxi spear was astonishing. The spear was extremely fast, penetrating the very fabric of space. Yi Futian's reaction time was also rapid, as he dodged it instantly. The spear swept past his figure. Before Yi Futian could react again, another spear descended. The spear chased after its own shadow, as the Lingxi spear seemed to merge with the great path. Yi Futian felt the space in front of him being torn apart and shattered. The power of the great path was pierced through. A long spear similarly appeared in Yi Futian's hand. Frightening battle intent circled it. Without any hesitation, he stabbed his spear straight out in front of him. He could not keep evading his opponent's spear techniques. He could only counter with his own attacks. The two long spears clashed. Yi Futian's figure was immediately sent flying from the shockwave. Even though he had a flawless great path, he was still just a 4th-tier Renhuang. He was facing an 8th-tier Renhuang, and one from Lingxiao Palace who was proficient in Lingxi spear techniques. Purely in terms of spear techniques, he was already at a disadvantage. The 8th-tier cultivator did not continue to attack, instead looking at Yi Futian with a serious expression. This person was actually also proficient in spear techniques? Frightening battle intent emanated from the long spear in Yi Futian's hand. This battle intent circled and surged into his body. It caused Yi Futian's battle intent to burst forth. His will was mighty. It was as though a spear god had possessed him. The will of the great path surrounded the body of the 8th-tier cultivator. He stood there, becoming one with his spear. He gave off an ethereal vibe and had an extraordinary temperament. Yi Futian stared at the other party. A divine tree seemed to appear in his body. Currents of the great path emanated outwards. The vast space seemed to be enveloped by these currents. At the same time, vigorous life force radiated from Yi Futian's body. It caused his will and energy to reach their utmost limits. His battle intent seemed to burst forth from his body. On top of that, a frightening domain of the great path appeared behind him. The stars circled him, and countless stone tablets seemed to appear. There were runes carved on each tablet. Divine light of the great path shone, and the Buddhist voice of the great path could faintly be heard chanting the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The next moment, currents of the great path appeared above Yi Futian's head. They consumed the power in the surroundings. A yin-yang diagram of the great path was created. This yin-yang diagram seemed to be connected to the divine tree, perfectly merging with it. Half of the diagram was as hot as the scorching sun, the other half as cold as the moon. The power of yin radiated from it. Sword light of catastrophe hung above. This space became extremely frightening. It caused even the 8th-tier cultivator to feel pressured. Right now, Yi Futian seemed very powerful to him. Even more powerful aura emanated from the Renhuang's figure. He merely stood there, but frightening currents of the great path emanated outwards. Countless shadows split from his figure. Each shadow contained a terrifying aura. They charged towards Yi Futian. For a moment, the will of their spears was astonishing. The countless shadows advanced, appearing in different locations. They appeared to be everywhere. The next moment, the figure of the 8th-tier Renhuang moved. He disappeared from his original position. Yi Futian could not see where he had disappeared to. Buzz! In the heavens above, the yin-yang diagram released terrifying lights of catastrophe. They swept out across the space. At the same time, Yi Futian stabbed out with his spear. The astonishing will of the spear radiated out, seemingly able to pierce the space. Bang! There was a loud sound, and a shadow appeared before Yi Futian. The two spears clashed straight into each other. The shadow revealed a strange look, appearing to be caught off guard by this. Yi Futian had actually pinpointed his position without fail. Not only that, But the Runhuang also felt that within this domain of the Great Path, his way was being restricted. For instance, the chill caused his movements to be slowed down. The body of the 8th-tier Renhuang disappeared without a trace as though it was but one of his shadows. The next moment, another shadow suddenly emerged, and another frightening spear stabbed out to kill Futian. Its speed was so fast that Futian could not react to it. The stone tablets directly flew over. With loud rumbles, they frenziedly exploded and turned to dust. The light of catastrophe directly pierced the space. When Futian's spear appeared again, it landed straight on the tip of the Renhuang's spear. It was as though Futian could completely read his every movement. However, the powerful attack still caused the great path around Futian's body to crumble. His figure was sent flying outward. Next, countless spears continuously appeared in different locations. Each spear was like the brush of a deity. However, each spear was actually blocked by Futian. Each time Futian was sent flying, the Renhuang felt that Futian would certainly be unable to withstand the next spear. Yet, he discovered that there was always another spear that Futian could block. What was even more frightening was that he discovered this place had become Futian's domain of the Great Path. The chill grew more and more intense, already beginning to invade his body and affect his speed. The light of catastrophe that descended from the sky also kept destroying his shadows. Not only was Futian not defeated, but the Renhuang instead was being gradually restricted. Something is off. The others also began to realize this. Currents of the Great Path also appeared around them. The currents were everywhere. The vast space seemed to be affected by Futian's currents of the Great Path. It appeared to have become his own domain of the Great Path. Do not dawdle any longer. Kill him, ordered Yin Dongyang as a cold look flashed past in his eyes. This time, their lineup was extremely powerful. They had 8 8th-tier Renhuangs alone. Yin Dongyang and Ling He were considered the ones with the weakest cultivation among their lineup. Against such odds, it was difficult for Futian to escape them. No matter how talented he was, he would certainly perish. The others answered as they nodded their heads. They stepped forward, and immediately, astonishing auras of the Great Path burst forth from different directions simultaneously, sweeping towards Futian. At the same time, the yin-yang diagram in the sky above consumed the power of the Great Path around them. The light of catastrophe that descended in the form of swords. Everywhere they landed, everything was destroyed. Yin Dongyang and Ling He were similarly in the attack range. They frowned as they glared at Futian. Futian wielded the long spear in his hand. He stood against them alone. As he swept a glance towards them, he said, "With these people, it is still not enough." Chapter 2050, The Slaughter. Yin Dongyang and Ling He frowned. All of them were not enough. Be careful, someone reminded them. The yin-yang pattern that floated above their heads felt extremely dangerous. Pest! There was a sharp and terrifying sound. The destructive current of the Great Path from the yin-yang pattern attacked downward, keeping everyone in its grip. Yin Dongyang and Ling He were also caught up in the attack. Having felt that terrifying current of destruction, both of them released the divine wheel of Great Path. At the same time, there were also divine items that were blooming with brilliant radiance. Yin Dongyang seemed to be wrapped up in the form of the true dragon as a gigantic shadow of the dragon appeared. The falling currents of destruction were attacking it, making terrible sounds. Yin Dongyang found that the shadow of the dragon could not resist the coming attacks. An armor of golden dragon scale gradually attached itself to his body, which made him appear fierce and terrifying. His eyes were frightening to behold. When he first fought Futian at Wangshan Watchtower, he didn't have an accurate sense of his power. It wasn't until much later that he realized Futian had been hiding his true strength all along. Now he knew clearly that he and Futian were hardly at the same level, and that his opponent's combat effectiveness was at a totally different realm. Ling He fared no better as he was busy fighting off the destructive currents of swordsmanship that fell from the void. By this time, other cultivators were taking actions as well. The 3 cultivators of the 8th realm unleashed the terrible power of the Great Path at the same time. Thousands of spear shadows appeared, and countless afterimages appeared in this part of the space. Lingxi's spear bloomed once again, and penetrated the void in a single strike. In another direction, a Lingxiao pagoda appeared on the mountain top above Yi Futian's head. It was the divine wheel of Great Path from one of the cultivators of the Eighth Realm. The light of the divine wheel came crashing down. It flattened everything in its path and kept Yi Futian in place. Behind Yi Futian, a sacred giant dragon appeared, and the roar from the song of the young dragon shattered mountains and rivers. The sky and earth seemed to come apart as waves of sonic attacks swept through the area, directly attacking the spiritual soul. The sharp claws of the massive true dragon slammed down and torn apart that corner of the sky. Yi Futian was attacked at the same time by 3 powerful cultivators of the Eighth Realm. That space of the Great Path was about to burst and shatter. There was simply no room to hide. Yin Dongyang and Ling He stared in that direction. Could Yi Futian survive such a choreographed attack? The storm of destruction came with a vengeance. Both the spiritual soul and the physical body were crushed by the terrifying Great Path. It seemed completely unstoppable. The starry storm that surrounded Yi Futian was broken up and destroyed. Although the attack of the swordsmanship was quite strong, it could not affect the blow from the opposing 3 cultivators. Life and death were only in a matter of instant. At this moment, an extreme chill swept out and shut down the space with ice. This slowed down all 3 cultivators' attack speed, and time seemed to come to a stop. At the same time, a terrifying sacred radiance bloomed from Yi Futian. This sacred radiance contained the might of the Great Path, which melded into Yi Futian's body as well as his fighting will. All 3 cultivators of the Eighth Realm felt a supreme pressure of might, as if this coercion was coming from an even higher level of existence. This moment seemed endless. Their attack could have arrived in an instant, but everything seemed to have slowed down. The attack that could have accomplished in an instant was delayed and did not fall as expected. However, they saw the divine light that lingered upon Yi Futian. The fighting will of the long spear swept out and destroyed all power of the Great Path. Yi Futian's body moved, and man and spear became one. When the spear was piercing forward, that cultivator of the Eighth Realm from Lingxiao Palace only felt that the Great Path madly collapsing and shattering. It seemed that it was not Yi Futian he was facing, but some descendant of the gods who would not be denied. As the shadow of the spear passed through, the crowd saw countless golden fragments appeared in the wake of the spear, and that everything had turned into dust. Time seemed to stand still, and all the cultivators looked at that cultivator of the Eighth Realm from Lingxiao Palace. He stood there, motionless, with golden divine light surrounding his body, like a statue. In the next moment, that statue-like figure shattered into nothingness, turned into a cloud of golden dust and disappeared. A cultivator of the Eighth Realm, obliterated just like that. Everyone else's face changed when they witnessed what had taken place. Not only that, but they also saw a magnificent imperial glory emitted from Yi Futian's body. It shot straight into the heavens. The imperial glory had been integrated into the fighting will of the spear, and made that fighting will a reality, materialized into terrifying aurora of the spear. How is this possible? Ling He stared at Yi Futian, unable to believe what he was seeing before his eyes. Wasn't Yi Futian the chosen heir of Eastern Deity Island? How could he possess such terrifying power? Was that the imperial glory on his body? How could he embody the will of the great emperor? Was he really no more than just the chosen heir of Eastern Deity Island? Yin Dongyang's expression was equally comical. His eyes were glued on the scene playing out in front of him as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A powerful existence of the Eight Realm had just perished like that, felled with a single strike of the spear. Yi Futian paid no attention to any of them. The spear in his hand pointed forward, and the imperial glory on his body rushed straight into the sky. It was as if directly integrated into the yin-yang pattern, so that the falling light of catastrophe also became golden. "Watch out!" people exclaimed as the light of catastrophe fell. A cultivator of the Seventh Realm was torn apart instantly. His body shattered into nothingness. The expression of the other cultivators changed drastically. Except for the 2 cultivators of the Eighth Realm, the rest of the people were retreating, releasing a terrifying current of the Great Path. However, Yi Futian was suspended in midair, and the yin-yang pattern kept expanding. The falling yin-yang light of catastrophe shattered and destroyed the great path. Under the light of catastrophe, all the cultivators were also shattered into nothingness. The screams continued. Except for the two cultivators of the eighth realm, no one else was able to resist this catastrophic light of destruction. Of course, Yin Dongyang and Ling He were still alive, but it was not because they had the ability to resist. They were still breathing because Yi Futian was not in a rush to kill them. At this moment, Yi Futian moved toward the two cultivators of the eighth realm. When the light of catastrophe came down, the two cultivators resisted with all their might. When they saw Yi Futian was coming toward them, their faces paled. Buzz. The yin-yang pattern directly shone on a cultivator of the eighth realm. As the two extreme powers of the moon and the sun descended, accompanied by an infinite catastrophic light of swordsmanship, that cultivator of the eighth realm released the Lingxiao pagoda on his body to the extreme to resist the attack. However, Yi Futian disappeared from where he stood in an instant. The long spear blasted upon the Lingxiao pagoda with a loud bang. Under the overwhelming fighting will, the pagoda of the divine will shattered and was destroyed. The light of catastrophe descended as that cultivator of the eighth realm screamed. But in the next moment, a long spear passed through his skull and ended his life. "Who are you?" The remaining cultivator of the eighth realm from the ancient royal family of Yin asked Yi Futian as his eyes fixed upon him. "The one who killed you." As soon as Yi Futian's voice faded away, the spear was unleashed. As the terrifying spear blasted on the sacred dragon, and cracks continued to appear on its body. At the same time, the light of catastrophe fell, tearing the dragon apart and rushed into their defenses. There was another scream as the yin-yang catastrophe came down upon them. The body of the others shattered little by little, until it turned to dust. In a blink of an eye, an extremely powerful army of Renhuang was reduced to just Yin Dongyang and Ling He, who were still alive. All the others had perished. Yi Futian turned to face Yin Dongyang and Ling He. Finally, there was a strong sense of fear and dread in their eyes. Ling He looked at Yi Futian and said, "You can't kill us. You were killed by a demonic beast. How does that have anything to do with me?" Yi Futian responded coldly. "No," Ling He replied. "If we die here, everyone will know it's your doing. The Yin Kingdom, Lingxiao Palace, and even the Domain Chief's manor will not let you off the hook. When you were after me, didn't you ever consider the consequences?" The fighting will puffed out of the spear that was in Yi Futian's hand. Its murderous intent was burning hot. He had killed so many by this time that there was no difference if he killed these two or not. Ling He glanced in the direction where those people had disappeared and seemed to realize that Yi Futian no longer had any recourse. He said, "There is still a chance. As long as you let us go, all the grievances will be forgiven. The Yin Kingdom and Lingxiao Palace will no longer pursue the matter. What say you?" "Pa." The response was a strike from Yi Futian's spear, piercing his throat. Ling He stared at the man in front of him, an extremely painful expression in his eyes. He couldn't believe this was true, that he would be killed just like this. The spear spun slightly, and Ling He's body immediately shattered and turned to dust. It was as if he had never existed in the first place. Yin Dongyang's eyes fixed on Yi Futian, and a great sense of fear struck him. He seemed to have a premonition of his fate. Ling He had been exterminated, and the other would not let him get away with it. He had no escape. "You will be with us soon enough," Yin Dongyang said to Yi Futian. His tone was extremely confident. It was as if he had foreseen the end of Yi Futian. "You won't see it anyway," Yi Futian replied. As his voice faded, the light of catastrophe fell. Under that light of catastrophe, Yin Dongyang uttered a terrible cry as his body was torn apart, turning little by little into nothingness. All the cultivators had been killed. Chapter 2051. The One Behind the Scenes. After Yi Futian had slaughtered all the cultivators, he retracted the imperial glory, which should not be exposed in front of the others. He raised his hand to take away the pagoda that had sealed off this space in the void. The aftershocks of the great path still lingered. He did not leave, but stood there in a daze. His brows were knitted tightly, like he had thought of something awful. Yi Futian had a strong sense of foreboding. This was not because he had just killed the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yin and Ling Shao Palace. Strictly speaking, they had violated the rules first and forced him to fight back because he had no other choice. What really disturbed him was this whole series of events. It seemed that they could all be linked together. However, if they were to be linked together, they inevitably pointed toward the speculation that would upend all his plans. Worse yet, he may also be facing the calamity between life and death, possibly perishing in the Donghua heavens. Just as Futian was deep in thought, a powerful aura suddenly came from the distant void. He raised his head and saw a group of people descending on him. The man in the lead had divine light shining all over him, possessing an unparalleled temperament. When Futian saw the appearance of this man, his uneasiness became stronger. It was as if his suspicion was getting closer to becoming the truth. Although he was guessing, he had hoped that he was wrong. Once it had been proven to be right, the consequences would be unimaginable. But things seemed to be moving in the worst possible direction. The man that appeared was the #1 genius talent of the Donghua heavens, the proud son of the chief of the Donghua Domain Chief's Manor, Ning Hua. The person behind him was the cultivator from Domain Chief's Manor who had entered the secret zone with him. Ning Hua looked down at Futian as his eyes surveyed the area below. His sight swept toward the broken ground and those corpses. His face suddenly became extremely cold, full of murderous intent. Futian didn't explain anything but merely looked up at Ning Hua. Ning Hua stared at him as he stepped forward. The light of the grand seal of the Great Path was shining, and traces of divine glory of the seal enveloped this boundless space. The way of the seal was hidden inside his eyes and directly rushed into Futian's eyes. Futian suddenly felt that all the will of the Great Path was sealed shut, and the same with the Great Path that surrounded him. At this moment, Futian felt the gap. Even though they both possessed a perfect Great Path, his opponent was an upper Renhuang of the 7th realm at his peak, while he was just a Renhuang 4th realm. The gap between them was not insubstantial. Moreover, Ning Hua himself was a genius known as the #1 figure in the Donghua domain. Such a gap was difficult to address. Futian had killed more than a dozen powerful cultivators before, but he knew he had no chance against Ning Hua. Above Ning Hua, a divine picture of a seal hung high in the sky as the divine light of the Great Path spilled down upon Futian. At the same time, Ning Hua raised his palm and dealt a single blow. This blow shook the void with a violent tremor, and endless palm strikes seemed to overlap, turning into countless patterns of the Great Path that attacked in unison. Silently, Ning Hua directly launched the attack. The long spear in Futian's hand puffed out terrible fighting will as the spear lanced forward. However, the radiant pattern of the Great Path swept through his body, and the power of the long spear, as well as the power inside of Futian, seemed to be sealed instantaneously. Multiple hits from the palm strike landed at the same time. Even the aurora of the spear was annihilated. Bang! Futian's body was knocked back and hit the black mountain wall fiercely, causing the entire side of the mountain to vibrate violently. Sure enough, without any words or questions, he had resort to a strict defense. Futian was obvious on Ning Hua's stance, and it also confirmed his suspicion. Suddenly, he felt a coldness all over. It turned out that what he had always wanted to do was a huge mistake in itself. He was walking into the abyss, step by step, all by himself. While in the trial at the secret zone, you slaughtered people from all forces also there for the trial. You should die, Ning Hua said with a cold tone. He stood in the void and looked down at Futian. There was contempt in those arrogant eyes. Even though Futian had extraordinary talents, he still had just one thing to say. That was he should be executed. He wanted Futian dead. As soon as his voice fell, all the cultivators behind him immediately moved forward and headed toward Futian. Ning Hua didn't need to take action himself. They would take care of Futian and ensure his demise. The terrible aura of the Great Path descended, and Futian looked bad. His eyes were staring coldly at those cultivators who were approaching him. Stop! At this moment, there was a great shout. In the distance, with the speed of the wind, the aura of the Great Path descended. Several people were rushing over with extreme speed. It was Li Chongsheng, Zhongchan, and the others who had extricated themselves from the battles on the other side. Vice Chief, what is the meaning of this? Li Changsheng said from midair. When his voice fell, he was already at Yi Futian's side. Looking at Ning Hua and the cultivators from the domain chief's manor, my father has already said that in the secret zone, there must be no killing. However, Yi Futian has slaughtered all the Runhuang. You may report to the Millet Emperor that this man belongs to the domain chief's manor. Ning Hua spoke with total authority. He had no intention to spare Yi Futian's life. Brothers, Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Li Changxing and Zhong Chan. Is there any way to tell the Millet Emperor that there is a problem with the chief? When Li Changxing and Zhong Chan heard Yi Futian's voice transmission, their hearts trembled. They were no fools, and when they heard what Yi Futian had to say, a bold possibility came to them suddenly. It made their hearts skip a beat. Was that the problem? This was precisely the reason why Yi Futian felt hopeless. He chose to come to the domain chief's manor to participate in the Donghua banquet, displaying his superior strength and talent, and entered the secret zone for trial. All these efforts were so that he could enter the domain chief's manor with absolute dominance to cultivate. Then, what could the ancient royal family of Yin and Lingxiao Palace possibly do to him? However, he realized now that he was dead wrong. Neither force, the ancient royal family of Yin or Lingxiao Palace, had the slightest scruples about killing him. Why was that? They had set their sights on him from the very beginning. Clearly, they had this intention before entering the secret zone. It was not something that just happened by chance. The Donghua banquet was taking place here, and the chief was just outside. Was demonic beast a plausible excuse? Surely the chief was not so naive as to believe it. Since it was not plausible, why did the others dare to do what they did? Remembering Ling He's aggression and confidence, and Yin Dongyang's last words, coupled with the action of the palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace at the banquet, a thought started to form inside Yi Futian's mind. Even before that, the Ling Xiao Palace had pledged itself to the chief. They might have been doing the bidding of the chief. Before, when Ling He was courting Qin Qing, the goddess of fluttering snow palace, it was also in the effort to link these top forces to form a net of power. Ling He and Qin Qing, Ning Hua and Taihua goddess. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. The chief of Donghua domain was the one ruling things behind the scenes. Chapter 2052, Lurking Perils. Yi Futian also remembered something else. The Millet Emperor had asked him if Supreme Deity Donglai had any memory of the last battle. Moreover, if Supreme Deity Donglai still retained some memory of it, why didn't he pass them on to Goddess Donglai? Nor did he tell her the details of that last battle. The Millet Emperor and outsiders knew that Supreme Deity Donglai still had some residual memories of the battle. Now, Yi Futian understood that it was because Supreme Deity Donglai didn't want to implicate Goddess Donglai and the rest of Eastern Deity Island, as well as the Millet Emperor. If they knew the truth, disaster might ensue. According to Goddess Donglai, the death of Supreme Deity Donglai caused the conflict between the Millet Emperor and the ancient royal family of Yin. The chief came forward to mediate the matter and ruled that the Millet Emperor could not involve himself further with Eastern Deity Island. Based on that ruling, the ancient royal family of Yin dropped the matter with Eastern Deity Island. At the same time, Eastern Deity Island stopped its involvement with the outside world, so peace was restored. Although the ancient royal family of Yin and Wangshan Watchtower had grudges, they were able to maintain a semblance of peace, and the Donghua domain remained orderly. However, now Yi Futian truly comprehended that the death of Supreme Deity Donglai not only involved the ancient royal family of Yin and Lingxiao Palace, but it was also very possible that the domain chief's manor was behind the whole thing. This was the reason why, when they were at Turtle Deity Island, in front of the chief, Lingxiao Palace did not hesitate to get between the grudge match between the ancient royal family of Yin and Wangshan Watchtower. After that, the two sides had always worked together in their dealings with Wangshan Watchtower. After they entered the secret zone, they had flouted the rules set by the chief and directly moved against them with bad intentions. After giving the matter considerable thought, everything suddenly became clear. The chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor was the true power backing the ancient royal family of Yin and Lingxiao Palace. Because of this, they had no qualms about killing them here as they please, intending on killing him and all the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower in one fell swoop. They didn't need to worry that the chief would punish them. The chief was one behind the scenes. Why would he punish them? Of course, Futian suspected that he might be the fuse. His talent had alarmed many. Otherwise, everything may remain the same as it was before. For the sake of maintaining order in the Donghua domain, Chief Ning could do nothing against them. It wouldn't really threaten them anyway. His existence had motivated many with the worst of intentions. Okay, Li Chongqing replied quickly. Clearly, he had a way to get in touch with the Millet Emperor. He had traded transmission treasures back when he was at Penglai Deity Island. Other top figures may also have transmission items at their disposal. When he heard Yi Futian's voice transmission, Li Chongqing understood that this matter was of grave importance and would likely affect the entire Wangshan watchtower. Even his master, the Millet Emperor, would not be spared. Before, the master was only hypothesizing that Lingxiao Palace may have participated. Still, no one could have thought that the person behind it all was the helmsman of Donghua Domain, Chief Ning. As a result, the entire Wangshan watchtower was now in the same precarious situation as Eastern Deity Island once was. At the domain chief's manor, the clouds and mist surrounded the place with a divine aura. Inside Donghua Palace, a group of top masters was still there. They drank while looking down at a mountain below, which would be the exit of the secret zone. Those who entered the Fuyao secret zone would eventually emerge after they had run through its course. The group chatted casually, talking and laughing, discussing who would be the first cultivator to get out of the secret zone. At this point, the palace lord of Lingxiao Palace, who was talking and laughing, suddenly turned pale. His face became extremely gloomy, and a terrible aura spread from him. It caused the entire Donghua Palace to quiet instantly. Everyone looked at Ling Yunzi, the palace lord of Lingxiao Palace. Someone asked, "What's happening?" Chief Ning also looked at Ling Yunzi and asked, "What is it?" Ling Yunzi showed a pained look in his eyes, clenching his fists. He said, "Something has happened to Ling He." Chief Ning's expression changed slightly. Everyone within the Donghua Palace had different looks on their faces, but they were all wondering, did Ling He perish in the secret zone? Although there was some danger in the secret zone, Ning Hua and the others from the domain chief's manor were with him as well. Theoretically speaking, someone with Ling He's status ought to be fine. However, at this moment, Ling Yunzi suggested that something had happened to Ling He. While Ling He was in the secret zone, no one outside would know what happened inside. Ling Yunzi would only get a sense of foreboding if Ling He were dead. Clink. The sound of broken wine glass was heard. Before anyone understood what happened, they looked in the direction of the sound. It was Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan's face had a horrible look on it as the wine glass shattered in his palm and turned into dust, the wine spilling on the table. His eyes were a little hollow as he looked in the direction of Chief Ning. He whispered, "Dongyang, Yin Dongyang." Everyone trembled in their hearts. What was going on? Ling He and Yin Dongyang, two genius talents from two major principalities, descendants of prominent heritage, coupled with strong cultivation and outstanding talents. How could both of them have died? Furthermore, didn't they bring Top Renhuang with them? For a moment, Donghua Palace was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. There was also a slight sense of suppression. Did they encounter danger in the secret zone? Emperor Shi whispered, breaking the silence inside the Donghua Palace. Chief Ning glanced around and offered, "You both have our condolences." The Millet Emperor sat quietly. He faintly felt that an aura from Emperor Yin and Ling Yunzi falling on him. He frowned and wondered, could this have anything to do with Wangshan Watchtower? But everyone was in the secret zone, so no one knew exactly what was happening, unless they had planned this ahead of time. Without thinking more about the matter, his heart trembled suddenly. His eyes sharpened slightly when he received a message, and he was stunned for just a second. The Millet Emperor controlled his own emotions so that there was no fluctuation in his own aura. As if everything was business as usual, he lowered his head and took a sip from the wine glass, but there was a great disturbance in his heart. Could it be Domain Chief's manor of Donghua Domain? The Millet Emperor was a little bewildered before, but everything became clear when he received this message. He now understood everything. However, he could not afford to reveal this knowledge. "Chief, it suddenly occurred to me that I have something that needs handling." I need to leave for a few moments. Millet Emperor controlled his emotions and raised his glass to Chief Ning. Chief Ning looked at the Millet Emperor with a strange look in his eyes but asked softly, "It's not easy for us to get together. What's so important?" "A private matter," the Millet Emperor responded, and Chief Ning nodded slightly, not revealing whether or not he had any doubts. On the surface, everything seemed to be just fine. "What does the Millet Emperor mean by this?" Ling Yunzi said suddenly, his voice icy. Emperor Yin also looked at him with a cold expression. These two major cultivators both dropped their aura faintly on the Millet Emperor. "I don't understand the meaning of your words," said the Millet Emperor with a frown. Lingxiao Palace and the Yin Kingdom happened to have some grievances with Wangshan Watchtower. And now, something has happened to Ling He and Yin Dongyang. What does the Millet Emperor know? Ling Yunzi said coldly. The Millet Emperor ordered the hit? Emperor Yin interrogated unceremoniously, without any further pretenses. "Are you kidding me?" Likewise, the Millet Emperor released wisps of pressure from his body. The chief set the rules regarding this trip to the secret zone. Would I be so foolish as to let the people of Wangshan Watchtower violate them? Besides, you two were full of confidence before, specifically targeting the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. How dare you attribute the cause of any mishaps to me now? When did Wangshan Watchtower become so worthy in your eyes? Do you think that your cultivators are somehow inferior to my disciple inside the secret zone? Or do the two of you know something that made you suspect Wangshan Watchtower in the first place? The Millet Emperor's questioning silenced everyone for a while. The thunder-punishing Skylord said, "Before, it was always Lingxiao Palace and the Yin Kingdom that took the initiative. Even inside the secret zone, the Millet Emperor would not be so bold as to authorize Wangshan Watchtower to make enemies of two great principalities. Not to mention, it would violate the rules set by the chief. This is indeed unreasonable." Ling Yunzi and Emperor Yin looked at the thunder-punishing Skylord with indifference. They knew what orders they had given, so they had a pretty good idea of what might have happened. Their estimation would not be too far off. Otherwise, they couldn't figure out who gave the order. However, some things could not be said openly. He couldn't very well admit that they had ordered the people from the two great principalities to assassinate Wangshan Watchtower and Yi Futian. The Millet Emperor picking this juncture to leave is too much of a coincidence. If the Millet Emperor thinks that this has nothing to do with Wangshan Watchtower, why not stay? Said the Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace coldly. Ling Yunzi, you mean to suggest that I gave this kind of order, and now I'm going to abandon the disciples of Wangshan Watchtower and get myself out of here? The Millet Emperor's eyes were now sharp and unforgiving as he questioned Ling Yunzi. This line of logic was in itself contradictory and absurd. As soon as he finished speaking, the Millet Emperor stood up and said, "If I want to leave, are you going to stop me?" Then, the pressure from his body was released. Instantly, this space became extremely suppressed. The aura of the great path from these three men collided with each other, causing a gust of wind to blow within Donghua Palace. A dead silence. Everyone else was watching quietly. No one spoke. This kind of conflict would not be participated by other forces. It was enough for them to wait and see. No need to argue. We will get to the bottom of this. I can understand your feelings, but it is best to wait for them to come out. At this time, Chief Ning said, "If the Millet Emperor has something else to handle, please go and take care of it." The Millet Emperor looked at Chief Ning deeply. Judging from Chief Ning's strength and status, everything must be under his control, but so was he. The disciples of Wangshan Watchtower were still in the secret zone. What else could he do? Suppressing the thoughts in his head, the Millet Emperor nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Chief." With that, he turned to step into the void and disappeared. Watching his departing figure, Emperor Yin and Ling Yunzi's both appeared extremely gloomy. The Millet Emperor must have gotten some news. Chapter 2053, Domineering Ning Hua. After the Millet Emperor left, it fell quiet inside the Donghua Palace. The various giant-level figures had different expressions, but they did not say anything. Ling Yunzi and Emperor Yin still had sullen expressions. A cold aura emanated from their bodies. Although they had many descendants, be it Ling He or Yin Dongyang, they were both the most outstanding among their heirs. It was especially so for Ling He. He was the successor chosen by Ling Yunzi and was to be the future master of Lingxiao Palace. Yet, he had perished within the secret zone. However, no matter how Ling Yunzi tried, he could not fathom how Ling He had died. Just as the Millet Emperor had said, the two top forces held an absolute advantage against Wangshan Watchtower, no matter how they looked at it. How is it that two of their core members ended up being killed? This meant that many other Renwangs had also perished. Ling Yunzi said, "Chief, our Lingxiao Palace and Great Yin ancient royal family could not see eye to eye with Wangshan Watchtower. They might have come into conflict in the secret zone. However, the chief has already established the rule that the cultivators of the Donghua domain have come here to train and should not kill each other. After they emerge, if it is found that Ling He and Yin Dongyang have been assassinated by others, I hope that the chief can hand the culprits over to us so that we can deal with them." He suppressed the murderous intent and rage in his heart. He tried to keep his voice calm. As giant-level figures, very few things could cause their hearts to be stirred. However, it was not the case this time. Their descendants had perished. "All right," Chief Ning answered as he nodded his head. "During the Donghua banquet, before everyone entered the secret zone, I established the rule that there should be no manslaughter. If Ling He and Yin Dongyang indeed perished in the secret zone, not because of their adventures inside but by the hands of Renhuangs of the Donghua domain, I will certainly make sure justice is upheld." "Many thanks, Chief," said Ling Yunzi as he nodded his head. They clearly knew what had happened. This was merely them laying the foundations for later. If their heirs had truly been killed by the disciples of Wangshan Watchtower, then the members of Wangshan Watchtower would soon join the deceased. As for the Millet Emperor, since the disciples of Wangshan Watchtower were all here, he could not walk away on his own. They did not believe that the Millet Emperor would just desert them. If someone else made a move first, but instead, the thunder-punishing Skylord uttered in a low voice. Two sharp glares instantly turned towards him. They were the gazes of Emperor Yin and Ling Yunzi. This scene caused the thunder-punishing Skylord to pause. He then shook his head, smiled bitterly, and said, "I am not implying anything else. It is just that the Renhuangs all entered the secret zone. It is inevitable for them to encounter extenuating circumstances. Once conflict arises and they begin to exchange blows, they won't keep everything under control. If someone else attacks them first, should or shouldn't the other party counterattack? How can you control that? If someone else tries to kill the other party, how should the situation be handled?" Emperor Yin and Ling Yunzi both released cold auras. Although the thunder-punishing Skylord claimed that he was not implying anything, he was clearly directing his speculation at them. However, the thunder-punishing Skylord was also not that concerned about their gazes. Once one reached their level of cultivation, they would do as they pleased. He had a good impression of Futian. Before this, on Turtle Deity Island, the two forces had previously joined forces to go against the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. If Ling He and Yin Dongyang had truly been killed by the members of Wangshan Watchtower, it might be that Ling He's side had instigated the fight. If they were to still condemn the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, then that would not be just. The other party wanted to lay the foundations for their argument later, so he also spoke up to see how Chief Ning would handle the situation. Chief Ning also hesitated for a moment when he heard what the thunder-punishing Skylord said. He revealed a pensive look. Such a question was not so easy to answer. "Speculating now is meaningless," Chief Ning declared. "Ninghua is also in the secret zone. We still do not know what exactly happened. Once everything is over and they have emerged from the secret zone, everything will be clear. We can decide how to handle this then." Since the chief said so, thunder-punishing Skylord did not go on. He smiled and did not say anything. He was also curious as to what had happened in the secret zone. Although the other giant-level figures also had their own thoughts about the matter, they did not reveal them. It was better to see how things played out later. At that moment, in the secret zone, two groups of cultivators stood facing each other. Aside from the cultivators of Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace, the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, as well as the domain chief's manor, were also present. Ninghua swept an extremely sharp gaze towards Futian. Standing not far behind Ninghua, Yin Hanqing had an even colder look. His murderous intent was frightening. Vice Chief, the members of the Yin Kingdom and Lingxiao Palace attacked us first. Young brother Yi was forced to defend himself, Li Changsheng said to Ning Hua. He had already secretly informed the Millet Emperor. However, he had come into dispute with Ning Hua over this matter. Hence, he controlled his emotions as he tried to talk it out with Ning Hua. Right now, no matter how enraged he was, he had to hold it in. He had first to settle the issue with Ning Hua. At the very least, the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower had to make it out of there alive for there to be any hope of survival for them. Vice Chief, Yi Lianyan defied the rule set by Chief and killed the members of our Yin Kingdom. He should be sentenced to death, accused Yin Hanqing in a cold tone as he took a step out. Dragon cries shook the space. The divine dragons roared and churned as they charged ahead. Li Changsheng also took a step out. The powerful aura of the Great Path emanated from his body and blocked off Yin Hanqing's path. The cultivators of Lingxiao Palace also stepped forward to attack. However, they were held off by Goddess Donglai. Yi Lianyan killed those who entered the secret zone for training. Regardless of why he did so, we will take him into custody first. No one shall get in our way, Ning Hua said. His tone was overbearing. Immediately, the domain chief's manor cultivators to his left and right stepped out. Terrifying currents of the Great Path swept over the space with frightening pressure. The pressure immediately pressed down on Futian. However, at that moment, a heavenly might of the Great Path appeared in the vast space. Countless stone tablets appeared around them, enveloping the space. It completely covered Futian, shielding him. The divine tablets circled around and released enormous pressure. They burst forth like the heavenly might of the Great Path. There was a loud rumbling, and the Great Path shattered. Zhong Chan's figure stood there, holding off the cultivators of Domain Chief's manor. Vice Chief, shouldn't you investigate the truth of the matter before drawing conclusions? Zhong Chan asked. Although everyone here already knew who the mastermind was, it had not been publicly revealed yet. As the Vice Chief of the Domain Chief's manor, Ning Hua still had his reservations. However, the deaths of Ling He and the others coincidentally gave Ning Hua an excuse to act. After we take him into custody, we will naturally get to the bottom of this issue, Ning Hua said as he swept a glance at Zhong Chan. I said, no one shall get in our way. Ning Hua looked at the countless divine tablets that Zhong Chan released as he took a step forward. Zhong Chan was one of the four most prominent figures in the Donghua domain. He was an upper-level Renhuang with a flawless Great Path. Ning Hua wanted to see how long Zhong Chan could last against him. Ning Hua personally stepped out. Divine light of the Great Path circled him. He was insufferably arrogant. In an instant, countless ancient characters of the Great Path roared out and covered the sky. These characters were all characters for seal. In an instant, they were everywhere in the vast space, suddenly turning it into his absolute domain. He sealed off the space. Even the power of the divine tablets was similarly sealed away. Chapter 2054, Insufferable Arrogance. Ning Hua and Zhong Chan were both powerful. Both of them had flawless 7th-tier Great Paths. The power of the Great Path burst forth from both of them. Divine light circled the vast space. Endless divine light of the seals enveloped the space. In the sky above, a god seal pattern appeared. It poured down like a heavenly river as it churned towards Zhong Chan. With Zhong Chan at the center, countless divine tablets circled him. The endless space seemed to be enveloped by the stone tablets. Rumble. The divine tablets descended upon different locations in the space, suppressing this part of the sky. It caused the space to be filled with an unparalleled Great Path of suppression. In the sky above, a heavenly tablet appeared. It seemed ancient, and the heavenly might of the Great Path emanated from it. It plunged downwards towards Ning Hua. The world around them rumbled. The Great Path around them stretched out far and wide. The heavenly tablet plummeted down and suppressed the space. It seemed as though no one could block it. However, Ning Hua, who was surrounded by divine light, did not bat an eyelid. He had a proud look on his face. He seemed to look down on everything. He swept a glance at the heavenly tablet of the Great Path falling towards him. He extended his arm, and endless divine light of the seals surrounded him. It was as though countless sealing runes were dancing around his palm. The next moment, Ning Hua took a step forward and immediately walked towards the heavenly tablet plummeting towards him. He raised a finger and pointed it at the sky. There were a series of spells known as God Seal spells. He was using the God Seal spell known as God Seal Finger. Its might was unfathomable. Once the God Seal Finger was unleashed, the endless divine light of the seals radiated outwards, sweeping towards the oncoming heavenly tablet. As the finger landed, the space trembled violently. The heavenly tablet also shook vigorously. It stopped advancing. It was as though the space it was in had been completely sealed. Loud rumbles could be heard. The heavenly tablet vibrated intensely. Endless divine light rained down, forming the power of suppression that pressed down on Ning Hua. Alas, the area around Ning Hua's body had become an absolute sealed domain. It was impregnable. When Zhong Chan saw this, he formed seals with his hands. The countless divine tablets around them shook and were then detached from the ground. They circled the space and charged towards Ning Hua. Ning Hua swept a glance at these divine tablets. He had a proud look of indifference. He stepped up into the air. Divine might emanated from him as his body became a divine body of the Great Path. Everywhere he passed by, the Great Path was sealed. He twirled his hands and then sent out a palm strike straight ahead. Countless sealing runes flew out. Each rune contained the might of the Great Path and suppressed this space. Set. Ning Hua uttered this single word. Right after he said this, a gigantic rune landed on a stone tablet. The stone tablet was immediately frozen in its spot. Although the light of the Great Path still circled the tablet, it could not break free. The rune was printed on its surface, sealing off the space. As countless runes flew out, the surrounding stone tablets all stopped in their tracks. Even though their divine light filled the sky, they still could not budge at all. The entire sky seemed to become a single piece. The absolute sealed domain was completely under Ning Hua's control. Power of the Great Path radiated from Zhong Chan's body, but he still could not shake off the runes. Zhong Chan understood that his divine wheel of the Great Path was still inferior to Ning Hua's. Before this, during the assessment in Donghua Academy, he had a 5th-tier divine wheel, whereas Ning Hua could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to show 6 divine lights. Only Yi Futian's divine wheel might have a chance to compete with Ning Hua's. However, Yi Futian's cultivation plane was far inferior to Ning Hua's. Hence, they could not be compared against each other. They were not even on the same level. Ning Hua looked at Zhong Chan. They locked gazes across the space. Frightening currents of the Great Path immediately clashed between them. Zhong Chan felt unparalleled might emanating from Ning Hua's pupils. Ning Hua looked down on the world, and his might reigned over all. No one could prevent him from invading their wills. Frightening divine light of the seals invaded Zhong Chan's pupils and seeped into his mind and will. This caused Zhong Chan to be greatly affected. Then, a voice called out, "You have a flawless Great Path, and your ability is not bad. However, you are still unqualified to get in my way," said the voice with domineering authority. It was insufferably arrogant. As the voice said this, Ning Hua pointed a finger at the sky. As the finger landed, Zhong Chan saw the finger grow infinitely larger. It immediately invaded his mind and will. It then landed on his body. Bang! There was a huge sound. The God Seal finger was an extremely powerful attack. It caused Zhong Chan to let out a dull groan. His Great Path collapsed, and his figure was sent directly flying outward. A bloody hole appeared on his body. The qi in his body was being frenziedly suppressed. His face was pale as he glanced at Ning Hua from afar. Ning Hua stepped into the air, still appearing insufferably arrogant as he glanced back at Zhong Chan contemptuously. Zhong Chan recalled how the members of the Donghua domain rated the 4 most prominent figures. Ning Hua occupied his own level, while the other 3 were another level below. Who could stand against him? Ning Hua was the top monstrous figure in the Donghua domain. At that moment, Zhong Chan began to realize that Chief Ning was extremely ambitious. He was mandated to be the domain chief of the Donghua domain. However, he seemed unwilling to settle and was not satisfied with his current standing. He wanted to secure his grip over the entire Donghua domain. When Ning Hua reached his peak in the future, they would be 2 extremely powerful figures. When the time came, they would be figures that stood at the very top of, not just the Donghua domain, but the entire divine prefecture. After he swept a glance at Zhongchan, Ninghua looked towards Futian. Although the Donghua heavens was said to have 4 top prominent figures, Ninghua did not take the others too seriously. Be it Desolation or Zhongchan, he did not see any one of them as a match for him. His equals were in the other domains of the divine prefecture, not in the Donghua domain. He was currently the top monstrous figure in the Donghua domain. In the future, he would be the leader of the Donghua domain. You have defied the rules and committed manslaughter in the secret zone. I will seal your cultivation and take you into custody while your sentence is pending, declared Ninghua as he looked at Futian. His tone was cold and arrogant. He was extremely overbearing. In the distance, many cultivators were approaching them. However, Ninghua ignored them and ordered, "Take him into custody." As he said this, cultivators from the domain chief's manor emerged again and approached Futian. Futian turned to look at the cultivators from the domain chief's manor walking up to him. He had an extremely ugly expression. He had offended Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace. He had participated in the Donghua banquet to join domain chief's manor. By doing so, the divine prefecture would be his place of respite, and Lingxiao Palace, as well as Great Yin ancient royal family, would not be able to touch him. However, how could he have imagined that the place he wanted to join was the force behind all this? The domain chief's manor was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Wouldn't he be walking into a trap if he joined them? Ninghua's ability was powerful. No one could stand against him. There were also top figures from the other 2 forces. Futian would not be able to escape at all. Once he was taken into custody, one could imagine the consequences. Since the mastermind was the domain chief, they would not let him go easily. After all, he was the true inheritor of Supreme Deity Donglai's teachings. "Follow me." At that moment, a voice whispered in Futian's ear. As the voice said this, a blinding light shot out. Many people could not keep their eyes open. The cultivators from the domain chief's manor who were walking towards Futian also closed their eyes slightly as the bright light shone on them. When they opened their eyes, Futian's body had already disappeared without a trace. A beam of light appeared in the distance. "Presumptuous!" Ninghua yelled. His will swept towards the beam of light. With a single step, he traversed across the space. He raised his hand and grabbed the air. Divine light of the seals immediately enveloped the vast space as he grabbed out into the distance. As he clenched his palm, the space was sealed off. However, in the distance, only a beam of light was left behind, but there was no sign of any figures. They had escaped so quickly? Many people thought to themselves in astonishment. They used a ritual implement, someone said. The other party used a ritual implement. Otherwise, they would have been unable to utilize such speed. They already knew who had taken Futian away. He was previously a legendary figure in the Donghua domain. Not long ago, he had lost to Futian during the Donghua banquet. He did not want to join Donghua Academy or the domain chief's manor. He was Chun Yi. In the mountain range, wills were blocked off. The beam of light traversed through the mountain range and was quickly hard to catch as Ninghua did not know where it went. This caused Ninghua's gaze to turn extremely cold. He glanced at the other cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower as a cold aura emanated from his gaze. Yi Lionian defied the rules and committed murder in the secret zone. Not only have all of you not helped maintain order, but you also aided him in escaping. How should we deal with you? Ninghua said in a cold tone as he glanced over the cultivators of Wangshan watchtower. His voice was still overbearing. Li Changsheng, Zhongchan, and the others felt that, to Ninghua, no one else was his equal. He did not take any cultivator from the various forces of the Donghua domain seriously. "Vice Chief, you did not investigate the truth of the matter before attempting to take him into custody. If that is how you do things, you can do whatever you want," Li Changsheng mocked. As expected, Ninghua was preparing to also act against the cultivators of Wangshan watchtower. "Vice Chief, since we are in the secret zone, no one, be it Yi Lionian or the cultivators of Wangshan watchtower, can escape from here. After we leave this place, we will meet the chief as well as the various forces. Why don't we wait for chief to determine how to handle this issue then?" A voice nearby suggested this. Ninghua turned to look at the person who had spoken. It was Goddess Zhang Yueli of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. Zhang Yueli naturally also felt that something was strange about this matter. Before this, when they passed by, they saw the cultivators from the Wangshan watchtower being pursued. The other party had been relentless in their pursuit, but appeared to have been killed instead. The cultivators of Domain Chief's Manor, led by Ninghua, immediately took action on the members of Wangshan watchtower. She felt that this was strange. The truth of the matter probably still needed to be investigated. Hence, she had spoken up. They should leave it to the chief to decide after they left this place. Zhang Yueli did not ponder too much about the issue. She naturally did not know that the chief was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Ninghua knew what was going on behind the scenes, but he couldn't reveal this in public. He looked at Zhang Yueli and then swept another glance at the cultivators from the Wangshan watchtower. He still had an indifferent look in his eyes, as if he was dismissive of them. Since Goddess Zhang has said so, I will honor her words. After we leave this place, my father will determine your fate, Ninghua announced. It was as Zhang Yueli said. These people couldn't escape the secret zone. They would not be going anywhere. If that was the case, there was no need for him to be hasty. Right now, he also lacked an excuse. After all, Futian was the one who killed those people. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to kill the cultivators from the Wangshan watchtower. This would easily arouse suspicion from others that Domain Chief Manor was aiding the Yin Kingdom and Lingxiao Palace. Even though that was the reality, no one could know. Zhang Yueli nodded her head slightly. Li Changsheng looked at her and said over transmitted thoughts, "Many thanks, goddess." If Ninghua chose to attack now, they would not be able to do anything. For now, they could only play by ear. Chapter 2055, Chun Yi's Reason. Zhang Yueli looked at Li Changsheng and the others with her beautiful eyes. Over transmitted thoughts, she replied, "It was nothing." The reason why she had spoken up on their behalf was that she had indeed seen Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace instigating the matter. After all, she had personally witnessed the other party pursuing the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. Now that the other party had been killed off instead, if the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were punished, it would be unjust. These people also seemed to have all been killed by Futian. How had he managed to do so alone? This dispute was so intense that the various cultivators seemed to have forgotten about the battle itself. How had Futian killed Ling He and Yin Dongyang? The other party must have had powerful Renwangs protecting them. Yet, they had all been killed. Upon closer inspection, how terrifying exactly was Futian's combat ability? How much was he hiding? No one knew. No one had observed the battle. Those who did had all been slain aside from Futian. With these deaths, Lingxiao Palace and Great Yin ancient royal family would most likely not let Futian off. Moreover, Yin Dongyang and Ling He had also died. No matter what, the two forces would surely kill Futian. If the chief sided with Futian, that would be best. However, judging from Ninghua's attitude, that would be difficult. There would certainly be a large-scale battle once they left this secret zone. Futian was in a precarious position. It would also be difficult for Wangshan Watchtower to protect him. After all, Great Yin ancient royal family itself was against Wangshan Watchtower before this. Futian only happened to come along and joined Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. After we leave the secret zone, await your sentence, ordered Ninghua as he swept a glance at Li Changsheng and the other cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower. The tone of his voice was domineering, and he used words that screeched in their ears. Await their sentence. It was as though, to him, the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were criminals waiting to be sentenced. Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan naturally understood where Ninghua was coming from. Indeed, they had to await their sentence. Since the chief himself was part of this, he would undoubtedly stand on Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace's side. If that was the case, why would he consider their position? They would most likely face a crisis after leaving this place. Over transmitted thought, the Millet Emperor instructed them to stay in the secret zone for as long as they could, asking them to delay their return to the outside world. The Millet Emperor was probably making preparations. However, if that happened, the Millet Emperor himself might offend the chief. Of course, since the chief was part of this himself, He was most likely also involved in Supreme Deity Donglai's death back in the day. If that were the case, the chief and the Millet Emperor would naturally be at odds. It was just that the chief had disguised it very well. They knew that the Millet Emperor had always wanted to get to the bottom of Supreme Deity Donglai's death. However, from the looks of it now, the closer they were to the truth of the matter, the more dangerous it would be. Li Changsheng and the others did not say anything. The cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower all had cold looks in their eyes. They were suppressing the rage within them. However, this place was the turf of Domain Chief's manor. The other party was also the vice chief. Given the predicament they were in, no matter how angry they were, they had to hold it in for now. The cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower killed a prince of our Yin kingdom. Vice chief, you may wait for the chief to set a verdict. However, the Yin kingdom cannot wait. I hope vice chief can understand, a cold voice said, filled with murderous intent. The person who had spoken was the crown prince of the Yin kingdom, Yin Hanqing. Ning Hua glanced at Yin Hanqing and then turned to leave. It was as though the matter was unrelated to him. On the other side, along a mountain stream, a beam of light flashed past and then came to a stop along the stream. Two silhouettes appeared there. One of them had white hair and was dressed in white robes. It was Yi Futian, who had participated in the large-scale battle. He looked at the person beside him. Yi Futian had met him before and had even fought against him. Chen Yi was rumored to have previously been a legendary figure in the Donghua heavens. There were many stories about him. He had an extremely powerful ability and was proficient in the Sword of Light. His speed and killing power were terrifying. He actually managed to save Yi Futian from Ning Hua's clutches. It was apparent from this how frightening his speed was. It was just that Yi Futian could not figure out why Chen Yi had helped him. Chen Yi had also offended Ning Hua in the process of saving Yi Futian. They were in the Donghua heavens, and Ning Hua had a high standing here. It was definitely not wise to snatch away someone from Ning Hua's hands. Moreover, Chen Yi had done so to a cultivator who had defeated him and with whom he had no connections. Hence, Yi Futian was perplexed. He looked at Chen Yi and said, "Many thanks, but why did you help me?" Chen Yi looked back at Yi Futian. He smiled and said, "Would you believe me if I said that I believe we hit it off quite well?" "I do not believe so," Yi Futian immediately replied. Chen Yi blinked. He then smiled and said, "I have been undefeated all this time. The only time I have ever lost was to you during the Donghua banquet. If you were killed or crippled by Ning Hua, I would not have the chance to regain my honor. Hence, you have to live." "Is that so?" Yi Futian looked somewhat suspiciously at Chen Yi. This time, Chen Yi had offended Ning Hua. Who else would dare to do so? Chen Yi merely did so because he wanted to battle Yi Futian again and regain his honor. "You still don't believe me?" Chen Yi said when he saw the look in Yi Futian's eyes. "Then, it might be because I cannot stand the actions of Great Yin ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace. They attacked first and were instead killed off, yet they claim the contrary. I really can't stand that the domain chief's manor came to take you into custody. Where is the reasoning behind that?" Yi Futian did not say anything. Each reason Chen Yi gave sounded absurd. However, that was not important. What was important was that the other party had helped him escape. Yi Futian still had a chance of survival. Yi Futian peered into the distance. He did not continue questioning Chen Yi. The reason why he had helped Yi Futian was not important, regardless of what it was. Would the members of Wangshan Watchtower be in danger? Yi Futian thought to himself. He had killed Ling He and Yin Dongyang. Even if Ning Hua wanted to act, he would still need to consider the image of the domain chief's manor. He could not just kill the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower without reason. Their lives should still be safe. However, right now, Yi Futian could not foresee what would happen in the future and how these events would play out. Currently, you are the nail in the eyes of two top forces. Ning Hua also wants to take you into custody. It seems that you have nowhere to go. What do you plan to do? Chen Yi asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian shook his head. He was also at a loss. Before this, he had participated in the Donghua banquet to join the domain chief's manor. Who knew that it would end up like this? The domain chief was the true mastermind. When Yi Futian obtained the teachings of Supreme Deity Donglai, he was destined to be at odds with the chief. "I have a suggestion," Chen Yi said. What is it? Yi Futian asked. The demon god temple, Choni explained. There is a disturbance in the demon god temple. The various demonic beasts have gathered over there. This secret zone certainly contains some secrets. Even the members of Domain Chief's Manor have not managed to uncover these secrets. Why don't we head over and try out our luck? Who knows? We might stumble upon some benefits. Yi Futian frowned. The various cultivators were also gathered there. If they went over, wouldn't they instantly draw the attention of the other cultivators? With his current situation, it seemed inappropriate. Chapter 2056, Sealed Space. Choni seemed to have detected Yi Futian's hesitation and said, "Don't worry. The demon god temple is located in a restricted area in the mountain. Even the chief can't do anything about it. No one can approach the restricted area. With all the demons there, people from the Great Yin and the Lingxiao Palace wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, I can get myself out safely if I encounter danger." Yi Futian looked at Chan Yi, who appeared to possess a light elemental magic weapon and unparalleled speed. "How did you know the chief can't do anything about the demon god temple?" Yi Futian asked Chan Yi. It seemed that Chun Yi knew more than he should. Why would the demon god temple still be in the secret zones if the chief knew what to do? He would have pillaged it a long time ago. You don't believe that the chief of the Domain Chief's Manor in the Donghua domain is some nice man, do you? Chan Yi said, "All the chiefs of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture are extraordinary old monsters who have lived for long. They have tremendous influence and aim to advance to the highest cultivation plane to free themselves from the heavenly path's restraint. They would not hesitate to exploit anything that could be beneficial to cultivation. Few things in the world remain appealing to them. They only care about the path to the pinnacle." Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Chun Yi had a point. Moreover, Yi Futian could tell from this incident that Chief Ning was a crafty, devious, and hazardous person who could kill with underhanded means. These old monsters were not good people for sure. However, Yi Futian was still secretly suspicious even though Chan Yi made a good point. This prominent figure who had become a legend in the Donghua heavens many years ago gave Yi Futian a mysterious feeling. Yi Futian couldn't easily figure out Chun Yi's thoughts. There is no need to keep thinking about it. Why would I help you if I intended to harm you? Few people in the Donghua heavens can impress me, and you are one of them. We can go anywhere in the Divine Prefecture if we work together, Chen Yi said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and stopped hesitating. He said, "Let's go." After that, they rushed through the mountain in the direction of the demon god temple. In the meantime, Yi Futian took out the Zimu Yuanyang mirror to communicate with Xia Qingyue. He asked her to stay safe and not to go to any dangerous places. They started to feel the rhythm again as they approached the area. Hearts palpitating, Yi Futian and Chen Yi could hear the pounding sound that came from their chests. They knew they were close to the destination. What kind of place is the demon god temple? Why does it make our hearts beat rapidly? Yi Futian asked Chen Yi as though he intended to assess how much Chun Yi knew about the demon god temple. "Are you asking me?" Chun Yi turned back and looked at him with a smile. Yi Futian didn't push for an answer. "Let's check it out there." Chun Yi pointed at a mountain in front of them. Then they climbed to the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. The demon god temple sat on the barren land surrounded by the black, divine mountains. It seemed to be a short distance away, yet also looked unreal and elusive. Plenty of demonic beasts were struggling to approach the temple while letting out deep bellows. Their bodies were changing and their blood boiling. With eyes glowing red and hearts pounding violently, they were desperate to get close to the demon god temple. The black wind condor was among the demonic beasts. It darted a glance at the mountains afar where Yi Futian was at this moment. "Boss, the demon god temple must contain some divine item that could make the demonic beasts evolve and transform. I can feel its huge impact without getting near it." Yi Futian's eyes sparkled as an idea occurred to him. Many powerful demon emperors were also moving toward the demon god temple, but they all acted with extra caution as if the closer they got to the temple, the slower they walked and the stronger their demonic chi became. "Be careful," Yi Futian transmitted his voice back to the black wind condor. He gazed at the area of the Black Divine Mountain where a lot of demon emperors and Renhuangs were gathering. The battle hadn't broken out yet. Human cultivators who entered the secret zones were still there. Besides, he also saw the strange young man who attacked them before. Futian felt a chill run down his spine. It looked like that the attack before was arranged by someone. Only the domain chief's manor had the capacity to make it happen. It was a scheme to murder Futian and other cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. They would have died in the hands of Ling He, Yin Dongyang, and others if Futian didn't employ his full strength. Futian couldn't extend his divine consciousness very far in this area. The rhythm would shatter it. Futian could only rely on his eyes. Do you know why there are demonic beasts in the secret zones? Futian asked Chun-Yi. He wondered how much Chun-Yi knew about the domain chief's manor and the secret zones. I heard a little about it, Chun-Yi answered. Rumor has it that the secret zones are more than a trial field for cultivators from the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. It is also a giant sealed land. But it's unclear what exactly is being sealed here. Perhaps the targets are these demonic beasts. The secret zones become their prison and keep them here. The secret zones are sealing in something? Futian thought to himself. While gazing at the front, he heard a howl of anguish. A cultivator in the Ranhuang plain exploded surprisingly. The scene was startling and grisly as the blood sprayed everywhere. It seemed that the Ranhuang blew up for not being able to withstand the rhythm. So terrifying. Futian narrowed his eyes. He could feel the relentless rhythm from afar. His body might actually burst apart if he went too close. Demonic beasts have stronger blood force and can resist it better. It's tough for human cultivators to approach the demon god temple, Chun-Yi explained to Futian. Futian nodded. The demonic beasts had potent blood force and were usually a cut above human cultivators at the same level. However, they also had significantly inferior comprehension skills and mostly relied on their instincts. One human cultivator was the closest to the demon god temple. It was desolation from the desolate god palace. The frightening black energy currents flowed around his body. Every step he took trembled the ground and sterilized the field. While treading forward, his heart was also palpitating, and his blood was surging and roaring inside as if it were about to rush out of his body. Many big demon beasts were around and gazing at the demon god temple. Why did the abnormal changes suddenly happen at the demon god temple? Would this be an opportunity for them? They had been imprisoned in the total darkness here for so many years, being trampled upon and experimented on by human cultivators at will. There was no way for them to break the seal and escape. Futian's heart was still pounding rapidly. Standing on top of the mountain, he started to feel that the secret zones were nothing ordinary. Thinking of that, he released the energy currents of the great path from his body and spread it to the boundless space. His eyes also became strange and eerie. In an instant, a shocking scene came into his sight and made his heart beat violently in his chest. That is, Futian was astounded. Staring straight ahead, he saw a magnificent view. The whole world appeared to be fake, created by the Great Path. The energy flowing in the world was the Grand Seal Great Path. As the divine light of the seals glowing brightly, numerous sealing runes became visible. He couldn't have a clear view from the sky, but it looked like there was a divine item. The space of the entire secret zone was sealed off as though the endless secret zone was a formidable Great Path domain of Grand Seal. The Demon God Temple was even more shocking. Futian previously thought that the Demon God Temple belonged to the Demon Clan, but now, he found out that the Demon God Temple was also shrouded by the divine light of the seals. Like a mix of patterns of the Great Path, the Grand Seal Great Path closed off the area with the Demon God Temple at the center. It was too blurry for his real eyes to see. He could only sense it vaguely with his divine eyes. This is the consummate Great Path, Futian thought to himself. The consummate Great Path formed an absolute Great Path domain and created a separate space, seemingly ordinary yet unique. Only people in the same cultivation level could sense its existence. Futian happened to be able to sense and see it. Rat-a-tat. The rhythm grew stronger and stronger inside the Demon God Temple, making the cultivators' hearts pound more violently. Watch out. A Runhuang with bulging blue veins yelped when he felt that his blood was about to rush out. Immediately, with a fizz, his blood sprayed out of his body. He let out a piercing cry in agony and was turned into a pool of blood. Everyone around was palpitating with fear. Yi Futian's eyes were fixed on the sealed divine temple. What on earth was inside? Chapter 2057. Attempt on the Demon God Temple. Chunyi asked Yi Futian. The Donghua domain sealed the secret zone here and guarded the Demon God Temple with countless big demon beasts in the mountain. What do you think they have inside? Yi Futian shook his head and said, It can make people's hearts palpitate and blood boil. Anyone who comes closer would self-explode. It doesn't seem to be a magical weapon or the will of the demon god. Those two would not have such effects. I can't guess it out. Do you want to try to get in to have a look? Chunyi's eyes were blazing. He was restless as though he was eager to enter the sealed demon god temple to see what was inside and satisfy his burning curiosity. Yi Futian gazed into the distance. The big demon beasts and human cultivators all wanted to get in. Nevertheless, anyone who approached the demon god temple was under tremendous pressure and couldn't be careless for a split second. Several cultivators already died in front of the demon god temple. They blew up immediately despite being at the Renhuang Plain. Sure, Yi Futian made a prompt decision without hesitation. He agreed to check it out with Chan Yi. He could see the sealing energy present in the void and wondered if he had a chance to get in. The chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain was behind this, which meant that Yi Futian was already facing desperate conditions right now. He was very likely to be killed even if he left this place. That being the case, he might as well attempt on the Demon God Temple. Whatever that was sealed in the Demon God Temple must be a divine item. Even Chief Ning had to do his utmost to apply the sealing techniques here. Therefore, the divine item must deserve the efforts. If Yi Futian could get his hand on it, he might be able to pose a threat to Chief Ning. He had no choice but to give it a try under current circumstances. Thinking of that, Yi Futian walked down the mountain and stepped forward. Chun Yi cracked a smile upon seeing Yi Futian moving. He followed Yi Futian close behind and walked toward the barren area. At this point, plenty of cultivators were already heading to the Demon God Temple from all directions through the surrounding barren area. There were both native demon emperors and Renhuangs who came from other places. Nonetheless, most casual cultivators had given up and didn't dare to act rashly. They would be better off searching for opportunities elsewhere rather than risking their lives here. People who attempted on the temple here were almost all Renhuangs from various top forces. Yi Futian and Chan Yi immediately attracted many people's eyes. They dashed through the field at full speed while maintaining the same pace. Soon, they overtook a line of cultivators and reached the front. Their blood force was rolling and surging as they were approaching the Demon God Temple. Yi Futian felt that the blood in his body was getting out of his control and rushing wildly. He could hear the pounding heartbeats from his chest. "Brother Yi," a voice rang out from nearby. It was Jiang Jioming from the Jiang clan, ancient royal family of the Luotian continent. He was surprised to see Yi Futian and Chan Yi together. Yi Futian and Chan Yi fought against each other in the past. How come they were on the same team now? Was it because they appreciated each other's talents? Chun Yi was a powerful cultivator. Jiang Jioming wasn't confident that he could defeat him if he were ever matched against him. Yi Futian nodded at Jiang Jioming. He figured that Jiang Jioming might not be aware of the change in the situation since Jiang Jioming didn't know what happened on the other side. The Demon God Temple is quite strange. Your heart will beat rapidly, and your blood will boil and rush out of your body if you get too close. Be careful, Jiang Jioming reminded Yi Futian since he was new here. Although Yi Futian was a remarkable cultivator, his talents and combat ability wouldn't make much difference here. Thank you. Yi Futian turned back to respond to Jiang Jioming, then kept moving forward at a slower pace. The rhythm originated from the Demon God Temple was getting stronger, and he could only advance after adapting to the change. The Renhuangs who exploded before failed to adjust their bodies and couldn't bear the pressure, which led to their demise. Yi Futian unleashed formidable energy of the way of life which surrounded his body. He was filled with the endless power of life, which boosted his blood essence and replenished his strength. Although his heart was pounding, he managed to keep it under control. He headed straight to the Black Divine Temple. Another screech rang out toward the front. Blood spraying, someone was flung back, passing by many people. He uttered a quiet sound and threw up a pool of blood. It was a rather tragic scene. The man inhaled a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with regret. He couldn't hold out against the rhythm. It looked like he wouldn't be the fortunate one to enter the demon god temple after all. He wondered if anyone could solve the mystery of the demon god temple. Maybe Ning Hua, the vice chief, knew the secret. But he wouldn't come here. Bang! Yi Futian kept walking. Under the protection of the power of the great path of life, he strode forward and passed more cultivators, which astounded many of them. Not only did Yi Futian have extraordinary talents, but he could also surpass them here. Rat-a-tat! Yi Futian's heart was beating more rapidly, and the blood in his veins was flowing wildly. He started to slow down. His eyes glowed eerily, and the energy currents of the great path spread forward to help him make out the area ahead. Numerous scenes popped in his head. Seals were interwoven together in front of him. He could vaguely see the divine light of the seals shining in the sky, blotting out the sun and covering the entire field. The demon god temple was enveloped and sealed by it. Many people showed a strange look when they noticed Yi Futian, including top cultivators from the desolate god palace. They realized that Yi Futian overtook most of the people in no time and had reached the front. He was about to catch up to desolation. Besides that, big demon beasts were also there, such as the handsome young man from before. Nevertheless, Chunyi was not as energetic as Yi Futian and stopped following Yi Futian a while ago. His face reddened, and the blood force was gushing in his body. The condition of his heart and blood flow was about to reach his limit. His exceptional fighting ability was no use here. It was a little embarrassing for him to talk Yi Futian into coming here while he couldn't keep up himself, but he absolutely shouldn't strain himself here and could only do what his strength allowed. A line of people raced to the front and was stunned to see Yi Futian. After the initial shock wore off, they glared at him with intense hatred and sheer malice. They didn't expect Yi Futian to come here directly. How audacious these were cultivators from the great Yin ancient royal family in the Lingxiao Palace. They couldn't track down Yi Futian. Instead, they battled against Li Chongqing and the others, having no choice but to let them off the hook when they retreated later. Let's go. These cultivators charged at Yi Futian and planned to kill him right here. The chief wouldn't blame them. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.